The very first models for Warhammer I ever saw were High Elves in 5th edition, and that was my entryway into the hobby way back in the Stone Age. And since then, I have played High Elves for almost every major edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battles. They've always been my favorite race. And in this video today, I want to take all of the lore videos that I've compiled across the years and put them into one super compilation. Now, this can be for you working, painting, whatever it is. Hopefully this kind of helps you out and just giving you some background noise to do whatever, maybe even sleep. As just kind of a heads up here, I did put in the thumbnail Warhammer the Old World. Now, majority of the lore for almost everything in Warhammer the Old World has not changed much, and if it does, I will probably say it in the intro to one of these videos. For the High Elves, it's pretty much all the same, minus a couple things here and there. And throughout this video, too, I will be pulling a lot of references to Total War Warhammer, and I did this as a way to kind of create fair use when I was creating the videos without realizing that I could just simply make lore videos about Warhammer and not have to connect it to a video game, or make a video about Total War and not have to have lore in it, whatever it was. So if you see a lot of references or me talking about Total War Warhammer, that is where that comes from. But let's get started here on a High Elf lore compilation. And before we get started too, I'll apologize for these rough edits. This is a time when I was just kind of slapping things together. I was working a full-time job too, so YouTube wasn't my main outlet or main income source. And you'll notice the difference in mic quality through some of these videos. I apologize for all that. And also maybe pronunciations, things like that. So those are some things that just kind of I've gotten better with over time, but I do want to apologize for them ahead of time. Now let's get started here on a High Elf compilation. I think that this is going to be a really good way to prepare you guys for what to expect in the High Elves. And I'll really pretty much be going through the Lords and Heroes. I'm going to focus on the High Elf princes and nobles, as well as the High Elf archmages and mages. There are multiple ones, but I want to just stick with those. We'll then kind of careen down into the core units, because I'll show you a quick unit organization chart here. If you take a look at this, you can see that that's how all of the Warhammer Fantasy armies are broken down. You've got your Lords and Heroes, which are your generals, and then you've got your core units, which you need a certain amount to field other portions of your army. You've got special units, and then you've got rare units, and then you've got special characters, which typically fall into Lords and Heroes. But just to give you an idea, so we're going to be doing Lords and Heroes, we're going to do the core units, we're going to do the special units of the High Elves, and then round it off with rare, and lastly the two special characters / legendary lords that'll probably be in Warhammer Total War 2. So let's just get going here, and please give some feedback if you want some more detail, less detail. I'm really open to exploring this as much as you guys want from it. If you want the very detailed unit breakdowns or army strategies, more than happy to provide that for you guys. But I think that this is a really good starting place. So let's just kind of jump right in with the Lords and Heroes, starting off with the princes and nobles. So you've got the commanders of Ulthuan, and the noble families of Ulthuan have led the High Elves through times of peace and conflict for thousands of years. They pride themselves on a deep sense of honor, as well as the mastery of both diplomacy and war as art forms. The High Elves believe an existence lived without precision to be hollow and scarcely preferable to death. Any elf prince is just at home fighting with sword in bloody melee as he is in loosing deathly accurate arrows from afar, or even dictating the strategy of a campaign from a greater distance still. Though they are loyal to the Phoenix King even unto death, all High Elves of noble blood love intrigue and politics. Unfortunately, this sometimes means that armies are trusted to individuals based on political alignment rather than on ability. Fortunately, these instances are rare. When the safety of Ulthuan is at stake, few Phoenix Kings have suffered such an idiocy for long. There is no shortage of brave and talented commanders among the Asur, and courtly intrigue seldom prevents such individuals from harnessing their skills. Depending on their wealth and the kingdom of their birth, the princes of Ulthuan fight in many different ways. Those of Tiranoc typically do battle from the back of swift-wheeled chariots, while the Lords of Lothian often stand spear and bow in hand amidst the ranks of the Sea Guard. Those with the greatest wealth might ride upon a great eagle, or a griffin, or in the case of the mightiest princes of Calador, upon a dragon. Such steeds are invariably a symbol of status, as well as landing a brutal advantage in the midst of battle. Wherever they hail from, High Elf commanders are incredibly dangerous, able to strike down their foes with unmatched swiftness. They're equally deadly with a lance, spear, halberd, or longbow, able to penetrate even the most resolute defense with a spear thrust or shoot a foe through the eye while riding at full gallop. Princes of the highest rank even wield weapons of legend, magical heirlooms fashioned upon Val's forge and held by their families for hundreds if not thousands of years. For many families, ownership of such an artifact constitutes their line's right to regal status. Any prince who bears one to battle will therefore fight all the harder, for he and his family can ill afford for the blade to be lost to the foe, or be dishonored by defeat or cowardice. Yet, whilst a magical weapon might make a noble a prince, it does not make him a general. This comes from his keen mind, his courage, and his sense of duty. Thus does Ulthuan forge the finest commanders in the world, leaders able to read the ebb and flow of unfolding battle, knowing when to commit forces and when to retreat, and when Ulthuan must call for the ultimate sacrifice from her defenders. So that's a straight from the book breakdown of, or at least the culture placement of the princes and nobles in the High Elf world. And when you read some of the publications, William King did a really good trilogy on Tyrion and Teclis. You definitely get that sense that the High Elves are in their twilight. They're leaving the world. They're all dying off. They're living immortal lives for the most part. They call elves mortal in Warhammer, even though they are immortal in the sense that they don't just simply die of age. Commonly, they have very long life form, but very long lifespans is what they're really thought to have. And in the publications, like I was saying, though, you do get that sense. And nobles and princes have a lot of infighting in that kind of political intrigue, in that social climate that this kind of talks about here. And I'm going to throw up a picture here for you guys so you can see what it looks like to choose a lord in your army and all the options you have. This doesn't go into any of the magical items you can choose from because there's a whole separate list of those. And I don't think I can show the points or anything like that. I'm pretty sure Warhammer Games Workshop will slap me in the face for that. But this is just to give you an idea of all the options that you choose from in the tabletop game. And how I really think this is going to convert to the actual Warhammer, Total Warhammer 2, is that we're going to see a lot of these options, a lot in the same way that we do the Wood Elf Lords. You can choose a fighty Wood Elf Lord, or you can choose a shooty Wood Elf Lord. And you can choose different steeds for that Wood Elf Lord. Does he want to be mounted upon Mighty Rudolph, or is he going to be taken to the skies on a forest dragon? With this, I definitely see that we're going to be seeing elven steeds, great eagles, eventually then griffins, maybe chariots. I don't see chariots as a viable option for a mount for the High Elves, but then eventually sun, moon, or star dragons. And I'll read a little bit about the dragons from the book because there are 3 different ones, and they all have different significance. But pretty much it is the higher the rank of dragon, the older they are, and the tougher that they are. They don't get a bunch of crazy innate abilities, but that kind of rounds off just the princes and the nobles, and you can see from this picture here too as well, you get a good sense for what the models actually look like. I wanted to show you guys some of just the ones on foot, some of the ones that on horseback, on great eagles or griffins, and then some of the ones on dragons, and all these different things mean that your army's going to have, that lord is going to have a different investment into your army. And with that, just like in this game, whenever you choose, say, a custom battle and you choose Karl Franz on Deathclaw, he's worth way more points or the currency, whatever it is, than were he just on foot. And it's the same kind of translation that we're going to be seeing here in Total Warhammer 2. With that, let's jump into the archmages and the mages, the other side of that coin. Like I was saying, we'll see probably a shooty and a fighty lord in the nobles / princes of High Elves. And I'm not sure how they're really going to do mages, because High Elves can choose from all 8 lores of battle magic as well as high magic. So, you look at the Empire, they can do something similar to this. And you can have a bunch of different chaos ones. So I think they might do the same approach where, okay, you can just choose an archmage, or maybe even actual agent, which would be a mage probably, choosing one of the lores. But here's a little bit from the book about the mages themselves. By lineage and inclination, the High Elves are a magical race. They are fascinated by the secrets of sorcery, and their mages' nimble minds can embrace a deeper understanding of its subtleties and whims than other wizards. It is well that this is so, for without the magics of the high elf mages, Ulthuan would have long since have slipped beneath the waves or been overwhelmed by the black sorceries of Nagarathi sorcerers. Indeed, not only Ulthuan, but the entire world owes much to the disciplined and selfless actions of high elf mages. It is by their effort that the great vortex and the network of waystones that feed it are maintained, and the dread power of chaos thus kept in abeyance. In Ulthuan, those who devote their lives to magic are treated with the highest respect and honor. Though each kingdom has its own magical traditions and methods of scholarship, Safri is the realm most famed for its mages, and it is at the White Tower of Hoeth that Ulthuan's seat of magical learning can be found. There, the greatest collection of mages, lore masters, and scholars in the world endeavor to perfect their mastery of the sorcerer's arts. It is a place of wonders, unabounded, where mages strive to harness every aspect of the winds of magic. An aspirant to the White Tower is expected to swiftly gain a proficiency in the 8 lores of magic. Only then can their true education begin. Through decades and often centuries of painstaking research and scrupulous study, they learn to master magic in its purest form, an art known simply as high magic. Those who have mastered this most challenging of lores hold the entire spectrum of magic at their command. At a high mage's word, shimmering fields of magical energy spring into being to protect his allies, and the fires of courage ablaze anew within their hearts. The truly gifted can even becalm the winds of magic themselves, collapsing a raging tempest until naught but a gentle breeze remains. Yet it should not be thought that the high mages are reserved for defensive means alone. With but a wave of his hand, a high mage can call down the wrath of the heavens, paralyze his foes, or immolate whole regiments of Assyrians with Assyrian's fire. It is little wonder, then, that in the times of strife, the Phoenix King will beseech the Tower of Hoeth for aid. The lore masters of Safri never shirk from their duty, for they know that their gifts stand between Ulthuan and annihilation. Traditionally, mages fulfill an advisory capacity in addition to their battlefield roles, lending an insight that transcends mortal comprehension. Such knowledge has even led to mages being given command of whole armies, a state of affairs that is especially common when Ulthuan is beset by supernatural threats from the realms of chaos. And again, that's from the book directly, but you definitely get a sense that because elves are immortal in the sense that they can live for a really damn long time, they perfect a lot of arts. Is it magic? Is it warfare? Is it strategy? Is it politics? Is it science? That's kind of some of the crux from the book as well, is that this race specializes in everything that it can. It's the mastery of everything it can get its hands on, and that's kind of where their braggadocious and very arrogant nature comes from. It's oh, you can do that? Give me a century and I'll learn it too. That's kind of where that comes from. But with mages, we're going to see a very similar mechanic that we do with some of the archmages in the game already. So they can ride steeds, eagles, chariots, and dragons in the tabletop, and I see that converting directly over to Warhammer Total War, sans probably chariots. I've yet to really see a chariot lord, which would be kind of cool, I think. But let's kind of move away from that. We've touched on the lords, we've touched on the heroes, because you've got an archmage who is a lord, a prince who is a lord, then you've got his hero counterpart in a noble and a mage. And those I think will probably be agents. There is another hero called the Anointed of Assyrian, who will probably be another agent for the High Elves. I could see that kind of the noble being just like a paladin or a lector count, something that or marshal, something to help out the public order and act as a bonus for the army. I could see the mage being the typical kind of mage agent, and I could see the Anointed of Assyrian being the closest thing that they would get to an assassin, because they don't really fulfill an assassin's role, but I could definitely see them kind of being used to hunt down specific characters and the such. But let's see, I think the next thing we want to take a step into here is the core units. Starting off mainly with Ulthuan's militia. And their militia is comprised of the backbone of their army, and the backbone of pretty much every army in the Warhammer universe, spearmen and archers. That can't go wrong with those staples. But here's a little bit from the book directly on those two. Long ago, in a time of desperate need, the Phoenix King Morvael introduced a levy system so that all elves could be called upon to fight for the defense of their homeland. These levies were organized into companies based within their cities, towns, and villages. Morvael accurately predicted the need for a well-organized but flexible army to defend Ulthuan in the troubled times ahead. This system has stood the test of time and remains the cornerstone of the most elven armies to this day. Every elf, though he may be a craftsman, tradesman, or artist in peacetime, must become a resolute fighter in time of war. When a high elf begins his martial training, he first learns the arts of swordsmanship and archery. Only when he has mastered both blade and bow is he introduced into the white-garbed ranks of an archer regiment. For the High Elves, white is the color of purity and of death, and their robes symbolize their determination to fight to the end, no matter what horrors await them on the battlefield. Once trained, an archer serves in his regiment for a decade or more, forsaking all previous allegiances. There, he will learn how to send volleys of arrows high into the air so that they scythe into the enemy ranks from above, and when to hold fire against a charging foe, so that every shot cripples or kills. Most of all, he learns to focus his pride into a courage that will allow him to stand his ground. Ulthuan is forever beset by grave perils, and even the finest weapons are worth naught without valorous hands to wield them. After a decade or so, if the elf has proven his worth as an archer, he is called to fight as part of a spear regiment. Such formations are the living ramparts that preserve Ulthuan's heartlands. Once a phalanx of spears taking position on the field, it can hold the line against anything from a goblin horde to a raging manticore. The elves of the formation play their parts as if every movement was part of a carefully choreographed plan, overlapping one another and providing protection at one moment, then flowing freely to exploit a gap in the enemy lines at the next. Unlike the spear phalanxes of lesser races, this is all achieved without a word of command or even a gesture. Each warrior instinctively knows the mind of his comrades to either side and acts without hesitation. So deadly are Ulthuan's militia regiments that countless battles have been won by longbow and spear alone. Few forces can brave the storm of arrows long enough to breach the grim lines of glittering spears. Thus have the invaders of Ulthuan met their doom for centuries. Thus will they meet their doom for long years to come. And with that, you do get a very strong core unit of spearmen and archers in the High Elf spearmen and archers, but the big kind of weakness is that they're not very heavily armored. They are armored, which is great, but their strength and toughness in the book is 3. And if you kind of equate that into the Total Warhammer world, you'd be looking at like very well equipped Empire spearmen, because they don't hit very hard either, but they are not very skilled with their weapons. So you have a slightly more elite, but equally as physically weak unit in the High Elf spearmen, and the same thing with their archers. But one of the nice things about High Elves, and I'm very curious to see how they translate this into Warhammer 2, is that spearmen have the ability in the tabletop to fight with an additional rank, meaning that they can use their 3rd rank to do more damage than other races can. So with spears, they're their 4th rank, so they can attack an extra rank deep. With spears, you already get that extra rank, then the High Elf ability gives you an additional one. So I'm curious to see if that will make an appearance in Warhammer 2. It would be very interesting to see maybe an actual phalanx of spearmen, a la Greek from Greece, any of the Greece city-states from Total War 2 or Total War 1. So it'd be very interesting to see that. And with the kind of overall crux of the High Elf army as a whole, they all have very high what's called initiative, meaning that when 2 armies meet, or when 2 units meet, they get the high initiative, so they get to strike first. They even have an ability called Always Strikes First. So I'm very interested to see how they play that out. Will that give them a charge bonus? Will that allow them to do damage immediately? I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm very, again, curious to see. But outside of the archers and the spearmen, you kind of have a hybrid unit called the Lothern Sea Guard. And they're personally one of my favorite units. I use them a lot in tabletop. I don't really use a ton of spearmen. It's probably because they didn't have an actual model for the Lothern Sea Guard for a very long time. And then when they did, it was this pewter model, and it was hard to come by, and it was expensive. And eventually they released a plastic one, and people were all the rage. Everyone bought tons of them. But that's what I use for my front line, followed by archers in the back to support them. So the Lothern Sea Guard, again, have a very near and dear spot in my heart. But let's jump into how the book actually interprets them. And I'm going to do a little kind of precursor here on what Lothern is, because it's important in the same way that Altdorf is important to the Empire. So Lothern is the capital of Eataine, and the greatest city in Ulthuan. Uniquely amongst the elven cities, Lothern does not raise spear and archer regiments. Its defenses is given over to the Sea Guard that form the fighting crews of its mighty fleets. And this is, again, this bit on the Lothern Sea Guard. Lothern Sea Guard can fight as effectively on land as at sea, and are equally resolute when defending the walls and fields of Lothern as they are when battling on the deck of a ship. These dangerous duties require the Sea Guard to maintain a flexible armory. The vast majority are well trained in the use of spear, shield, and bow. The better to combine the finest aspects of the spear and archer regiments of other cities and realms. Indeed, it is a point of pride in Lothern that the discipline of their warriors far surpasses that of any found elsewhere in Ulthuan. When the armies of Ulthuan go to war, the Sea Guard play a crucial part, crewing the many warships and acting as the vanguard for the oncoming host. As their vessels hove to land, the Sea Guard disembark to secure the beachheads that enable the rest of the army to come ashore. Scarce has the first keel brushed against the shore when the first Elven have debarked. Ranks swiftly thickening as more warriors arrive. Shields brace. The Sea Guard advance in tight formation through the churning foam, spears lowered and bows ready. And that's what I was talking about and why I use them, because they are spearmen that then have the ability to use their bows to shoot. They don't have long bows, which the Elven archers do, so they have a slight reduce in range, but they've got normal bows. I'll take it. But that's the kind of nice benefit of them. You can pretty much put them in line of a scary unit of say, Chaos Warriors, start plucking away at them, and then charge them on the next turn, or get them just in range to start charging them, or face their charge, whatever you want to do. But that's why I really enjoy the Lothern Sea Guard, because they have that adaptability. And I'm really interested to see if they drop them into this game, because, again, they are one of my favorite units from the tabletop. But you can't really talk about High Elves without getting into cavalry. I have a really bad tendency to say cavalry, but cavalry, and the Knights of Ulthuan as a whole. There's many mounted units in the High Elf army, and that for me is pretty awesome. I love Bretonnia for that same point of fact, and I love High Elves for the same thing, because you can have multiple approaches to your army. You can have a very shooty army, you can have a very cavalry based army, you can have a very infantry centric army. But let's jump into the Silver Helms and Illyrian Reavers, which is going to round off the core unit selection for the High Elves. And I think that'll also kind of round off tier 1 and 2 barracks and ranged buildings, or any kind of cavalry buildings that Warhammer Total Warhammer 2, or I'm sorry, Total War Warhammer 2 has. So these you'll be seeing in the first couple 30-40 turns of the game is probably these units. And eventually the special units you'll get into around mid-game, with the rare units coming in towards the end, a la, say, like Grail Guardians, or Longbeards, or your Hellblaster Cannons, stuff like that comes in at the very late game. Those will be your rare units. But again, to round off the core, let's go into the Silver Helms. And I'm actually going to go into a little blurb too about elves and horses, because all manners of beasts have a very close kinship with elves. Dragons, we're going to go into that a little bit later in a sec when we dip into the special units and the rare units, but horses just as well. So elves are horse masters without peer, and their knightly hosts can be accounted amongst the most glorious in the known world. Such is the duty and right of Ulthuan's nobility to ride to war in the raiment and splendor of the heroes of old, to fight in the forefront of battle, and to repeat the glories first won by the knights of Anarion's court. Yet all the courage and skill of Ulthuan's knights would be as nothing without their swift elven steeds, whose intelligence and faithfulness far outstrips the horses of other lands. And this is going to jump naturally right into the Silver Helms. And we'll cut also into the Illyrian Reavers right after that. Of all the High Elf Knights, it is the Silver Helms who are seen as the perfect exemplars of martial grace and valor to which young elves should aspire. Dragon princes are too distant and aloof. Illyrian Reavers perhaps a touch too wild and uncivilized. Silver Helms are proud without being haughty, and brave without being undisciplined. Thus, Ulthuan's legends more often center around the deeds of its Silver Helms than any other warriors within the 10 realms, where the ranks of archers and spear regiments are drawn from the citizenry of Ulthuan. The Silver Helms are recruited purely from families of noble blood. Whilst such a calling is not compulsory, a few amongst the nobility are prepared to invite dishonor by not fulfilling their duty. Furthermore, service as a Silver Helm is often considered the finest way for a noble to prove himself as a warrior and leader both. A Silver Helm's first lessons drive out his desire for individual glory and personal renown, replacing it with a pride that stems from his regiment's deeds. As his training progresses, he learns to more fully master his steed. A Silver Helm must ride unflinchingly into the din of battle, and his horse must bear him hence without hesitation or spoken command, trampling foes that block the path. There are few more glorious sights in all of Ulthuan than when a regiment of Silver Helms dips its lances and charges into the fray. The Silver Helms are willing to throw themselves into the most dangerous of battles. They do so in the understanding that glory awaits those who prevail, and they are arrogant enough to believe that they can succeed no matter the odds. For these young nobles, there can be no hesitation in facing any foe. It is those victories that are hardest won which bring about the sweetest glories and earn the grandest renown. And we'll jump right now to the Illyrian Reavers. In the time of Calidor, all of Ulthuan was in turmoil, and the armies of Malekith roamed freely, destroying and slaying at will. With his armies already stretched to the limit, the Phoenix King called for brave young horsemen to ride the troubled lands. Many youths answered his call, eager to prove their worth. But the greatest in number by far came from Illyrian, a land renowned for its fine horses and skilled riders. Throughout the long and bitter war and into the dark days of the Sundering, these valiant riders served Calidor well. In small groups, they traveled quickly and secretly across the land, taking messages and soliciting support from amongst the Elven realms, ambushing patrols and intercepting raiders. Calidor named the swift Elven horsemen in his Reaver Knights, and they have been known by that title ever since. These Illyrian Reavers were skilled at living deep inside the enemy territory, finding their sustenance in the wilds and launching ambush after ambush upon the foe. Their tactics were aggressive to the point of recklessness, striking hard and fast against the more ponderous enemy formations before vanishing into the wilderness. Soon, Malekith's dread armies became wary of leaving their fortified encampments, except in large numbers. Yet, the Reavers' worth lay not only in direct battle. When not fighting, they spread the word of Calidor's struggle, helped loyal elves to escape the Witch King's clutches, and fostered rebellion within his ranks. At the time, not all who followed Malekith were fully committed to his tainted cause, and some could be drawn back to the light with a well-spoken word or deed. To this day, the Illyrian Reavers still form a deadly part of the Ulthuan's army. They rove the wild lands of Illyrian, slaying the monstrous beasts that leave the borders of the Anuli and seek to rampage through the inner kingdoms. Many a cockatrice or chimera has been laid low by the well-placed arrows or spear thrusts of the noble youths, and many more dark elves have had their cruel raids cut short. Indeed, such pride do the Illyrian Reavers take in their kills that many of the young nobles keep a tally of slain foes. When the sun sets and the fighting ceases, he whose spear has felled the greatest number of enemies is granted the honor of carrying the regiment's standard into the next battle. However, he who slays the mightiest opponent receives Coronos' favor. When next he rides to war, he will do so as one of Coronos' harbingers, blessed with peerless aim by the wild god of the hunt. So you again have two very kind of familiar approaches to cavalry that we've seen in other armies. So you take a look at, let's just look at vampire counts. You've got their black knights with or without shields. That's probably how they'll do the Silver Helms, because you can choose to give them shields or not. You've got the Illyrian Reavers, which are going to match some of the fast attack cavalry units of a lot of other armies. The Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, the Pistoliers. A lot of other armies have this dynamic. So we should expect to see this from the High Elves. And you have a really cool approach in both of these units. They fit two different niches, and they look entirely different too. I mean, you've got your Silver Helms, which are these knights in shining armor type approach to elves, more or less. You've got the barding all over the horses. They're covered from head to toe in armor as well. Then you've got the Illyrian Reavers, which are a little more lightly armored. They've got bows. They've got throwing spears. They've got more not flowers, but feathers on their helmets and on their horses. They look the part of what they're trying to embody. And it's funny because you notice that I'm talking about Kurnos, which is the same patron god of the Wood Elves, who is the wild god of the hunt. And again, this is where we get into the whole fact that the Wood Elves, High Elves, and Dark Elves all used to be the same elf at one point. But that rounds off our core units, and that gives us a good idea of what we're gonna be seeing in the first couple turns. And again, it's the same kind of mentality across all the core units. You've got a very well-disciplined, fast fighting force that is well-armored and well-armed, but is not physically very strong. They are elves in the long run, so they're not as strong as, say, a barbarian in the north, like a marauder. I'm sorry, like a chaos warrior is what I meant to say. With their natural strength of 3 and natural toughness of 3, we can expect them to be not papery, but a little bit not as stalwart as, say, again, chaos warriors or dwarf warriors who can really toes to the line. But with that, we'll kind of jump onto some of the other units of the High Elves. And we'll cut right into, again, the special units, starting with one of my personal favorites. In fact, all of these special units are my favorites. Every time I go to field a High Elf army, I try to include each one of them, which more often than not you can't do depending on your point range and what your army comp is like. But still, they're all individualistically really awesome, and they have rich backgrounds. So it's hard to choose one or the other because they're all so badass. But we'll get started with the White Lions of Trace. The White Lions have served as the personal guard of the Phoenix King since the time of Calidor I. Whilst hunting in Trace, Calidor received the news that he was to be the next Phoenix King. He immediately took the road to the Shrine of Aislinn, but was intercepted by Dark Elf assassins. He would surely have died, but for the intervention of a party of Tracian woodsmen who swept out of the forest to defend him. The Tracians slew the Dark Elves, and thereafter saw Calidor safely to the Phoenix Shrine, employing every iota of their woodcraft to avoid further Dark Elf ambushes that lay in their path. Calidor's first act, once crowned as Phoenix King, was to form the Tracians into an official bodyguard based in Lothern. A warrior can only join the ranks of the White Lions after displaying considerable valor and skill upon the battlefield. He must then also complete the traditional rite of a Tracian warrior to hunt and kill a white lion. These great cats are amongst Trace's fiercest creatures. They stand as tall as the shoulder as a horse. They stand as tall at the shoulder as a horse, and a swipe of their claws is enough to shatter a spine. There are accounts of prides of white lions ravaging convoys and even attacking isolated villages should they become hungry enough. To slay such a beast is therefore an exceptionally difficult task, but if the warrior succeeds, he is entitled to wear the lion's pelt as a mark of courage. The thick pelt has another use too. Worn over armor, it offers excellent protection against arrows and shot. Although every Phoenix King since Calidor the Conqueror has offered his bodyguard their choice of replacement weaponry, the White Lions continue to proudly bear the traditional woodsman's axe into battle. Many of the axes are ancient heirlooms, handed down from father to son across the centuries untold. Yet, they never lose their keen edge, and can fell a tree or cleave a man in half with but a single blow. White Lion regiments are often dispatched to join the armies of Ulthuan during times of particular danger, tasked with protecting High Elf generals and mages, or bolstering the overall strength of the army. White Lions are renowned for their unflinching courage in the face of overwhelming odds and terrible horrors, protecting their charge whatever the fate and regardless of the danger to themselves. So as you can see, they're pretty rad. They've got a really cool, rich history. They kind of sound almost like Roman Praetorians. I love the way they look because, as you can see here, you know, they've got these. They're not very heavily armored, but those lion pelts confer a pretty large save against missile damage, which helps get them into close combat pretty quickly. And I think that we're going to see those make a translation here into the tabletop pretty well. And I just love the way they look with their giant plume on their head. And that, again, that's kind of characteristic of special units in general. They do have that plume, but you've got that massive axe. And if you've played Warhammer Online, you got to play as a White Lion of Trace, which was awesome, because in doing so, you got to have a White Lion as a pet, which was really, really cool, because as you leveled up, that White Lion got more and more armored looking and became more beastly. And they had a really good, cool progression system with that as far as how the armor looked and the tier looked, because the White Lions in the tabletop game have a flat look. And in Warhammer Online, you kind of got to see how a squire, or I guess the base White Lion, progresses through the ranks and grows to look really fucking cool. But that gives you an idea of what lions are going to be like. So you've got a unit that wields great weapons, so they'll be very good against AP. They'll have really good missile resistance. They'll have low melee defense, which will be probably their weakness as it is in the tabletop. But they're also stubborn, which means that they probably will have Unbreakable as part of their ability set, which would be very interesting to see too, because they are one of the only units in the Dark Elf. I'm sorry, this is not the Dark Elves, not yet. High Elf army with a natural strength of 4. So we were saying that the majority of the army is weak physically. Not these guys. They're woodsmen. They're lumberjacks, quite literally. So they have a higher strength. So they hit a lot harder too. So I'd be curious to see if that translates to a higher weapon strength. They also have a higher weapon skill, so that would translate to a better melee attack. And as I understand, weapon strength is how much damage is done. Melee attack is how likely your unit is to hit. And how that translates from the tabletop, weapon strength is how likely you are to hit, and strength is how hard you're going to hit. And typically it's also done from the weapon too. So if you have like a great weapon, your strength is through the roof. But that kind of, they've got a chariot variant, which we'll touch into a little bit later, because I want to go over the Tyrnok and White Lion chariots together. But we'll jump on over to the Swordmasters of Hoeth. And we've brought up Hoeth a little bit before, and Safari, but that's where you're going to find all of the mages and everything, and the Swordmasters. And I don't want to ruin it too much because we're about to read exactly what they do. The Swordmasters have a very specific role when it comes to those mages. So let's just jump right into these guys. And we can go a little bit into the Lore Master, but I don't want to focus on him so much because I'm not sure if he's going to make it into the game. But he just has a really cool history that I want you guys to get a part of to help build that imagery of what Hoeth is like. But Swordmasters are exemplars of the martial arts. Each has studied warfare and personal combat for decades, or even centuries. It is even said that the highest masters of the order can slay a foe with but a touch or kill with a single precisely pitched whistle. When Ulthuan marches to war, none go more eagerly than the Swordmasters of Hoeth, for only in war can they truly unleash the full extent of their deadly art. As the Swordmasters advance, their blades blur and weave, knocking aside arrows in mid-flight and leaving trails of bloody spray wherever Hoeth-forged steel tastes flesh. The Swordmasters' great swords are forged beneath the Tower of Hoeth by smiths whose secrets are the envy of even the priests of Vol. Each elegant blade is as long as an elf is tall, yet it is balanced so perfectly that to a warrior skilled in its use, it seems as light as a feather. So keen is the great sword's edge, and so enduring are the enchantments woven into its blade, that its sharpness is never dulled, no matter how many helms or skulls are cloven by its strikes. And this is, again, you're seeing a high weapon skill unit in weapon skill 6, which is one higher than even the White Lions of Trace. And you've got the cool thing about these guys is that they've got a deflect shot ability. As I was reading in their description, they literally can deflect arrows. So that should infer them an additional missile bonus. But using great weapons again, and they don't have the ability, they don't have any heavy armor. So you see where their weakness kind of lies, and they're very specialized units. They're kind of almost seen as blenders. You throw them up against a heavy armored unit, and they're going to rip through that unit like butter. But if that unit gets a chance to swing back, because as we've said, they have initiative 5 and always strike first. That always strike first kind of overrides the fact that they're using great weapons, so they still can strike first, unless that opponent's got that as well and a higher initiative, a la Dark Elves. But still, the Sword Masters have that ability to rip through units quickly, but they're not very stable. They don't have the ability to really take a lot of shots or take a lot of damage back at them. Still, though, I use them in my army all the time. I love the way the models look. It's just really cool to see. I even like, even though the majority of the elves you see, they're in quote-unquote light armor, it still is really cool. It's got that standard like brigandine or scale armored look with the overlapping scales on their leg protection with the breastplate for their chest. Nothing on the arms, or they have a helmet on as well, but nothing like on their legs outside of that male dress, more or less. But it has a really cool look to it that I really enjoy. It has a very typical fantasy elf look. Whenever I see the Lord of the Rings elves, they look almost the same, but a little bit different attire. The Lord of the Rings elves almost have more like leafy motifs over their armor, whereas the high elves have more wings on them, or more like pointed stars, or more rubies. So the difference of approach, I guess you could say. But still, let me just read this blurb on Lore Masters to give you an idea of how the Lore Masters are. They are infantry characters as well. They can't ride anything, which not that great, but I use them in my army because they're really cool, because if you place them with other Sword Masters, they kind of have an amazing synergy. And them being lords, they can get pretty damn powerful. So, again, I don't think they'll be in the game, but here's a little blurb on them. Enjoy. The path of the Sword Master is not only the one taught within the Tower of Hoeth. Here can be found many disciplines of art, magic, and war. Most scholars confine themselves to studying but a single path, honing their skills until perfection is achieved. Even amongst the rarefied ranks of elf kind, it is unusual to find an intellect capable of mastering an entire path, let alone show accomplishment in several. But it is not impossible. Such is the achievement that marks out a lore master from a mere scholar. Lore masters are invariably gifted warriors, for their intellects find even the exacting disciplines of the sword master almost childishly easy to master. Similarly, each lore master has a faultless grasp of the principles of magical lore. However, he seldom wastes time in committing more than a sliver of battle magic to a memory. He is concerned with weightier and more elusive spells that are little suited to the battlefield. Beyond this, it is rare to encounter two lore masters who have trodden the same path to illumination. Even to an elven mind, the realm of knowledge is a labyrinth, and none can explore all of its many chambers. Indeed, centuries of scholarship have left more than a few lore masters with a touch of eccentricity. Nevertheless, no commander will spurn a lore master's services if they are offered, for their synthesis of magical fury and swordsmanship is truly formidable. So that's just kind of giving you an idea of what that unit is like. I hope they're in the game. I mean, I see that we get like an expansion of lords all the time. Like, you know, you started off in Empire with your wizards, and you started off with your Elector counts, and eventually we got the Sigmar, not the Hammers of Sigmar, but the Priests of Sigmar, which was awesome. So hopefully we can get something like that, because I would really personally love to see them in the game. But taking a step away from just like the kind of rank and file infantry, let's move into another unit of special units of renown, I guess, the Shadow Warriors. And the Shadow Warriors are pretty cool as well, because they are very similar to the Way Watchers of the Wood Elves, but they hail from Nagaraith, which is that war-torn northern realm that Narion held his court in. So they kind of have a very negative connotation amongst the other high elves. Shadow Warrior, ooh, bad, ooh. But you'll see here from this little blurb how they kind of place into the elf society and how they kind of operate. But the opening battles of the Elven Civil War were fought in the cities of Nagaraith. Fire and madness flowed through once peaceful streets, Brother fought against brother, and mothers screamed for the blood of their children. When the fighting was done, many proud cities had been destroyed forever, and even the stain of kinslaying tainted the stones long after the blood had washed away. Scattered and desperately outnumbered, the loyalists fled into the darkness. They swore before all the gods of heaven that they and their descendants would continue the fight against Malekith and his treacherous forces throughout eternity if such was the need. Thus did these ill-fated elves become the Shadow Warriors, the darkest, most sinister, and most brutal of all the High Elves. From carefully concealed hiding places deep within the Shadowlands, these loyal sons and daughters of Nagarath fought a blood-soaked war against Malekith's traitors. Ambush and deception were their tools, for they lacked the numbers for more conventional war. In the weeks and months that followed many of the Witch King's patrols, perished in lonely places, throats slit or pierced by arrows. To this day, the descendants of the Shadow Warriors continue their grim battle against the Dark Elves, whether on the shores of Ulthuan or the lands beyond. Tactics and skills that began out of desperation have now been honed to a fine and sinister art, passed down with family names and the last precious traditions of an older, more civilized Nagarath. Even at times when the populace of Ulthuan does not consider itself at war, there is no respite for the Shadow Warriors, only a ceaseless vigil against the approach of those traitors who sank their homeland beneath the waves. The hatred that the Shadow Warriors reserve for the Dark Elves is boundless, for the sundering costs them not just their lands and loved ones, but also forever stained their reputation with suspicion and dread. Any Dark Elf captured by the Shadow Warriors can expect a long and painful death. The Shadow Warriors' relationship with the rest of Ulthuan is a troubled one. Many High Elves mistrust them, ill at ease with their stony hearts and ruthless ways. Indeed, while they would only speak of it with caution, there are those who whisper that the Shadow War has left the Shadow Warriors more like their enemies than they would dare to admit. For their part, the warriors of Nagarath deem their distant kin to be soft and naive. Silently, however, they remain secretly grateful that the burden of the Shadow Warriors has not yet fallen upon their whole race. Whilst the Shadow Warriors never directly respond to a cry for aid, many a battle has been swung by an unlooked-for volley of black-fletched arrows, or the silent slaughter of an enemy sorcerer thought invulnerable behind his own lines. Though they are shunned and distrusted by their own folk, the bleak wardens of Nagarath know full well where their loyalties lie. So you have a really awesome unit in the Shadow Warriors. They were probably one of the first units I saw of the High Elves, outside of just their archers. And I was like, ooh, these guys are cool, because they have these hoods on. Some of them have helmets on, and they have this really kind of cool, almost like an elf ninja approach. Very similar to the Way Watchers, how they're hooded with their masks over their face. The Shadow Warriors are somewhat similar in the sense that they've got these big black cloaks around them. They are Vanguard type units, so you'd place them to harass the enemy. They're not there for direct confrontation. They've got really high ballistic skill and weapon skill, so they can take out like an enemy artillery piece very quickly, very soundly, or you can place them in the way of a unit and kind of do some minimal damage before ultimately losing the unit, but doing what they're supposed to do: harass or block or disrupt the enemy's plans. And they're pretty awesome. You can actually have a lord or hero be kitted very similar to a Shadow Warrior and make him a walking ballista. So it's pretty awesome, the lore behind the Shadow Warriors, and I really enjoy that kind of dynamic. And what we might see from them in a in Warhammer Total War 2 is, I would assume, some sort of mechanic where they're always hidden, like night goblins and the such. They're skirmishers, so there's not a lot of them in one place, but I think they're going to play very similar to Way Watchers in that they don't have a shooting arc. They can shoot all around them, and the fact that they've got hatred Dark Elves. So I don't know if they've done anything like that in the actual game yet, with, like, say, the Slayers and Greenskin or anything like that. But it'd be interesting to see that dynamic, and I bet we'll probably see something where they do get some sort of like armor piercing dynamic or mechanic as well. But that kind of that does us for the Shadow Warriors, and again, the really cool kind of different from the previous two that we've talked about, because we've talked about the White Lions, very core infantry unit, the bodyguards, the Praetorians, more or less, which also kind of share a role with the Phoenix Guard, which we're about to jump into, and the Sword Masters, which are elite kind of blender unit, high damage, not as much armor though. But now we're going to get into a bit of the stockier, or I'd say the stockiest unit next to the Dragon Princes in the High Elf range, and that's the Phoenix Guard. And the Phoenix Guard, again, really awesome unit. It's hard to say that any one unit in the special is not my favorite, because they're all so damn cool, like I've been saying. But here's a little bit about the Phoenix Guard, and I'll read that blurb about the Anointed of Assyrian that I brought up earlier, because they just go hand in hand, so I wanted to keep them together. But the Phoenix Guards are the guardians of the Shrine of Assyrian, the great pyramid temple in the Sea of Dreams. Deep within lies the Chamber of Days. On its ancient walls, it is said, there are the histories of past, present, and future, etched in words of fire. Legend tells that any who behold that wall shall forever be cursed with knowledge of their own death. The Phoenix Guards do not utter a word. It is forbidden for those who have seen the secrets of time to speak of them, and all who do so take a magical vow of silence from which they can never be released. Viewed by many as a curse, this vow is but part of a broader dedication that each Phoenix Guard makes to Assyrian, a covenant that fills the Creator God's chosen warriors with a portion of his almighty power. Thus do the Phoenix Guards benefit from divine protection that no sorcery or blade can easily breach, and know a sense of purpose that transcends their mortal origins. As the sworn warriors of Assyrian, the Phoenix Guard lie beyond the rule of nobles and princes. Only the Phoenix King, the vessel of Assyrian's will, can command them. Indeed, they often act as the king's personal emissaries upon the battlefield, taken by many elves as a sign that, even though the Phoenix King himself cannot be present at the battle, it is never far from his thoughts. When their lord orders them to war, the Phoenix Guard are grim and resolute, clad in ornate armor and armed with tall ceremonial halberds that can cleave a foe from top to tail in a single well-aimed blow. While their stony quiet is unnerving, the aura of godly might that surrounds them is far more horrifying. Their eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity born of unshakable faith in the Creator God of the elves, and the air around a regiment of Phoenix Guard literally throbs with the raw power of Assyrian. Any who would stand in their way are assailed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Regiments of Phoenix Guard are always found where the fighting is fiercest and victory hardest won, for their gift allows them to see confluences and crux points upon the battlefield that lie hidden to mortal eyes. Each warrior knows his appointed hour of death, but none seek to delay that fatal moment. Whether battle brings victory or defeat, life or death, the Phoenix Guard fight on without fear. And it's a really, really awesome unit because they cause fear in and of themselves. They are heavily armored. They're, like I said, one of the most heavily armored units, especially on foot, of the High Elf army. And they get a ward save, so they can roll against things that would otherwise kill them. So they're very, very stocky. They are going to be your main tank unit of the army, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them put into Warhammer 2 with blazing eyes and with weapons on fire, kind of like Knights of the Blazing Sun or like Grail Knights. So to have that kind of really cool mechanic where they stand out on the field, because they do cause fear anyway. So why not make them ferocious? But I'm really excited to see how this works out, because since they've got that, what is called in the book, a witness to destiny, they have a 4+ ward save on top of their heavy armor, which is just rad. They can really, really take a beating. So I would imagine some defense against magic, some maybe missile resistance. I don't know. That ward save kind of infers a lot, and there already is a ward save mechanic in the game, so I'm wondering how they're going to play that out. They use halberds, so they would be great weapons again. They would probably be strong against large and AP with those halberds. But I'm really curious to see, because with what we've got in the special units, so you've got the White Lions, the Sword Masters, and the Phoenix Guard. All three use great weapons. I would say the White Lions maybe would be more anti-infantry, or maybe the Sword Masters are more anti-infantry because they've got naturally 2 attacks and they've got a high weapon skill. So maybe they'll treat them as true blenders and give them AP with anti-infantry or what have you. And I would assume that the Phoenix Guard would probably have magic attacks. So I'm very interested to see how they're going to play with 3 units that have great weapons, more or less, and the ability to do AP. It would suck to see 3 pretty much identical units, but I'm very curious to see how it plays out. But here's a little bit about that anointed of Assyrian we brought up earlier, just because I want you guys to have this cool little lore tidbit since we're already on the Phoenix Guard. In both matters, martial and spiritual, the Phoenix Guard take their lead from the anointed of Assyrian. These learned sages were once Phoenix Guards themselves, but over the centuries have chosen to immerse themselves in Assyrian's teachings. Much of their existence is spent within the Chamber of Days, learning the lessons of a past and future. Only when destiny stands upon a tipping point will an anointed of Assyrian leave the shrine, sent thither to bear witness to the Creator God's behalf, and bring hope to his mortal enemies. Or mortal children. No one wants to bring hope to the enemies. Where the anointed tread, the doubts and fears of their allies vanish like mist on the wind. Blows that should prove fatal are turned aside at the last moment. Enemy axes shatter on contact with shields, and dark sorceries collapse inward at the moment of casting. So you've got these anointed who actually confer a ward save to any unit they're in as part of their ability. And I don't know if they'll kind of be the quote-unquote assassin character of the High Elves. I hope it's just Shadow Warriors. I hope they just make... there's an actual named Shadow Warrior called Eltharion. I hope they just make something kind of like him. I think it's actually called the Shadow King. But it'd just be great to see that, because the High Elf kind of ninja character is really cool looking. And you guys have seen already from the pictures how awesome they look. But... so we've gone into the White Lions. I've shown you guys what they look like, the Swordmasters. We've done now here a little bit of the Phoenix Guards and the Shadow Warriors. But probably the most iconic unit of the High Elves, as far as cavalry goes especially, is the Dragon Princes. And the Dragon Princes round off our special units outside the chariots to give you, again, a very diverse and elite portion of your army. And keep in mind, these special units will probably be seen towards the later of the game, and the Dragon Princes in specific will kind of go toe-to-toe with some of the more elite Blood Knights or Grail Guardians we've seen so far. But here's a little bit about the Sons of Calidor. Long ago, Ulthuan was dominated by the valorous deeds and wise rule of Calidor's Dragon Princes. Now the royal bloodline has faded, and the power of the dragons has diminished. But Calidor's pride still shines bright. The princes of Calidor once rode dragons, but today they ride to war upon swift horses. Both mount and rider wear crested Ithilmar armor, whose style echoes that of the dragon riders of old. This dragon armor is forged in the heart of Val's anvil, where ancient enchantments are bound into the cooling Ithilmar, ensuring that no lesser flame than the fires of Val can offer harm to the armor or its wearer. Dragon Princes consider themselves so superior to Ulthuan's other soldiers as to have nothing remarkable in common with them at all. Worse, they pay little heed to others, though they may consent to consider suggestions. In many warriors, this arrogance would be dangerous, yet in the Dragon Princes, this pride springs from an utter surety of deed and a martial judgment that borders on the supernatural. When the Dragon Princes enter the fray, they undertake only the most dangerous of tasks. They crash into the enemy with arrogant disdain, slaughtering the foe with masterful strikes from both lance and sword. Indeed, it is said that the Knights of Calidor can reduce an enemy warband to ruin more swiftly and mercilessly than any of Ulthuan's other warriors. Only in the thick of battle does a Dragon Prince's true character emerge. Hauteur gives way to determination, arrogance to courage. Gone is the aloof noble who disdains the company of all save his own kin. In his place rides a warrior who would die without hesitation if his sacrifice would save but one of Ulthuan's people. Only when the battle light fades from the Dragon Prince's eyes does the aspect of Calidorian noble slide back into place. Callous pride returns, leaving those who saw the selfless hero behind the mask to question if he ever truly existed at all. So you have these really awesome avatars of war almost in the Dragon Princes, and they're really, really cool units. Like, I mean, their armor is so awesome and ornate. It's got dragon swept wings over the shoulders. The helmet is a giant dragon head, dragon more or less. I mean, it has a giant head on it sometimes, and it's got big wings. And the shields are really cool and ornate. Everything about this unit in general is beautiful. I mean, you can see from these models that they're very awesome. I mean, I like these models so much that I use them in my Vampire Counts army, and just I bought another unit of them. I took the faces and I actually filed them out, so it's just like it looks like a ghost head is in there, and I use them as my Blood Knights, just because I wanted them to have a little bit more of an ethereal look to them. But some of them I kept the actual faces in and made them look like undead dragon princes. But it's such an awesome unit that I can't wait to see how they put this into the game. They have an actual ward save because they have what's called dragon armor, so it's a different armor altogether. Like dwarves have Grom armor, elves have dragon armor, so it also gives them resistance to fire. So I'd be really interested to see how that plays out. I'd be interested too to see if they give them maybe magic attacks, but they'd be great against infantry. Maybe have a bonus to large. I'm not sure how they're going to do this, because this unit has got, all of the elf units in general have really high leadership, so they're all pretty unlikely to flee. But with that though, you've got the dragon princes who have really high attacks. They don't trade a 1-for-1 with Blood Knights in the tabletop, because Blood Knights are considered a rare choice, but they're very strong. They're up there with the Knights of, the Knights of Bretonnia with their questing knights, or they're up there with chosen warriors on horseback, or chosen knights actually. So you've got a very, very, very strong cavalry presence in the entirety of the High Elf army. You've got a very strong infantry corps, but you also have the ability to jump onto chariots. And you've got two different ones. And most of the chariots in the game, like especially when you look at Chaos, they've got the Gorehound chariot and just the Chariot of Chaos with horses. So it's kind of the same thing with the High Elves. And you'll see with the Dark Elves have a similar dynamic. But you've got a Tyrannok chariot, and then you've got a White Lion of Trace, or Lion Chariot of Trace. And I'll go into the Lion Chariot of Trace first, because I think it's a little bit cooler. It's a chariot literally drawn by white lions. So not all white lions are killed out of hand. The High Elves take no joy in needless slaughter, and often stay their blades should cubs be discovered. These infants would doubtless become savage and deadly beasts if they were left in the wild. But with expert care, the young white lions are raised to become as loyal as griffins. These tame white lions swiftly form a bond with the Thracian hunters that foster them, and later serve the armies of Ulthuan as war lions. So do many of the Phoenix King's bodyguards ride to battle in lion chariots. Each of these white timbered constructions is drawn by a pair of snarling white lions, whose savage power is belied by their feline grace and elegantly plated manes. Whilst a Tyrannok chariot might sweep across the battlefield, carefully picking at the foe, a lion chariot of Trace charges headlong into the fray. As the war lions tear into the foe with fang and claw, the crew fight from the chariot platform, cleaving heads from shoulders with every axe blow. Such daring charges have become the hallmark of lion chariots, earning them a well-deserved reputation as the bane of even the most determined shield wall. So you get a very, just kind of like the Gorehound chariot, a very impact-heavy chariot that's meant to get up there, up and close and personal, and do some very heavy damage to the opponent. Whereas the Tyrannok chariot is not that. And so you can see right here, we've got the White Lion chariot, really awesome. Those huge hulking beasts. Some people did some really cool conversions in that they wanted to have a army based entirely off of Trace. So they'd take those white lions and actually mount a elf lord on top of them. You know, you take like the bottom of, say, like a silver helm model, and take the top of a white lion model and pop it right on that sucker. And you have a really awesome, really different approach to that model. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. I might have one. I don't want to say, here's the picture and have it not be there, but I think I've got one from a friend who did one that was really, really beautifully done. But let's jump on into the Tyrannok chariots, which kind of fit the same role that the Illyrian Reavers do, just like the White Lion chariots fit the role that the White Lions do. The High Elves of Tyrannok are an adventurous people, proud of their fighting traditions and deeply embittered by the wars that ravaged their realm. When the Phoenix King calls the subjects to war, the fiery knights of Tyrannok are always among the first to answer, riding to battle at the head of a mighty chariot host. Spear points and helms gleam in the light of the rising sun, and the ground trembles beneath their thundering hooves. Banners of white, gold, and blue stream in the wind. As one, the charioteers give voice to the battle hymn of Tyrannok, a rousing and beautiful anthem sung at the mustering of the host since ancient times. In battle, the Tyrannok charioteers fight with incredible skill, deft reactions complementing the speed of their straining elven steeds. Thus do they find passage where lesser mortals could not hope to do so. They weave between enemy units at full speed, raining arrows onto unprotected flanks and raking enemy lines with steel-tipped spears. Only when the enemy is sufficiently weakened do the Tyrannok charioteers crash into the press of melee in a glorious massed charge, the steeds biting and kicking, the riders thrusting their spears into the black hearts of their foes. So, the real big difference between these two chariots is the rider and the overall toughness of the chariot. So, when looking at the lion chariot, you've got, rather than elven steeds, you've got war lions. It doesn't move as fast, but you've got a beast that can slam into close combat. With the Tyrannok chariots, you actually have the ability to shoot from it, whereas lion chariots you do not. You've got people that are on the back of it with axes, and that the lion chariot causes fear and it's stubborn, so it's not going to break as easily. So you definitely have the utility of two different chariots, but with two different use cases in mind. But that kind of rounds off the special units, and with that we'll get to the other boys in the band, or the rare units as they're called, or the probably the ones that we'll see towards the end of the game, as they'll be deeper in the tech line to create, just like the steam tank or the Hellfire volley cannon, any of the larger creatures of any army, like the dragons and whatnot. And I did say I was going to go over the dragons and the lore behind them, pretty much just the excerpt from the book on it, because there's so many different kinds: the sun, the moon, and the star dragon. The sun dragon being the weakest, the star dragon being the strongest. But let me read this bit, as it's pretty awesome because the dragons play such a central role in all of the High Elf lore. So dragons are amongst the oldest of all living creatures. They antedate the rise of chaos and rode the thermals of ancient volcanoes long before warm-blooded creatures ruled the world. They are wise and aloof, viewing those around them with a perspective that only the eldest creatures can share. Every land has its legends and folktales concerning dragons. Legends of fanged mouths that belch scorching flame, and of taloned claws sharp enough to slice through stone. In such tales, dragons are cruel and whimsical tyrants, given to the slaughter of peoples and the ruination of cities. Certainly, dragons are capable of such things, for their raw power exceeds that of any living creature, and their minds are every bit as wise and cunning as the elves. On Ulthuan, dragons are the subjects of legends quite different to the terrifying folk tales of other lands. Without the dragons of Ulthuan, the High Elves would have been annihilated thousands of years ago, for the dragons are the elves' oldest and greatest allies. Within Ulthuan, the realm of Calidor is the home of the dragons, and in ancient days, those noble beasts seemed almost without number. However, these times have changed. Now, in colossal caverns found deep within the Dragon-Spine Mountains, the dragons sleep away the centuries. A mysterious languor that began in the earliest years of Tethys' reign has caused more and more dragons to enter a slumber from which only ancient Caledonian songs can rouse them. The songs of dragon waking are an ancient and closely guarded trust. Any who learn their secrets are then bound by a dolorous enchantment that will bring about their doom should ever the covenant be betrayed. Secrecy is essential for the survival of Ulthuan's dragons, for the Dark Elves both covet and hate the mighty creatures. Though there are few dread lords that do not desire to command such a beast, most would as soon butcher every last one, just to deny them to the High Elves. Whilst the Dark Elves have some few dragons of their own, they are black-hearted monsters, twisted by hate, a poor comparison to the noble beasts of Calidor. Few young dragons are hatched now on Ulthuan. The youngest dragons are referred to by the elves as sun dragons, in reference to their hot tempers and the rich, warm hue of their scales. Those dragons that surpass the sun dragons in might and enlightenment are known as moon dragons. The oldest and most powerful of Ulthuan's dragons are referred to as star dragons, for they are truly as ancient as the very stars of the firmament. While any dragon can savage an entire regiment of warriors, tear a manticore apart or rip the head off a wyvern, a star dragon is so physically powerful that it can battle against even the greater demons of chaos and prevail. So I'm very interested to see if they have that kind of mechanic in the game, because the different age of dragons means results in a very powerful dragon or a decently strong dragon. I mean, if you're taking a look at just their stat points alone, a Sun Dragon would have weapon skill of 5. That converts, remember, to melee attack, and their strength is 5, which would again convert to weapon strength. So they're not as strong as their star counterparts, which have weapon skill of 7 and a strength of 7 and a toughness of 7. So they're slower initiative-wise because they're older dragons, but they've got more attacks, they've got more wounds, meaning more health. So I'm very interested to see if they kind of enter that dynamic into it. And they also have a breath attack as well. So all those things I'm very interested in. And although those are not rare choices, we're going to be talking about a lot of beasts in the rare category. So I wanted to bring them up and kind of read a little bit about them because it felt a little on point with some of the other beasts that we'll be talking about. Because we'll be getting into the eagles next here, as well as the phoenixes very last. But the eagles and the griffins play a large role in the high elf kind of, not hierarchy, but might. Because we've seen it in a lot of other races, how they've got access to hippogriffs, or they've got access to winged Pegasi, and various other creatures. But the griffins and the great eagles are two pretty important ones for the high elves, and there's not much on them, but it's still worth kind of going into. But the griffins, here's a little bit on them. The wild griffins of the Anuli Mountains are creatures of noble bearing and keen intelligence. Such is the griffin's wild appearance that a stranger to Ulthuan might deem it merely another savage beast of the mountains. Yet all elves know that griffins are seldom given to cruelty, at least so long as you do not offer harm to those they think of as kin. For an elf to have any hope of mastering a griffin, the beast must be captured and trained while still young, forging a bond that only death can shatter. Griffins are particularly favored by those who fight in the thick of the fray. Indeed, many a battle has been won at the moment of shrieking griffin, the moment a shrieking griffin descends into the heart of the enemy's army, leaving a trail of dismembered and disemboweled bodies in its wake. So, the really cool thing about griffins is they cause terror. So that's an awesome dynamic just to have in your army. And it's the same thing with dragons. They cause terror as well as any dragon would. But it's kind of like it's almost like a discount Sun Dragon is a griffin, because they've got such a nice stat line in the fact that they've got a very similar one, but just not as many points. And they don't have as strong of a natural toughness, and they don't have dragon scaly skin to act as an armor save for them. But the griffins, nonetheless, are very awesome. And as we've already kind of seen with some of the other units in the game, such as hippogriffs and whatnot, when you look at Leon Leonker or Karl Franz, you can expect griffins to be a pretty awesome incarnation in this game as well. And we'll round it off here with the great eagles. The great eagles of Ulthuan have always been firm allies to the elves. The histories tell that the two races have fought in one another's cause since the time of the demon invasion, but legend carries the friendship deeper into the past. Indeed, in some tales, it was Talon, king of the eagles, who bore Ereth Kial away to the underworld at Assyrian's command. Like the high elves, great eagles are haughty creatures who long remember insults and do not suffer foolish company gladly. When high elf armies assemble, the noble eagles too join the battle. They swoop down upon the crew of enemy war machines, tearing them apart with powerful talons before using mighty wings to glide swiftly away. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get great eagles in the same sense that we got them with the wood elves, as either a mount. There are no like kind of fast attack great eagle units for this army like there are for the wood elves, but either as a mount or a standalone war beast, kind of like how the giants are used in both the greenskins and in chaos. So I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of made its appearance here, sharing a very similar stat line as the great eagles from the wood elves. They do have a couple different upgrades in the high elf book, like the ability to have a little bit more strength on their charge, or having treading talons, which gives them armor piercing. So I wouldn't be, again, surprised if that made a transference to those in Total Warhammer 2. But that kind of rounds off the beasts. I want to save the phoenixes for last because they're really cool, and they're probably the best and the coolest rare choice of the high elf army book. I mean, best being kind of dependent upon the situation, but they're very standout and they're very awesome. And we got a glimpse of them at the very end of the trailer. Those three winged beasts flying down, those were definitely phoenixes because they had the nice, not chariot, but like throne on the back of them in the same way that these models do. We'll show them in a bit here. I don't want to get ahead of myself as I tend to do, especially with stuff I get excited about. But we'll touch on a little bit more of the Defenders of Lothern in the Sea Guard, and not just the Sea Guard, the unit, but some of their other capabilities. So the Eagle Claw bolt throwers are some of the most iconic artillery pieces in Warhammer and of the High Elves. They are the iconic artillery piece of the High Elves. So the Lothern Sea Guard are masters of the Eagle Claw bolt thrower that not only play pivotal roles upon the battlefield, but also bristle the sides of Ulthuan's warships and the battlements of her fortresses. Eagle Claws can be found not only in Lothern, but throughout the 10 Kingdoms. The bolt thrower's canny design allows its crews to alternate fire modes as needed. It can loose single shots capable of disemboweling a rampaging giant, or clutches of 6 lesser bolts to mow down massed infantry before they reach the High Elf lines. Such is the skill of the Sea Guard crew and the speed with which they reload that only seconds separate one deadly volley from the next. So I would be really interested to see how they do this. But it's an armor-piercing bolt thrower just like some of the other units in the game already utilize. So I'd love to really see how they make it different for the High Elves. Maybe it's a faster firing rate, or maybe it's got more ammunition. Or maybe it's got varying firing modes, or different. Maybe you can choose one Eagle Claw bolt thrower that is shooting one single bolt, and one that's using more anti-infantry by multiple bolts. So I really am curious to see how they do that. And with the Eagle Claw bolt throwers, you also have the Lothern Sky Cutters, which are really cool. They're basically these, and you'll see here from this picture, that they're basically these airships drawn by Great Eagles, which are really sick. Well, I'm sorry, not by Great Eagles, by ROCs, R-O-C. When the swift hawk ships of Lothern slip their moorings, they are accompanied to the open sea by Sky Cutters, sleek airborne chariots that rest upon a cushion of magic and are drawn into battle by the swift feather rocks that nest along the glittering coast. These serve as the eyes and ears of Lothern's fleets, allowing them to plan engagements long before the enemy is even aware of their presence. Sky Cutters also serve as the outriders of Lothern's armies, for they can go where their grounded kin cannot. Should a Sky Cutter's crew encounter a foe, their goal is to clear the skies, ensuring that Lothern will dominate the heavens in the battle to come. The bows of the Sea Guard crew can harry lesser troops, but larger foes ignore their arrows. Thus do the crew favor the compact Eagle-Eye bolt thrower, whose steel shots can deal a ruinous blow to even the mightiest of beasts. These prized weapons are mounted upon the Sky Cutter's prow, allowing the Sea Guard crew to maintain a constant barrage of fire even as they dive into the fray. So this is a slightly stronger version of the Eagle Claw bolt thrower that can shoot multiple times, but has a shorter distance. So I can definitely see the High Elves being one of those races that can contest, say, Bretonnia for air superiority. Or, the Vampire Counts have some air superiority as well, but I'm very interested to see how we'll see these Great Eagles, these Sky Cutters, play out to challenge that air superiority with their Great Dragons and Eagle Steeds, as well as the Griffins. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out in the grand scheme, but in the micro of just Total Warhammer 2, the Dark Elves will have similar competition for air, so it'll be a very interesting dynamic. But we've gotten through the beasts, we've gotten through the bolt throwers, we've touched on the Sky Cutter, and now we'll touch on the second to last rare unit here in the Sisters of Avalorn. And we kind of touched on Avalorn in general in the history of the High Elves. That this is a place where the Everqueen comes from, and the Everqueen being, of course, the incarnation of Lilith. I was actually correct when I said the lore. I wanted to make sure I was. But they talk about a lot of the gods in this book, about which ones the certain High Elves favor. Like we're talking about Kurnos earlier with the Illyrian Reavers. We're going to be talking about Lilith here with Avalorn. Anytime I've said Vol, that's one of the gods, kind of like the Greek god Hephaestus, which is prime to from smithing and creation. It's the same thing with Vol. But I'm getting ahead of myself yet again. So we've got the Sisters of Avalorn here. There are regions of Avalorn that the citizen levies are forbidden to enter. Some are sacred places of power, intrinsically linked with the rites of renewal by which the Everqueen helps sustain Ulthuan and its people. Others are dark and dangerous places from which the touch of chaos never truly faded. It is the duty of the Sisters of Avalorn to watch over such places, to ensure that the sacred lands remain sacrosanct, and that the beasts who dwell on the tainted reaches stray not, or are swiftly slain if they do. Sisters of Avalorn are keen-eyed archers, elf maids chosen from the ranks of the citizen levy by the Everqueen's personal decree. By tradition, only the most gifted are welcomed into the Sisters of Avalorn, for just as the Everqueen embodies all that is ideal and embellished in the elven race, so too must her chosen guardians aspire to the perfection, not only in mind and in body, but also in pursuit of the spiritual. Such serves to raise the warriors of this maiden guard above the petty iniquities that so often pervade the Everqueen's court, ensuring that they remain incorruptible. The Sisters of Avalorn prefer to fight their battles at range, as their weapons do not fire ordinary arrows, but mythical bolts of white-blue flame that set tainted flesh afire. Yet the sisters shirk not from who walks the dark paths of Avalorn. I'm sorry about that. The sisters shirk not from close quarters battle, for no battlefield peril can overcome one who walks the dark paths of the Avalorn. Against charging knights, rampaging demons, or an entire coterie of Cainite assassins with cruel murder in their hearts, the warrior maids stand their ground. With precise aim and steady hearts, they loose arrows into the foe until the foe is full upon them. Then draw their swords and step into the fray. So you've got a really, really cool unit in the Sisters of Avalorn that are kind of like the Lothern Sea Guard, in that they can do the range damage and then get up close and personal and do the melee damage, because their weapon skill and ballistic skill is both 5, meaning that they can do some damage in both regard. Their strength only being 3 and their wound only being 1. They're not really meant to be up in close combat, but we're going to see a unit that's going to play very similar to, again, the Way Watchers, but with like a staying power, I guess you could say, with the ability to kind of stand toe-to-toe. And I'm very interested to see how their magical attacks on their bows are going to play out. Are they going to be armor-piercing? Because in the book, they have the ability to set things on fire. So it'd just be really cool to see how they're going to play with that dynamic. Because as you can see here, they're really, really cool units. They've got a lot of the same look of the Shadow Warriors, but a little bit cooler in the sense that their bows are literally just white, glowing bows with these awesome arrows and everything, kind of like those Starfire shafts whenever they're shot from the Wood Elves. So I'm really curious to see how that jumps into Warhammer Total War 2, because it's going to be pretty beautiful, I think. So we're going to jump now into the very last rare unit before we jump into the special characters and end this video. But the last one being here, we're kind of the epilogue as it is, but the last one being the Phoenixes. And there's 2 different types of Phoenixes. You've got the Flamespire Phoenix and the Frostheart Phoenixes. And I'll jump into the lore for one, and kind of the rule breakdown of the other, then the lore for the other, and a little rule breakdown of that one as well. But let's just jump in with the prototypical Phoenix, the Flamespire Phoenix. The Phoenixes of Ulthuan dwell amongst the flame spires, great alabaster pillars of rock that stand sentinel about the shrine of Aislinn. These constantly burn with magical flame, for Akshi, the wind of fire, gusts about these rocks as it is drawn inexorably towards the Isle of the Dead. Yet Akshi has left its mark on more than the silent stones. Over generations, the Phoenixes of the Flame Spires have become attuned to fire magic, harnessing it at whim. When a Flamespire Phoenix is enraged, its plumage explodes into a magical flame, causing the creature to leave a trail of angry fire in its wake. Should a Flamespire Phoenix be slain, it explodes, leaving naught behind but a shower of flaming cinders. If the winds of magic are at ebb, the creature perishes, as all living beings eventually must. Yet, if the air is sufficiently suffused with magic, the fiery fragments swiftly recoalesce. With a booming inrush of air and a flash of searing light, the Phoenix is reborn to fight anew. Flamespire Phoenixes lack the gift of a civilized tongue. However, they understand Elven speak well enough, and if they are treated with proper respect, can be bargained with. Indeed, an accord exists between them and the Phoenix Guard, with the latter often calling upon the birds to serve as war mounts. This is a truly fearsome combination, the clear-headed judgment of the Phoenix Knight directing the Flamespire's fire to where they can cause the most damage. And these are really, really awesome units, because They're flying. They've got fire. They've got flaming attacks. They're fireborne, meaning they don't take much damage from fire-based anything, and they cause terror. But some of the cool things about the Flamespire Phoenix, well, two of the cool things about the Flamespire Phoenix is when they fly over units in the tabletop, it does damage to them. It does a pretty strong hit to them too. I mean, I think it's, what is it? Let me see here. It's a Strength 4 hit, plus additional D3 hits per rank after the first. So it does a crap ton of damage to units by just simply flying over them. It does that does really well to hit just typical rank and file. I won't do a ton to elite, but still, it's an awesome mechanic. But one of the coolest things about them is they have this Phoenix Reborn ability, and with it, they can basically die and then come back to life. And in the tabletop, if you roll a 6+, they as the description says, they explode back into life. So it'd be very interesting to see them being used on the battlefield. You can get them into the thick of the fighting after more or less cycle charging them, and then maybe once they die, it's an egg that has a chance of exploding and rebirthing the Phoenix. I would love to see that dynamic. I'm not sure if it's going to make its appearance because they don't have a ton of that with the say stuff like the regeneration of trolls, but trolls do recover hit points pretty quickly. But outside of that, Phoenixes are attuned to magic, so they get the ability to get additional benefits from the Winds of Magic. So it'd be cool if there was a kind of a pre-battle ability that, okay, it's right about to start off, you roll for your Winds of Magic. Okay, this Winds of Magic is rolled. Here's the ability that's conferred to your Phoenix. So that happens at the beginning of the game whenever you have a Phoenix in your army. So I'd love to see that be translated into Total Warhammer 2. And as you can see, these units are just beautiful. It's one of the coolest models in the Warhammer Fantasy range because it's exactly how you would picture a Phoenix. From the art picture I just showed you, you can see that they're quite literally on fire. So it's really cool to see that, how they're going to play with that in Total Warhammer 2. You know that whole beast is going to be on fire and flaming and just be like catching the eye immediately once it comes onto the battlefield. I'm so excited to see that. But let's jump into the Frostheart Phoenixes here. As a Flamespire Phoenix ages, its body cools and even begins to sap heat from its surroundings. Finally, the plumage that once blazed with fire grows heavy with frost and ice. Once this occurs, the Phoenix must leave the Flamespires, for the chill that surrounds it causes agony in its brightly burning kin. Most such Frostheart Phoenixes dwell in lonely exile on crags about the Eotane coast, until their bodies finally freeze solid, to leave curious frozen statues along the crags and cliff tops. Others return to the Shrine of Assyrian to offer their final days in service as war steeds. Whilst a Frostheart Phoenix may not possess the vigor and fire it commanded in its youth, it is a much hardier mount. The ice that sheathes its form is hard as glass, and enemies, not having the benefit of the rider's enchanted armor, find their own strength and resolve, eaten away by its chill presence. Knowing they can no longer resurrect themselves in magical fire, the Frostheart Phoenix fight even harder and defiant in defense of their homeland, determined to end their existence, striking a final blow against the enemies of Ulthuan. So, you again kind of see that repeating motif with High Elves of the older becoming better, but also kind of at a sacrifice. You see that in the dragons. You see that in the race themselves. They're dying off, and they're at their twilight, but they're still far from not dangerous, you know. But the cool thing about the Frostheart Phoenixes is, yes, they are a hardier mount. They have higher strength, they have higher toughness, they have higher weapon skill, more wounds, they have the same wounds, but a little bit more attack and a little higher leadership. So that overall confers to a stronger, hardier unit in what would be Warhammer Total Warhammer 2. And I always say Warhammer Total Warhammer, but I mean Total War Warhammer 2. They have a much higher armor save too. They have a 5+ natural armor, which is nice. That should incur a bit of a melee defense bonus in Total Warhammer. But the cool thing is they get this blizzard aura, which slows down everything that's around them, and it makes them so they attack less. So I could see that converting to lower weapon strength, and maybe some mechanic where they actually attack slower. So I'd really love to see these units, and you can see right here, beautiful units again. You already saw them from the art picture, but here it is again, of just the blue to the red contrast. And you know they're going to be dripping with some kind of like ice graphic or some kind of display, something like that in the actual game. You can, from the actual models, the back of the Flamespire Phoenix on the wings has got like kind of a fiery, cindery look, and on the back of the Frostheart Phoenixes, as you can see, is like kind of a frosty snowflake look. But that rounds off the entire High Elf roster, but we cannot forget their legendary lores, Tyrion and Teclis. But I wanted you guys to get a good idea of where each one of these units places itself in the High Elf hierarchy, because everything has a very specific place in the High Elves, and that's what is so cool to me about the High Elves themselves. They're very disciplined, very structured army, and very similar to Empire in the sense it is a very structured army. Not so much discipline, not a lot of great leadership, but still, you get that same sense. And that's why I love that this kind of Imperial High Elf army. And there's no other elf in the fantasy world that really matches how High Elves look in Warhammer Fantasy. Now, I've always kind of said, every time I ever see elves in another world or another fantasy world, I'm like, oh man, I hope they're like the High Elves of Warhammer. Nope, nothing like it. But let's kind of round everything off here. Let's put a nice button on everything with the two legendary lords of Tyrion and Teclis. It's pretty important to note that these are pivotal characters in the Warhammer world. As the end times plays itself out, these guys are center stage of everything, and they're two characters that are near and dear to me, as most of everything is in High Elf lore. But they're amazing characters. I'm really excited to see them brought to life. But I'm going to read through their entire page in this book here. It's going to be a little bit long, but it's also really, really awesome. And I really want you guys to kind of share their history with me. I think it's a really, 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 really awesome history. And I'll go into a little bit about them on a stat basis, what I think they're going to be like in the game, and maybe a little bit about their magic items. I don't want to get too much into it because it's very speculative, but it's also just really cool to hear about, I think, for a lot of you guys that are such huge fans of Total War Warhammer, to hear what the board game is like and what a lot of us in the Warhammer community have just been obsessing about for years and years and years. I think Warhammer Fantasy came out in like the 80s. I know that Rogue Trader and 40K came out in 1987, but still, that's neither here nor there yet again. But here's your little bit here on Tyrion and Teclis, the defenders of Ulthuan. Among the High Elves, the names of Tyrion and Teclis are spoken with hushed respect. The fame of these twin brothers extend throughout Ulthuan and into the lands beyond. Born into one of the oldest families of Ulthuan, the brothers can trace their line back to the doomed Anarion, first and mightiest of the Phoenix Kings of Ulthuan. It is their destiny to perform mighty deeds and shape the fate of kingdoms. Prince Tyrion is the High Elves' greatest living warrior. So valiant and skilled is he that the bards of Ulthuan sing that he is nothing less than an Anarion reborn, a tale that is given credence far beyond Ulthuan shores. Since Tyrion's meteoric rise to fame, many have whispered of his destiny to lead the High Elves toward a glorious future, and perhaps one day to take the Phoenix Crown. If Tyrion hears such gossip, he pays it no heed, for he is unswervingly loyal to Finubar. Thus does Tyrion concern himself only with the twin duties of protecting Ulthuan and its Everqueen. However, the latter is seen less as a duty than it is a calling of the heart. It is common knowledge that Tyrion is Elariel's consort, and has been for many years. Though Tyrion is a great warrior, he is no politician, and he is much given to speaking his mind or openly speaking truth, where others would prefer only silence. But for his lineage and battle record, he would long ago have been ostracized by those noble who hold themselves to be cleverer and subtler than he. As it is, none wish to directly challenge he who banished the demon Nkari at the Phoenix Shrine, slew Urien Poisonblade upon the Finuval plain, and set the verminous horde of Crit Squeal to flight with the aid of none save his noble steed Mulhandir. Moreover, Tyrion enjoys not only royal patronage, he also counts many of Ulthuan's greatest heroes amongst his closest friends and allies. Indeed, some elves even whisper that Finubar has hidden Tyrion from a warrior's council, a body answerable to none save the Phoenix King himself. I'm sorry, that was form a warrior's council. Alas, Tyrion's future may yet come to naught. Across the long lineage, all who have sprung from the line of Morleon, son of Anarion, have been beset by a terrible curse. It has taken many forms that has passed through the generations, ranging from madness of spirit and weakness of body to other more insidious taints. Thus far, Tyrion appears unafflicted, though some whisper his black moods and short temper are but early signs that all should heed. It may yet be that High Elf's most stalwart defender might one day fade into tragedy or madness. Until that day, those who would threaten Ulthuan must first defeat Tyrion, heir of Anarion. Teclis is Tyrion's twin brother, but two more different siblings would be hard to find. Where the curse of Anarion has yet to leave an obvious mark upon Tyrion, it has made his brother frail and caustic. Indeed, so feeble is Teclis that his body can only be sustained by the consumption of magical potions. Yet no one, at least of all Tyrion, sees Teclis as the weaker twin. His destiny merely lies along another path. Teclis has been blessed with a talent for magic that makes him preeminent, not only amongst the mages of Ulthuan, but in the whole world. Though it is little acknowledged in Nagaroth, the Witch King accedes that Teclis is his superior, and since the Battle of Finuval Plain has taken care not to come into direct conflict with his younger cousin. It is even claimed that Teclis' power approaches that of the great necromancer Nagash, so it is fortunate that he has devoted his life to thwarting the powers of chaos and death. The twins also differ greatly in their strategic outlook. Where Tyrion sees the protection of Ulthuan as his chief duty, Teclis seeks to safeguard the whole world. Such is the ideology that led him to aid Magnus the Pious during the Great War against Chaos, and thereafter found the College of Magic in the Empire. Since then, Teclis has walked abroad in many other lands, sharing his wisdom with those who have need of it and wielding his magics to keep the dark forces of chaos at bay. Thus will Teclis' legend endure long after heroes of the sword have been forgotten, for his actions shape not a battle, nor even a campaign, but the future of the world indeed. Ulthuan is descending to a new age of darkness, and it may yet be that it does not survive the battles to come. If the realm does endure the woes that betide, it will be through the sword of Tyrion and sorceries of Teclis, unless, of course, the curse of Anarion claims them first. So you have this really awesome history in these two. Tyrion and Teclis, if you want to like a very pop culture-esque comparison, they parallel the Lannisters in Game of Thrones, where Tyrion Lannister, which is every time I see Tyrion Lannister, I think of this Tyrion from this game. I'm like, nah, that is quite the opposite. Tyrion Lannister is haggard and hunched over and mismatching eyes, very impish, unlike the actual show. But he's very smart and cunning and has a very good wit about him and knows politics and knows the world. And his brother Jaime is the swordsman that everyone's afraid of. You kind of see that parallel in Tyrion and Teclis, which is really awesome. And when it comes down to Tyrion's actual weapon stats, I mean, he's through the roof. He's got a weapon skill 9. I mean, he's one of the strongest actual figures in the entirety of the Warhammer world. I mean, he's got a weapon called Sung Thang, and this is the ancient sword. This ancient sword, forged to slay demons in the earliest days of Anarion's rule, burns with the captured fires of the sun. I mean, this thing slays through people, it cuts them like butter. He's got the dragon armor of Anarion, which allows him to have a +1 armor save, meaning his melee defense is through the roof, and he's also got a 4+ ward save on top of it. And he has the ability. He has a larger aura that inspires the army, so they can use his leadership from a greater distance than normal heroes, an additional 6 inches to be exact. So we should probably be seeing that in the game as well, allowing him to have maybe through a special, one of those very top special legendary lord only abilities that allows him to increase his radius of effect. With The Shadow and the Blade having recently come out, I want us all to board the hype train once more. We know that there is another DLC on the horizon that is going to be focused around a Greenskins update. And I will have my speculation on what I think that DLC is coming out on Friday. But as part of that speculation video, I want to do a little bit of a supplement to that. Something a little bit different, something we don't usually do. And that is to focus on Sea Lord Aislinn. Now this is a High Elf Sea Lord, or Sea Helm, I guess you could say, depending on which edition you're looking at and so on and so forth. And this guy has a lot of very rich lore, and it's a very different lore than we've talked about in the past. Typically when I talk about these speculation videos, I say, hey, let's go into the Lord's history from their respective editions army book. or their respective army too at the same time. We'll go into that lore that already exists, which is usually like, you know, a page-and-a-half blurb. Then we're going to go into the actual stat lines, the special items, the magic items, so on and so forth, that make that lord up. So today I'm going to do something different. We're going to talk about Sea Lord Aislinn, and Aislinn himself is never really been a fleshed out lord, not in the way that we have seen other lords in our previous speculation videos, or just other lords throughout the majority of Total War Warhammer 2. So what I'm going to do is, the way I'm going to structure this video is we're going to talk about the lore of Aislinn himself, across all the many editions, 7th, 8th edition, Storms of Chaos, all the kind of iterations of him. And then we're going to go into how I think his faction would be done. And lastly, we're going to end our video talking about Aislinn himself. Before we really get started, I want to do a huge shout out and a thank you to Weaponmaster 470 and his girlfriend. They created the awesome banner for Sea Lord Aislinn, which is actually pulled directly from the 7th edition High Elf book and kind of adapted to look exactly like what we would have for a faction banner if they were added into Total War Warhammer 2 with, like, you know, a true to lore, quote-unquote, faction banner. So huge thank you to them for creating that. It looks awesome. It looks like it's straight out of the game, so I'm super stoked on it. And we're gonna, at the end of this, we're gonna use Cataf's what's it called, mod for the High Elf Sea Patrol, which includes Sea Lord Aislinn and a Sea Helm. So we'll be using that at the end of this to kind of talk about these units, just to kind of give you guys some frame of reference, because unfortunately there's very, very, very little actual art of Aislinn himself. The most art that we have is actually derived from cards from the Warcry game that was forever ago. Now, I'll just be using various arts of Dark Elves and High Elves throughout the lore, so nothing will really be cogent until we get towards the end of things. But for the most part here, I wanted to kind of announce that up front, that there is very little art for Sea Lord Aislinn, so that's what we'll be using that mod to really kind of exemplify some of the units we're going to talk about towards the end of this video. Let's jump on in. Enough exposition. Let's talk about the mighty lore of this Sea Lord. So I guess the overarching theory I'm working under is that if they did do a Grom the Paunch and Eltharion themed DLC with High Elves and Greenskins, then they would need an FLC Lord for that. And this is a proposed FLC Lord for a DLC that would be themed with those two. So this is all, of course, heavily speculated, 100% conjecture, so nothing of this is based on any fact outside of my own gleanings from stuff in the lore. But Sea Lord Aislinn himself is not a very old character. He only comes from the Storm of Chaos supplement. That's the first time we actually ever see him in the lore. And in the Storm of Chaos supplement, he makes a lot of attacks into the Sea of Claws as part of the High Elf Sea Patrol. And he does this kind of reaving through all of the many lands of the Norskins, attacking their own settlements and their towns, creating a lot of fear because, you know, he uses all of this magic to kind of make his appearance very enigmatic and just as easily, or I'm sorry, just as shadowy as he entered, he extracts from any kind of situation. And that's the kind of cool, I guess, mystique around Aislinn, is he's a very savage High Elf lord, and that's kind of a, I'm not using savage, doesn't do that guy is so savage. I'm using it in the term of, like, he is a lot more ferocious than what we typically see with High Elves. High Elves, you know, are a little bit more haughty. They're a little bit more like, no, I don't want to dirty my gloves. But not Aislinn. Aislinn is a, I guess, worshipper, I guess you could say, of Motherboard. And Motherboard is, of course, the deity that is dedicated predominantly to, like basically the High Elf Poseidon. And Poseidon himself, if you know from Greek literature, from mythology, is not an overly nice dude. And it's the same thing with Motherboard. Motherboard is very wrathful. Motherboard is very vengeful. And he's associated with the Sithrai, the evil spectrum, I guess you could say, of the High Elf pantheon, with the Cadai being the, I guess, the good, quote-unquote, gods. So with that in mind, you know, he kind of comes from this very ferocious background, and anytime he's kind of brought into the lore, he's extremely, extremely vicious in his exacting of war or vengeance against any of the foes of the High Elves. So during the Storm of Chaos situation, he does this massive blockade of Erengrad, and anytime there are Norskins that are looking to flee, they just completely get swept away, forcing them to kind of march on foot back with Archaon's army through all the lands of the Empire. So you have this really cool kind of reaving lord with Aislinn, which is a little bit more common and more, I guess you could say, typical of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are these ones that kind of stretch to all the many lands, reaving and stealing slaves. But you get something like that with Sea Lord Aislinn, which is very cool and very different. And we have actually, if you look at both the High Elf and the Dark Elf 8th edition army books, we can piece together a timeline of sorts of all of Sea Lord Aislinn's many shenanigans, I guess you could say, throughout the lore. Because if we take a look at the Dark Elf book, they chronicle all of their history in these massive epochs. The Age of Blank, the Age of this, the Age of Vengeance, so on and so forth. And I think we're currently in the Age of Vengeance. For the High Elf calendar, they chronicle all of their many ages, but not as ages, but as the ruling of their respective Phoenix King. So right now we are currently in the reign of Finubar. That starts in IC 2163. Now, from that, we get an idea of all of, again, the actions that Aislinn's been a part of. So the very first one is in 2281, where Aislinn is helping Beric Var, actually, a dwarf hold, to fight against Greenskins. A really kind of interesting alliance of you know, your enemy is my enemy type situation. And it's very interesting to see that this is one of the very few instances since the War of Vengeance where the High Elves and the Dwarfs actually fight hand in hand, and things go pretty well for the most part. And the alliance is, of course, short-lived because of the contempt and haughtiness of elves and the grudge-bearing of the dwarfs. Then we move on, though, to 2301, and that's where we have the events of the Chaos Invasion in Erengrad, which we talked about from the Storm of Chaos. Now, pushing forward, though, 43 more years, in 2344, we have a pretty significant situation in the sacking of Marienburg. Now, this is where Sea Lord Aislinn responds to an attack from Otto Steinroth, the Red Pirate of Marienburg. Essentially, he goes and attacks Sardineth, which is one of the coastal islands outside the eastern portion of Ulthuan, and completely sacks the city. So Sea Lord Aislinn, being a very level-headed person and not in any way wrathful or vengeful, attacks Marienburg and goes just directly for it. And he gets all the way through onto the docks itself, and he has to fight both Marienburg standard regimental soldiers and the pirates of Otto. And by doing this, he kills Otto Steinroth himself. I mean, it talks about him having almost like a scimitar-esque Ithelmar blade. He kills him and then has all of his mages set Marienburg on fire, and he extracts all of the High Elf merchants that are currently in Marienburg, knowing that it's going to cause a shitstorm. And the result is actually pretty interesting, right? Because all the people of Sardineth are like, oh man, Sea Lord Aislinn is the best. He is a hero of the High Elf people. And a lot of the lords and nobles of the High Elves look at these actions as very, good, affirmative. They kind of think that the old world needs a taste of the High Elf might, that they are not such a diminished force. But this ultimately kind of ends up him being kind of thrown to the wayside and kind of pushed down in the Elven court. But at the same time, this brings Finubar to ascend Sea Lord Aislinn because he sees him as a very wrathful tool. He sees him as a very good counterpart to the way that the Dark Elves kind of ply their trade of naval warfare against the High Elves. And before we get into this next part, in 2417, it's worth bringing up that the majority of naval battles in Warhammer World are very scant. I mean, yeah, you've got the Dreadfleet, where you do get a lot of detail about naval battles from a lot of differing races, but I'd say the best kind of representation or the most detailed naval battles you get are in both the Dark Elf and the High Elf books, because they fight each other so much on the open seas that you do get a lot of really good, strong narratives. And in 2417, you have Aislinn attacking, Sea Lord Aislinn, attacking his nemesis. You probably couldn't have guessed it, but it's Lokir Felhart. And they get in this really prolonged naval engagement where Sea Lord Aislinn goes to spring a trap using his command of the mists and mist magic to conceal all of his ships to kind of pop up on the Blessed Dread, the Black Ark of Lokir Felhart. And in doing so, though, Lokir Felhart, he's no slouch. He understands the way that If there's a boat in the water, it's going to cause ripples. And he sees this as these ships are advancing on him, shrouded by the mists. And he basically creates a trap that Sea Lord Aislinn falls into. And at the same time, Lokir Felhart is able to completely destroy Sea Lord Aislinn's navy. And doing this, he also stabs Sea Lord Aislinn in the chest with both of his red blades of Ind. Now, this is kind of an issue I see with the naval battles of Warhammer. When you when you reread Sea Lord Aislinn's Downfall in the Dark Elf 8th edition army book, on page 29, if you're wondering, you get more than it's not just ships shooting at each other and then boarding each other, that's like the culmination of the fight is Lokir boards Aislinn's ship and they duke it out. His ship, Calendarion. And in this, though, you read more about, okay, there are these hell drakes, which are dragging these things called Doom Reavers, which are these giant towers on top of the hell drakes, and they're going through the ocean. And you have mages casting spells back and forth at one another to counter each other's spells, or sweep the deck of an entire ship completely clean of people by just scything them 1,000 times with blades made of magic. There's all these different elements of naval fights and battles in Warhammer that I think makes it a really big challenge to kind of want to get a good representation of that in the game. So it's interesting. Read through that. If you have access to the 8th edition Dark Elf Army book, read through it. It's a really interesting naval battle that is not based solely off of the ability to shoot bolts at one another's ships. It's very, very cool. But at the same year, 2417, in the High Elf book, we get this moment where Sea Lord Aislinn comes ashore. He just washes ashore in Eataine. And he was thought dead, even though he was plunged in the chest twice with 2 swords, where he is resurrected by Mothlon. And this is where he becomes the Herald of Mothlon. That's what I think the name of Sea Lord Aislinn's actual faction would be, the Heralds of Mothlon versus High Elf Sea Patrol, which is just not cool. High Elf Sea Patrol doesn't sound fun or awesome or epic. It sounds boring. I don't like it. Moving away from that name. To kind of culminate the story of Sea Lord Aislinn, he does end up getting killed in the end times. Tyrion executes him. He was essentially fighting for Tyrion. He betrays Tyrion and joins Malekith and Teclis. And at the same time, Lokir Felhart, who was on Malekith and Teclis' side, swaps to Tyrion. And they end up just chopping off Aislinn's head. So there's a pretty crappy end to a pretty cool, enigmatic, wrathful kind of lord. Very similar to how you get with Eltharion. Eltharion is a very similar kind of lord that is very vengeful, is very vindictive, and does exact a lot of wide-ranging vengeance upon the High Elf enemies. But I think it is worth noting that Sea Lord Aislinn is covered pretty extensively in 2 publications at the time. I believe it's called, Defenders of Ulthuan and Sons of Eltharion were 2 books that came out that kind of chronicle a lot of Sea Lord Aislinn's many shenanigans and him summoning of merworms, which is something we're about to get into. So now that we've talked about his overall lore, let's go into a little bit about what I think his faction would be like, what will kind of be added to the game. Because remember, I'm saying he's an FLC lord, so I don't think it could be too crazy. If we go off of the Storm of Chaos supplement, which gives us rules for High Elf Sea Patrol, I think what they mean to say is the Heralds of Mothlon. It's a typo. But I'll read this little bit to you guys here. The fleets of the Lothern Navy guard the coasts of Eataine, but they also range far and wide, sailing every ocean of the world and patrolling the sea lanes for the enemies of the elven people. The fleet of the Sea Lord Aislinn, dubbed the Pernicious by his peers, has been extremely active in recent months, dispatching small patrols of Lothern Sea Rangers to carry out stealthy hit-and-run attacks along the southern coast of Norska, recovering lost artifacts, rescuing prisoners, and even assassinating powerful enemy war leaders. Lord Aislinn's exact motivations are far from clear, but his attacks have caused untold confusion amongst those tribes attempting to join Archaon's invasion. So, this isn't a very extensive list. You get a Lords, Heroes, Core Units, Special Units, Rare Units section that is, for the most part, pretty typical of what you'd expect here. So the Lord is called a Sea Lord, and it's essentially just a prince. The Storm Weaver is essentially just an Archmage, and for heroes you have a Commodore, which is just a commander, or which eventually becomes a High Elf Noble in 8th edition, and then a Mist Mage, which is again just a normal High Elf Mage. They do have some different core units though. They do have Lothern Seaguard, which we know and love. Lothern Seaguard are our hybrid Spearmen and Bowman infantry, but we also get access to Ship's Company. And why Ship's Company are so cool and so strong, in my opinion, is that they fill a gap that the High Elves had in 8th edition that I think Total War hasn't jumped on yet. In 8th edition, High Elves had access to no base swordsmen. You get Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, and Dark Shards in the Dark Elf roster. You only get Spearmen and Archers in the High Elf roster. The Ship's Company, which is the name of the High Elf Sea Patrol, again, Heralds of Mothlon, that have access to hand weapons and shields. They can get granted light armor. They can even be equipped with spears and be equipped with bows. They get musicians and champions. So I think that they are a really, really cool unit, because I think that rather than giving them spears, bows, all that action, you could just give them swords and shields and bows if you want them to kind of stick with the Lothern Seaguard style of being a hybrid unit, and I think that that would be kind of cool. But I think that simply giving them swords and shields would be so powerful for the High Elves, because it fits that little gap that I think that the Spearmen don't do, right? Spearmen are great at anti-large, great at charge defense. They've got silver shields. Cool. But anything with a sword is really going to beat them. Like Bleak Swords against Spearmen, they win out because Bleak Swords are meant to do that kind of they're meant to get into close combat and do damage. Spearmen are meant to hold the line. So I think the Ship's Company is a great unit to be added with this, and it's something that's very minimally invasive. You have to think with FLCs, they can't go over the top. And with that, that brings us over to our Lothern Sea Rangers. Now, when we got Eltharion added with the Helibron and the Eltharion DLC, Eltharion came with his own type of Shadow Warriors. And I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I almost said Shadow Rangers, but I know that's not true. Shadow Walkers. Shadow Walkers. That's the name of them. Now, the Shadow Walkers, they're different in that they have anti-infantry and poison attacks, and they dual-wield weapons. For the Sea Rangers, I would like them to do anti-large and give them a two-handed weapon. Very similar to what we get with the Shades, right? So Shades, sorry to knock the crap out of my mic. Shades have an anti-large, an anti-infantry, and a standard variant. Shadow Warriors with Shadow Walkers have a standard variant and an anti-infantry variant. Give me that Sea Ranger, give me that anti-large variant. I think it's a really great way to just, hey, this is a real quick and easy thing we can do to add a little bit more flavor and make more of a mirror to the Dark Elves that I think the High Elves kind of lack a little bit. They are supposed to be a mirror faction, but I think that the Dark Elves have so many better tools than the High Elves, in my personal opinion. Now, the Storm Weaver and the Mist Mage are both the special casters of the High Elf Sea Patrol. Again, read Heralds of Mothlon. Now, there's nothing special about them. They're just mages. They're just archmages. There's nothing cool. But there are two abilities that they get, two unique spells that I think makes them cool. You get the Writhing Mists. A salt-scented mist rolls in across the battlefield, shrouding the Aesir with its ethereal caress. Now, these two abilities, the other one is called Mistress of the Deep, and I'll read that one in a sec here. I think that these two abilities, if you're playing as the Heralds of Mothlon, I think that they should just be simply bound abilities, depending on if it's an Archmage or a Mage. Because in my opinion, and we'll go into this on Friday when I discuss Grom and Eltharion, I think Eltharion's generic Lord has to be an Archmage. And if he adds an Archmage, then it would make a lot of sense that you get the Writhing Mists on just the Mage, and the Writhing Mists and the Mistress of the Deep on the Archmage. So basically, as a bound ability, it's got maybe a 60-second, 90-second recast, but it's a really cool way to get access to these spells without creating a whole new lore. Which you could. That'd be cool. I'm down with it. I'm not going to say no, but I think that this might be a little bit more of an easier way to do it without breaking the bank here. So, Writhing Mists, for the most part, is essentially a debuff to enemy shooting or hand-to-hand attacks. So the way I kind of articulate this, or the way I kind of envision this in Total War Warhammer, is that it would be an ability to cast on any unit that would increase melee defense, so the likelihood that someone would hit you, because that's how that penalty works in the tabletop, and it would increase your missile resistance. So again, giving you that natural resistance against enemy fire. So if you cast this on, say, your Sea Company, which is already going to have silver shields. Then they're going to have an additional missile resistance. This is going to help you out a lot if you're playing with White Lions, Phoenix Guard. So I think that this is a really good, strong ability that kind of shore up some of the gaps in the line of High Elves. And if you're just putting this on the generic caster themselves, Mage or Archmage, regardless of their lore, that's what I think would be so strong about this. So you could put this on a Deathcaster, well, I don't really have access to all the lores that I want them to have access to, but still, if you give this on some variety of different casters, like say, again, Life, for instance, something that has a bound ability, or High Magic, it just makes a lot of sense. It can be really, really fun out of this. Now, Mistress of the Deep is different as well. Mistress of the Deep is essentially, in tabletop, you created what was called an Oceanid, and it had to be within 6 inches of the wizard, and they had to charge it and attack it. It's convoluted. But what's important here is, let's read this little blurb. Even amidst the clamor of pitched battle, the enemies of the elves are distracted by the mind-twistingly haunting tones of the Oceanid's song, and beguiled by a vision of ominous beauty unique to each beholder. So you get this creature that kind of creates a debuff across the enemy army. And that's what I think could be done here with the Mistress of the Deep. Maybe you click a location, and a little idol pops up, and you can see the radius around it. It doesn't even need to have an idol. I think that you could do that for the aesthetic portion of it. Maybe that's the actual animation. But it would reduce leadership and melee attack of anyone in the radius around it. I think that would be the main goal here. So if you use it with Writhing Mists, which is going to help your melee defense, and you use Mistress of the Deep, which decreases the melee attack, you just get a lot more durability out of your units, and I think it would be a pretty interesting way to incorporate these two spells into the game without needing to really kind of go overboard. The last unit I want to talk about, though, is the Merworm. And we got a little taste of Merworms when Lokir Fellheart was added with the Vampire Coast DLC. Well, let's read this lore blurb from the High Elf Sea Patrol. The mages of Lothern are able to summon forth and bind the beasts of the deep, imposing their will upon the creature's primitive minds. The Merworm is a rare example of such a beast that is capable of fighting on land, and this distant relation, some would say ancestor, of the dragons of Caledor is a truly deadly and terrifying foe. And we get actually a full-fledged kind of release of Merworms in the Monstrous Arcanum. And we know that Creative Assembly is very keen to dip into the Monstrous Arcanum. And with the most recent DLC, Shadow and the Blade, we pretty much get a lot of information from Storm of Chaos with the Clan Eshin Triad, with the lore of Eshin, Stealth, whatever they call it. We see that their willingness to kind of go into both of these avenues for references, for information, for units. And the Merworm in the Monstrous Arcanum is pretty robust. The one on the Storm of Chaos supplement is not as cool, but the one in the Monstrous Arcanum is awesome. So it's got different abilities depending on what it is. Well, for one, it gets a nice powerful tail, which does tons of damage. But it gets either a poisonous attack, if it's a Merworm, a enfeebling cold ability, which if it's a Pago worm, or Abyssal Cloak, if it's a Scio worm. And essentially, I don't know if Creative Assembly would want to create 3 versions of a Merworm, much in the same way we have for a Sun, Star, Moon Dragon. And I'm not saying a Merworm would be a Sea Lord Aislinn specific thing. I think it might be added with Eltharion itself. So this is, I guess, me kind of talking a little bit about it, which I'll talk again on Friday about. But in my mind, I see the poison attacks, the cold aura, and the Abyssal Cloak ability all just wrapped onto one Merworm. Make it have a higher cost, kind of around the cost of a Dreadsaurian, and make it a large creature in the High Elf roster. And have Abyssal Cloak, the last ability we talked about from the Scio worm, just confer a missile defense and melee attack debuff to anything that he attacks or is in the range of, much in the same way that his cold aura, it's called Enfeebling Cold, would work. And we see the same thing with the Frostworm and the Frostheart Phoenix. They have these kind of enfeebling cold abilities that I think would just make a lot of sense, just tacked onto the Merworm itself. Let's switch gears here. I want to talk about Aislinn himself as a lord, his campaign mechanics, and so on and so forth. But I did really want to showcase this mod, just in case you guys get really curious about, the High Elf Sea Patrol, what they would look like in this game. I think that Cataf's mod here shows a really awesome representation, and he takes some liberties of his own that are really, really cool. So let's take a look here. Oh, look at you. You did disco dance in Aislinn over here. Before we go into Aislinn, here's his interpretation of the Sea Company, which I really like. This is pretty much just a Lothern Sea Guard with swords rather than spears. And I really, really think this is cool. They do have quivers on their back, no bows. I think that that's just fine. Like I said, I think that this unit would be a lot of fun if it was a just pretty much a copy of the Spearmen. You can see these guys do have low armor. That's to kind of represent that there's not a lot of armor on these dudes. From like the book, you have to put light armor on them. Now there's the silver. Oh, look at that, Silver Helm Marines, which is for the most part an entirely made up unit. I've never heard of them. But I like the representation of the unit. It's a heavier armored variant, obviously, of the Sea Company. You can see he's slapped 90 armor on these bad boys, with some good melee attacks, some good melee defense. I think it's a really, really cool theory, or unit in theory, and I think that it wouldn't be wasted in the High Elf roster. That's what I think is so strong about a Silver Helm Marine like this. I mean, Silver Helms don't, they're knights. They don't fall, they don't attack off of a horse, but I think it's a really cool theory, and I really like the execution of this. Now, we did talk about the Lothern Sea Rangers, and for all intents and purposes, the Lothern Sea Rangers are no different than the Shadow Warriors, aside from, I think it's 20 or 30 more armor on these guys compared to the Shadow Warriors. So Cataf did a really cool representation of these guys. I just think that they need anti-large just to kind of balance out that the Shades have access to so many different ways of dealing damage in melee, right? Anti-infantry, anti-large, or just kind of standard variant. So I think that these guys are really cool. Now, a really interesting choice here is these Lothern Swift Feather Riders. They ride Swift Feather Rocks. Swift Feather Rocks are the eagles, are the beasts that would tote around Lothern Skycutters. So rather than a chariot being drawn by horses, a Lothern Skycutter is drawn around by the Swift Feather Rock. And the Swift Feather Rock is, or the Lothern Skycutter itself is manned by Lothern Sea Guard. So these things are all very thematic and they play well together. In fact, Aislinn in the selection screen can choose a Swift Feather Rock as a mount or his custom Storm Dragon mount that Cataf has created, which is pretty cool. So I did want to just showcase this mod real quick. I think it's a really awesome representation of a lot of what we've talked about so far in a really fun, thematic, flavorful way. Now let's go over here to Aislinn, because this is, again, a really sweet representation of him. There's such little lore of, or actual like art of this guy, so it's cool to kind of see him brought into the game like this. He's got a really cool fish stylized helmet. Like, it's very, very, very thematic to the way that we've seen him. I really like the magical like effect on here, like as like a little storm electricity, like Mothlan-esque. I really think it's awesome. So taking a look though at the way Cataf did the interpretation of his special rules, I think they're pretty interesting, but I think they could use some tweaking. And this is just going to be me talking about more the lore and less like a critique on Cataf. Like, he did what he wanted and it came out awesome. So I'm just going to talk about what I think some of these abilities should have been like. So the only real concrete ability that we have for Aislinn is in the Storm of Chaos book, and it is called Master of the Mists. Now, the way that Cataf interprets it is pretty interesting, right? With different phases, the setup and the trap, which increases range, snipe, stalk, so on and so forth. The way it worked in the book, in tabletop, was a little bit different. You get basically this special round of shooting where everything in your army that can shoot regardless of range. So it's pretty overpowered. The way I see the Master of Mists working is either one of two ways. It can either be an activatable bound ability for Aislinn, like a foe seeker or anything like that, and he can cast it on either a unit or a ranged unit. And the ability would give an accuracy and a range buff and a missile damage debuff. Now, the reason I would say that this is important is that it kind of fits into the theme of the Master of the Mists and its original intention. If you think of it as like this, okay, we're setting a trap and we're getting a first round of firing on the enemy before they can even do anything, right? We've sprung the trap. And that's how Cataf kind of interprets this, right? Setting up the trap and springing it. The way I think Master of the Mist could work then is if you use this on a Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower, it increases its range and its accuracy, and it decreases missile damage coming back to it. So the initial portions of the fight, you're going to want your Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower to get out as much damage as it can to some of the more heavy hitting, harder to hit units, of course. And at the same time, you're probably going to be receiving return fire from cannons, from other bolt throwers, from anything of the sort. This will help mitigate some of that damage with the missile damage resistance. And that was, I think, the intention of Master of the Mists in Tabletop, was to do damage to things that would mainly threaten you before they could do damage back. Again, you're springing a trap. Now, another ability he has here is a Herald of Ulthuan, which is, and I had never even thought of this. I think this is a really cool ability. It's very similar to Heart of Avalorn, right? Hit points greater than 20%, it won't activate, but if it does activate, goes below 20%, gets a burst of life-saving hit points and recovery to his vigor. They say Aislinn is being kept safe by Ulthuan himself, to the point that even when defeated, he might just wash ashore as if nothing happened. I think that's a really cool nod to his lore. He's been killed like 3 times in the lore, and Ulthuan brings this bad boy back. So I think that's a really, really cool interpretation. Naval Discipline is something that Sea Helms had in Tabletop itself. We're gonna talk about that when we talk about Eltharion and Grom, but this is pretty nifty here that it gives acceleration increase and expert charge defense to anyone 30 meters around Bad Boy Aislinn. I think that's pretty cool. And lastly, a magic item, the Panoply of the Murlord. This rare suit of armor forged in Ithilmar and Sea Gold is enchanted to protect the wearer and bears unusual prayers to Ulthuan. Most elven smiths wouldn't normally dare, as the god is as fickle as the tides. I think this is a really cool little credence to him. Armor, physical resistance, and vigor. But as a whole, I think Aislinn should kind of mirror Lokir Felhard. He should be a strong duelist, and he should be able to stick into combat. And this is very indicative, or at least very similar to Lokir. He does have the ability to regenerate. He is a bit of a duelist. And I think that this guy having a two-handed sword is very true to what we see in the lore for him. So, as a whole, I really enjoy this interpretation of Aislinn, and I think that it's a really strong one. So if you are curious as to what a sea patrol will be like, please jump over to Cataf's mod. I'm going to link it in the description and in the comment below. You can take a look at that as you can. But I'm going to keep the screen here. We're going to talk a little bit about Aislinn and the way I think he would be interpreted in a campaign scenario. Because if you think about it, where is this guy going to make a lot of sense? And we'll go into his starting positions at the end of this. But I think putting him in direct opposition of Norskins is the way to go. And that fits heavily into his lore. It doesn't create another power block on Ulthuan. It creates a lot of diversity as you, the high elf player. And that's what I think is so important about Aislinn. He is not geared towards fighting dark elves, even though he is, he is a high elf. But his narrative is more about patrolling sea lanes and keeping Ulthuan safe from would-be raiders being Norskins. So I think a large focus on Lothern Seaguard, not Ski Guard, bolt throwers, Sea Rangers, and Sky Cutters is going to be the big deal for him. And I mean that in the sense of lowering recruitment cost, increasing recruitment rank, lowering upkeep of all these units is going to be pivotal for him. In addition to that, I think that what we got with Reponse should be very similar with Aislinn, in that he can increase the AP values of his army, maybe from a range perspective. So even Lothern Seaguard can do ranged AP damage, not a massive amount, but maybe it's like 5 or 6, so they can finally start to threaten armored units when it comes to campaign. In addition, I think that a really strong ability, and one that I think would make a lot of sense, would be granting all Eagle Claw bolt throwers that are in Aislinn's army magic and or fire damage. He does a lot of enchanting of magic to kind of help guide his forces, to help him kind of move around the map very easily. And I think that makes a lot of sense here to kind of help bolster his Eagle Claw bolt throwers. If you think about this, if I'm saying that, hey, Aislinn is going to fight against Norskins, what do Norskins have access to? A lot of large creatures, a lot of big scary stuff. So if the Sea Rangers are anti-large, that helps out. If you have Sea Company able to fight against Norskin troop chaff infantry, it makes a lot of sense. It fits a narrative. So I think that that's probably a really strong way to go, is that you kind of are already favoring a prolonged combat against these soon-to-come massive beasts onto the battlefield. In addition to, I think that it would be really cool to give him a Brine Dragon summon. Brine Dragon was the name of one of his flagships, just in the same way we get Seafang with Wolfric. Just a really quick little wind blast ability that does damage, really more damage towards light armor than heavily armored, I'd say. I think that'd be just kind of a cool, flavorful ability if they didn't do anything else of the kind of mix that Cadai has done. I really like what he's done. And I'm sure I'm pronouncing his name wrong. I'm so sorry if you're watching this, dude. I looked at it like 15 times. I was like, I'm just going to roll with this. And lastly, I think that mounting him onto an eagle and then lastly a dragon makes the most sense. In the High Elf Sea Patrol book, he was not allowed to mount a horse. So no horses, period, for Aislinn. If Lothern Skycutter is a mount, I'd say that'd be a good one. Maybe that's after the eagle or before the eagle, depending on how they kind of scale the power of a Lothern Skycutter. And then they mentioned that he rides a dragon in some portions of the lore, and actually the End Times lore, like a blue dragon of sorts. Cadai called it a storm dragon, and he put bolts of lightning all over it. It's pretty sick. But again, I just think it could be a standard moon dragon or a star dragon. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. It could be his own flavored dragon, just like we get with Lokir, Maelstrom, which is entirely made up. But I think that overall, Aislinn would make a lot of fun for a High Elf campaign. And let's talk a little bit about his proposed starting locations to see what it would be like for him. Now that we've kind of gone into his mechanics and how his army would leverage those mechanics, let's go into how his starting location can all tie this together. Let's take a look at this map here real quick. Let's start real fast by giving a shout out to Dunebug6 for creating this map. Really awesome. It obviously is not as up to date, but it doesn't matter for the intents and purposes of this video. So as it kind of stands, I think what makes the most sense for the climates that are suitable for Aislinn is Mountain, Wasteland, Chaos Wasteland, and Frozen. Because I'm going to say it'd be great if he started over here in the Sea of Chaos. And making him start up here, yeah, you've got scaling up here, but you have a ton of Norskins throughout the top portion of the Iron Frost Glacier, Aghol Wasteland. You've got tons of Dark Elves over here. So this forces him to a northern and western expansion. And why I think those climates are so key is that it discourages an overall Ulthuan expansion, because we just don't want another Ulthuan lord going down into Ulthuan and taking it over. It does allow you to take Nagaraith, which I think is a pretty cool narrative for him to be able to get the Sword of Cain. But I think this way you force a play style that is very Dark Elf heavy on a Vortex map, because there's not a lot of Norskins you can really do anything with, and it forces you to really kind of be able to establish a northeastern empire in Albion and the Aghol Wastelands. I think it's a very fun and different narrative because it doesn't force you into the usual 100-turn trope of dealing with uniting all of Ulthuan. And on that note, before we jump over to the Mortal Empires map, we have to talk a little bit about the specific faction mechanics of Aislinn, right? Does he use the Vortex campaign with the Isle of the Dead and going into the Vortex rituals? He could, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily, but he has to have some things that are more flavorful to him, that make him stand out. And I think one of those things could be, and I'm going to spitball 4 ideas with you guys. You can let me know, hey, those are great ideas, one of them would really work. Or those are shit ideas, here's what I think Aislinn's faction mechanics should be. Because it's kind of hard to do naval-centric things without the naval warfare aspect in a game like this. So he has a lot of history blockading and sacking ports. So I think blockade could be a special ability that he has. Rather than just sieging a port city, he can blockade it, and it can force you to, rather than just paint the map with all the many colors of the Heralds of Mothlon, he can blockade ports with either heroes or with a lord, like a whole army. Like I haven't really decided what makes the most sense. Is this a hero action and it neutralizes portions of their trade, or you actually steal portions of their trade, much like you get with Vampire Coasts? Or is it an actual lord action where you have to go and blockade the port, and when you do it, you extract one of 3 resources. You can extract weapons and armor, which grants you combat buffs. You can extract resources, which is going to give you growth bonuses to your own faction, or you can extract trade goods, which increases your income. I think that would be kind of a cool way to do it. It's a very convoluted mechanic, but I think that's one of them. A second one could be like a Reaver stance, a specific stance that you would take in any of the portions, the northern straits of the Great Ocean, the Isles, the Sea of Chill, anything that's not your territory, contested or enemy naval territory, basically. Reaver stance is basically raiding on the ocean. So any port city, you're now going to start taking from their trade lines. And what you could do is Reaver stance in your own territory actually bolsters your trade lines because you're defending your I guess you could call it sea patrols. You're patrolling your trade lanes and you're attacking the enemies if you're in the enemy territory. I think that's maybe the best way to the best thing to call it. Now another mechanic, I guess you could call it, is military alliances. We all eschew military alliances in these games because it prevents you from confederating. It pulls you into a lot of unnecessary wars, stuff like that. But it'd be interesting if military alliances that you made with other high elves actually bolstered a lot of your economy. Like say, okay, you're doing a military alliance with Averlorn. Well, now you're going to get this much more this much more income, or maybe it gives you access to more units to recruit. Maybe that's how you get access to more units, is maintaining military alliances with other portions of Ulthuan. This way, you do have a hand in the affairs of Ulthuan, but you're not driven by it and uniting everyone. And in fact, you do want to create those military alliances so you have defense against the rest of the map. That's just an idea. Now, my last idea here is just a special stance here. You could be Master of the Mists again, or something misty mists from the fog, whatever the hell. But it would basically be an ability for Aislinn, or his faction as a whole, that they can move around anywhere on the ocean without being seen. Just in the same way you can with, moving through the Under Empire, world routes, anything like that we get from the Beastmen, the Wood Elves, the Skaven, the Dwarfs, the Greenskins, so that you can get around the map without having to worry about all of these rogue armies, all of the other many, NPCs that are plying their pirate trade across the map. This allows you to kind of do a lot of sneak attacks, to jump up on things, and you get an ambush stance basically in any sea battle that you have. So it's kind of, I guess, like the way Skaven move around. I guess you can kind of think of it like that. So if you attack someone at sea, you have a chance to automatically spring an ambush on them. That's my mentality behind it, my thinking behind it. I think of all four of those mechanics, the last one makes the most sense. But I'd love to hear what you guys think in the comment section. Let me know if you think that a special raid stance like that would make sense to take money, or if you think a special stance where he's ambushing on the open ocean makes a lot of sense. Let me know what you think. Let's talk about the Mortal Empires before we close this video out. All right, now we've got the Mortal Empires map here. I do not know who made this map, so if you guys do know, please let me know in the comments so I can give him a shout out for it. But he made this awesome interactive map where you can take a look at individual provinces, regions, the choke point battles across the map. You can plan, how you're going to advance. You can even load in a save file, and it'll show you where you've painted the map. It's really, really, really cool. So let's look at this from regions and a climate perspective, because remember we were talking about chaotic, frozen, mountainous, and wasteland as being the prime climates for Aislinn. So I think that on a Mortal Empire start, he would start over here in the Troll Fjord in the Vanaheim Mountains. No basis on this other than the fact that he reaves up and down the Sea of Claws. I think that him starting on Kothic it's too easy. It's just too easy, and it's too safe, and I don't like that. We get too much stuff in Ulthuan as it is. Leave Ulthuan alone. I think him starting in the Vanaheim Mountains gives direct opposition over here to Wulfric. You do have Nakai right behind you, but you have a lot of aspects to fight anti-large, and it's quite fun. You have Bretonnia down here. You've got Marienburg you can go sack. Maybe you get a special thing in there if you take Marienburg. So there's a lot of diverse movement that you can do through the northern portion of the Mortal Empires map. Even the northwestern portion, filled with frozen, chaotic climates, wasteland, all sorts of fun stuff over here. So that's why I think that this being a very different play style for a high elf is going to be the name of the game. And I'm pretty sure that Eltharion himself, if he were to add it into the game, he would have to have a very diverse playstyle too. So we'll talk about him on Friday. I know I keep saying that, but I'm just trying not to repeat too much information so it makes the other videos superfluous. So these are my propositions here, my conjecture, my I don't know, speculation for a fun way to do a Sea Lord Aislinn, or at least a very different way to get High Elves added to this game that is not the typical kind of Ulthuan playstyle. It is a very different one. It focuses on raiding, something that's more akin to Dark Elves. So let me know what you guys think about this. I've purposely released this right here on Christmas Eve. You have something to watch in the next over the holiday period. So guys, enjoy your holiday if you celebrate Christmas. If you're off on Christmas, enjoy it then. But have a great one. Thank you so much for watching here today. I'd love to hear what you guys think on this one. And be on the lookout on Friday, maybe even Saturday, depending on how my time works, for a video speculating Grom the Paunch and Eltharion the Grim. I've been wanting to do that video for so long, but with Shadow and the Blade coming out, it was obvious what the next DLC was. So that'll be coming out here on Saturday. And we'll continue our streams, of course, with a new campaign for Malice Darkblade. But as always, guys, thank you so much for watching here today. I hope you have a great holiday, and thank you so much for watching across the entire year. We're bringing another year here to the channel to a close. But thank you guys so much. Have a good one, and take care. The Phoenix King is the title given to just one of the dual monarchy of the High Elves, a name that is given to an elected member of the High Elf Princes that touches a single piece of the greatness that is Aislinn, becoming his kind of anointed servant on the world of Warhammer. You can kind of see that this is done two different ways. The Everqueen is you know, part of Aisha, and we look at the Phoenix King as an anointed member, a kind, not, I don't want to say an incarnate, but the kind of voice of Aislinn on Earth, quote unquote. And the rulership of High Elves is a pretty tumultuous one, though. I mean, Ulthuan itself is ruled over by princes and princesses from across noble families over all the inner and outer kingdoms of the realm. And these individuals then elect the next Phoenix King a year and a day after the last Phoenix King dies. This is a nod to the second Phoenix King being elected after Anarian's disappearance / death, you know, whatever it is. They waited about a year and a day. And this is different from the Everqueen, which is not elected, but is the firstborn daughter of the previous Everqueen. And during the ritual marriage, there's a hyphen there, that occurs between the Everqueen and the Phoenix King, they are to conceive the next daughter of Ulthuan, the next Everqueen. And that's really not here nor there, but I wanted to describe the process in case you guys were wondering about the juxtaposition between the two. The Everqueen is the spiritual leader of Ulthuan, and for as long as there's been elves, there's been an Everqueen. Astariel, the very first Everqueen, is only the very first Everqueen because it's the very first one that's been recorded. There were plenty more before her. And the Phoenix King is the leader of the rest of the world. It's the leader the rest of the world interacts with, as well as the master of the Phoenix Court. So in this video, I want to talk about the many Phoenix Kings, starting briefly with Anarian, as we have kind of covered him in depth in previous videos, before moving on to his successor, Belshazzar, all the way up to the current Phoenix King, Finnebar the Seafarer. Now, this will be a two-part video. I was going to do it in a one-part video, but I just found that, okay, this is going to be pushing an hour on just the first 6 or so alone, so this deserves to be broken up into 2. So the next one will be coming out early next week. So, stay in time for that. So, let's kind of hunker down and dive deep on the ages of rule. For since the High Elves have such long lives, they mark their eras into individual reigns of each Phoenix King. The books call them historical epochs, which I love, actually. A really cool moniker for them. And the example it uses in the book is the Roman numeral 5, 14039, which is the 90th day of the season of the sun. It's one of the 4 seasons, 1 being forest, 2 being rain, 3 being sun, 4 being storm. And in the 140th year of Caradriel, the Peacemaker, the 5th Phoenix King. So that's how you kind of get these, how the elves kind of, I guess, create their calendar and how they really kind of mark each portion of the calendar, because there's certain things that happen in individual reigns, and it's kind of hard to have this, okay, year 543,000, because it's just they've been living for so long. They've not been living for 543,000. That's a little bit of a hyperbole on my part. I'm like a florist. But let's move on to our very first Phoenix King. So Anarion is the first of the Phoenix King, and easily the greatest as well as the most tragic of the High Elves, really, if you kind of look at it in the whole. But to this day, people kind of still harken back to the days of Anarion as an incredible time of wonder. You know, Anarion was originally this wanderer that traveled the vast majority of the world, learning a great deal from other civilizations. And at this time, the High Elves were mainly an agricultural society that was just getting into the practice of magic, which they mainly used to help grow things, you know, much like we see with the Wood Elves. And that's actually, the Wood Elves, as we'll talk about in a bit, when they kind of depart from High Elf society, they take a lot of things that are actually very true to the very roots of elfdom, and things that are very different to only specific to Wood Elves. But again, we'll get into that later. But when Ulthuan was beset on all sides by the demon hordes of the Great Catastrophe, Anarion returned to his people in the darkest moment. Stepping into the flame of Assyrian at the shrine of Assyrian, he became the anointed servant of the Creator God. Using the empower imbued within him, he slew the greater demon attacking the shrine, then slaughtered the rest of the attending demons with that greater demon's very weapon. So, you know, just a lot going on there. And this action does two things. One, it sets up the future of all Phoenix Kings. They must pass through the flames of Assyrian unscathed to be deemed worthy to be a Phoenix King. And I'll spare you guys the end times bullshit until we get into the end times video about the elves, but basically the Phoenix King gets imbued with some super Assyrian Russian level steroids and comes out a glowy badass. Now, number two, Anarion and Calidor Dragon Tamer began the great martial tradition that the High Elves so proudly kind of practice today, you know, turning the entire populace into a militia of spearmen, archers, cavalry, and other disciplines of war. And the rest of the story goes as it always has, right? And I'll link to that story in the comments below. But Anarion takes up the Widowmaker after his wife, the Everqueen, is suspected killed. He thinks that she's been killed by a massive demon horde. And he takes the Widowmaker to help him beat the demons. And Calidor Dragon Tamer enacts a great ritual to create the vortex above the Isle of the Dead. And this heroic sacrifice is where we see the end of our hero as he kind of succumbs to the wounds of killing 3.5 greater demons. I say half because Inkari just kind of gets pulled into the swirling miasma of the vortex and is trapped there. But his actions save not just the High Elves, but the ritual that ends up saving the world for the demons that surround it. But next up is Belshazzar. And Anarion had a son, one we all know to be Malekith, and Malekith told the council that he deserves the title of Phoenix King, and it would honor his father, but he would also accept the council of nobles' decision and be supplicant to whoever they chose. Thus, Belshazzar was elected, and Malekith was first to bend the knee. And this ultimately proved to be not good, but first, Belshazzar saw almost 2,000 years of peace, prosperity, and rampant growth. I mean, Belshazzar the Explorer ruled from the year 1, every single Phoenix King will have year 1 as their first year, to 1670. So he ruled for 1670 years. And if you compare this to the imperial calendar, that's minus 4419. It's like saying BCE basically, and minus 4419 to minus 2749. But the elves' numbers kind of restored to pre-Great Catastrophe and beyond. Their colonies had spread well into what would become the Old World, setting up in locations that would become Bretonnia, Marienburg, and Altdorf. The elves spread across the globe, you know, maintaining a strong and important relationship with another elder race, the dwarfs. Malekith, the ambassador to the dwarfs, had maintained and nurtured the vows of friendship that Belshazzar had personally sailed out to Karaz-Akarak to pledge and solidify. But unfortunately, chaos had seeped its way back into the world in the form of cults of pleasure and excess throughout Ulthuan. You know, live sacrifices, orgies, non-stop cam girls, all over teenage elven boys' scrying devices. Things were getting out of control. And I, for one, would like to welcome our new savior, wait, what? So when Malekith returned from his ambassador duties, he returned to a nation that was extremely suspicious, and with his mother, Marathi, being the high priestess of a lot of these cults, Malekith denounced his own mother, kind of handing her over to the Phoenix King, and hunted down a great deal of cultists, leading his own witch hunt of sorts. And finally, he convened a council of war at the shrine of Assyrian, trying to kind of convince them that Belshazzar was a member of one of the cults. At the same time, he had the Phoenix King poisoned, so he couldn't even argue these points. He was immediately kind of snuffed out of history. And as the council refuted this claim, they were all slaughtered, because a lot of the council knew Belshazzar for many a year, and they were saying there's no way he would be into something like this. You're completely full of shit, Malekith. But Malekith went to ascend to the flame of Aislinn, and was instead turned into the Darth Vader of the Warhammer world, burned from head to toe in magic divine flames. And Aislinn surely had the high ground, and thus Ulthuan was thrown into chaos once more. The man to inherit this chaos was Imric, or we know him as Calidor the First, or later Calidor the Conqueror. And land was really in great upheaval, right? Malekith had killed off a huge majority of the ruling portion of Ulthuan before retreating to his ancestral home of Nagarath. And we've talked about this a little bit when we've talked about Anarion itself, but Nagarath is the home of Anarion during Anarion's reign, and Malekith inherits that as pretty much, this is his ruling land. He is the noble of Nagarath. And Nagarath is, of course, where we get what becomes the Dark Elves, right? This is this land that has kind of been twisted by Anarion's latter portions of his rule, where the Widowmaker has kind of turned him darker and colder and more sinister. But in doing so, you have the beginning of what we now know as the Sundering. And Calidor was immediately locked in a brutal civil war with Malekith, fighting to maintain not only his title as Phoenix King, but the sanctity of Ulthuan itself. And the schism had become where elf became dark and high, right? Before this, we just have elves, but this is where you get dark and high elves. And Malekith's kin making dark pacts with evil magic as they desperately fought against their, high elf brothers of Ulthuan. And eventually this conflict boiled down to Malekith planning to break open the Great Vortex, sending chaos whirling back into the world. And as they enacted their dark ritual, and we saw this actually in Total War Warhammer, it displays the exact energy bursts back and forth. The energy they set forth to unravel the vortex rebounded. The trapped mages of the original ritual deflected the magic back towards Nagarath. And just full court press packed the shit out of that ball. And Nagarath is then consumed by horrible floods and 1,000-foot tall waves crashing inland, destroying everything. Coupled with massive earthquakes, the grim land of Nagarath and neighboring Tiranoc for that matter was in ruins. And the Dark Elves fled to Nagron, far to the north. Taking their kind of doomed cities with them by some fell magic. And what followed was a century of rebuilding. Calidor knew he had to strengthen the inner and outer kingdoms against the Dark Elves, so he built all the massive fortress gates that protected the passageways to the heartland of Ulthuan, the Griffin Gate, the Phoenix Gate, Eagle, Dragon, and Unicorn Gates. And when the conflicts arose with the Dark Elves once more, it was over the Blighted Isle where the Sword of Cain resided. And Calidor led expedition after expedition against the Dark Elves, capturing the Blighted Isle of the High Elves. For the High Elves. And this, solidifies his title, Calidor the Conqueror. And there's this cool moment in the book where it talks about the sword tempting Calidor, and he kind of just simply refuses, just kind of looks at it and says no. And this sort of Aragon-esque move where he realizes he will not fall to the sins of his forefathers, it's pretty awesome. And as the fleet returned from their campaign, a freak storm separates Calidor's ship from the rest of the High Elves. And it was then beset by Dark Elf Corsairs. And Calidor and his men, fought off multiple boarding parties, but at the last, Calidor tossed himself into the sea, clad in full armor. And the book outright says it was a bad end for a great king, and that's true. Calidor kept the High Elves united together during one of the darkest moments of its history, establishing the gate system that was also integral to helping combat further incursions by both Malekith and his demon allies. I mean, even though these early kings are more about the treachery of Malekith and the history of the High Elves, Calidor definitely had the foresight of his people in mind. And you can really see a trend here. We're on the third Phoenix King, and they're all somewhat martially involved in things. Belshazzar not as much. He was definitely kind of thrown to the wolves there and killed outright. But Calidor and Anarion were both very militaristic, at least. And our next Phoenix King is going to be kind of a not so much that, but you will see. That's Calidor II. Oh god. So Calidor I had left his successor, Calidor II, Calidor the warrior, with the strongest navy in the world, and a large army, and a powerful line of fortresses that dotted the northern landscape, most of all in Naggarth and Naggarth and Trace. So Calidor II rules from 1 to 600, and that's IC minus 2198 to minus 1599. And he is, of course, the 4th Phoenix King. Really, the Elven people were looking to hopefully continue the legacy that was Calidor I. That's what the nobles kind of said, like, hey, we're going to elect his son, because if his dad is so awesome, his son's got to be pretty damn good too, right? Unfortunately, Calidor's son was rash, impetuous, and foolish, traits his father had none of. And still, trade flourished during this time. The elves expanded out to the old world once more, establishing trade routes with the dwarfs and solidifying bonds with them. And cities such as Torlessi and modern-day Bretonnia flourished under the massive influx of trade and in and out of the port city. But no Phoenix King can go without the congenital herpes that is Malekith the Witch King. And Malekith knew of the trade routes that the dwarves used and ambushed a number of traveling merchants, leaving evidence behind to make it look like the High Elves were behind the attack, like they had left uniforms from High Elves and banners and stuff like that. They'd use, not shod, I'm thinking of arrows that looked like they were from the High Elf kingdoms. So High King Gotrek Starbreaker demanded recompense for the issue, to which Calidor responded pompously, saying that the Phoenix King does not respond to pleas. He responds to pleas, not demands. And Gotrek gets pissed at this and demands double, saying he makes no pleas to gods or men. And Calidor responds by shaving the dwarf ambassador's beard. And wabam! The War of the Beard begins. Now, we all know me, and we know that I would side with the High Elves over everything. Even in the War of the Beard video we did, documenting the entirety of that conflict, I sided with the Elves. But I'll break character to tell you, Calidor II was an absolute Ponzi hairdresser, a foppish dick the Elves hath not seen since or will see. I genuinely hate Calidor II because he causes the downfall of the entire High Elf civilization. This conflict drains both races so much that they lose their footing across all of their more wayward expansions. And we go into this whole entire huge, awesome fight in the War of the Beard video, which again will be linked after this, but I'm trying to just focus on Calidor II's life itself. So the High Elves were astonished, right, at the perseverance of the dwarfs. But likewise, the dwarfs were amazed at how disciplined and coordinated the elves fought. Up to this point, the dwarfs had just been used to seeing elves either in colonies, which were for the most part not martial. They were extremely low-key. They were very agricultural. They were very, they were bringing peace. They were just having a bunch of sex in foreign lands. And the dwarfs or the High Elves for that matter, were not used to anything dwarf military-based. So to see both their militaries come to the fore was astonishing for both of them. The elves were not aware of how willing to fight to the last man the dwarfs were. And the dwarfs were not aware that the elves fought in these beautiful, disciplined ranks with these knights that had all sorts of different variations. So they were not prepared for that. And that's why this fight went on for so long. Calidor II, upset with how long the war had been taking, remember, it's been multiple centuries at this point, decides to lead the defense of the 14th siege of Torlessi. A lot of people want to go back and forth about, oh yeah, the dwarfs totally kicked the High Elves' asses. Yeah, well, it took you 14 times to siege one city, and you still didn't even break it. Ha! But the result is a personal battle between High King Gotrek and Calidor II. And Calidor II loses after a multiple-day fight with Gotrek, taking the Phoenix Crown as payment for the transgressions against his people. So I'll bow the Phoenix Crown there. Yeah, the dwarfs definitely won that one. But thus passes a bad king in a great way, kind of an epic way, conversely to his father. Which brings us into our 5th Phoenix King, Caradriel the Peacemaker, who ruled from 1 to 604. Nice 604 years of reign. And this is the imperial calendar of minus 1599 to 996. So just coming up onto the lifespan of Sigmar here. So you'll find that most of the Phoenix Kings, well, the earliest ones at least, inherit their title in the midst of, or at the head of, a major conflict for the High Elves. And such was the same for Caradriel, a prince of Ivris, a man who was the polar opposite of Calidor II, calm, collected, and indifferent for the most part. And he was a capable ruler and a really sound soldier. And that's pretty common of Ivris, is these very kind of indifferent, very stoic individuals. But at the heels of the defeat against the dwarfs, Malekith made his move as the two races had unwittingly played into his grand schemes. Moving south from the Blighted Isle, the Dark Elves captured Tor Anlek in Nagarath and used it as a staging point through the northern outer kingdoms, besieging the Griffin Gate. With the two very powerful foes and two very different fronts before him, Cradriel enacted his first decree: the abandoning of the elven colonies and the reconciliation of troops back to the elf heartland, reforging a new Phoenix Crown and recalling the armies Cradriel made to strengthen Ulthuan against her fallen kin. And sometimes the word kin reminds me of a hot dog skin. I don't know why, but you guys needed to know that, because when I think of Malekith's burned body, I think of a hot dog without its casing. Just food for thought. Now, moving on, a lot of the more Jesus Christ, overzealous high elves did not react kindly to this. They thought it an insult to reforge the crown and abandon the fight against the dwarves. Also, elf colonists felt that this was an act of betrayal to recall and leave everything they'd done so far. I mean, you have to remember this. The elves were on the precipice of planning a massive invasion of Karazakarak. Like that's where they were going. They weren't like, oh, okay, well, we just lost that one. Well, let's just take it on the cheek. Before Cradriel had been anointed, that was the plan. Like, all right, well, we're gonna go siege their capital and hand some ass. But there's a reason that place is called the Unbreakable City, or the Unsiegeable City, or whatever it's called. I can't remember off the top of my head, but still. To the zealots, Cradriel responded that he'd rather lose the crown than the realm. And to the colonists, he told them that if elves required the protection of the armies of Ulthuan, then they should return home, where those armies could best offer that protection. So Cradriel was an elf that gave little fucks and doled out the verbal justice that the otherwise haughty race needed to hear in times like this. His actions spurred the genesis of the colonists of Athel Loren, becoming the Wood Elves, as their traditions separated from that of the other high elf cultures. Now, what was left was the defense of Ulthuan, which Cradriel left in the hands of far more brilliant field commanders than himself. He knew his shortcomings, and he knew that while he was a good individual fighter, he was not a leader nor a general. And this is the first time we see a Phoenix King assume more of a diplomatic and less of a martial role in the High Elf society. He outright said, I'm not suited for this. I'm gonna leave this suited to men that are more appropriate for the task. Tethys of Calidor, of the appointed field commanders, broke the siege of Griffin Gate and pushed the Dark Elves back to within sight of Tor Anlek. Empowered, I guess you could say, by Cradriel. Now, with the war governed by better minds, Cradriel took to seeing the logistics of bringing his people back from abroad. Strengthening the other gates, he is the Phoenix King that instated rotations on each of the gates, ensuring that they were always garrisoned by fresh troops. And with their northern border secured, the High Elves held the line. The centuries of hate that the Dark Elves had were really blunted against the disciplined ranks of the Phoenix King soldiers. Moreover, because most of them were veterans of the War of the Beard and faced far more persistent foes than the Dark Elves. And while the Dark Elves were not fully defeated, they were abated. Not masturbated, they were abated. And Cradriel died peacefully in his bed, and he was the first Phoenix King to do so. And with Cradriel's passing, the council chose Tethys of Calidor to succeed him. A worthy option, as he was the hero of the Griffin Gate and a very competent leader. He really had one purpose as Phoenix King. That was restore Ulthuan entirely to the hands of the High Elves, pushing the Dark Elves off the island completely, recapturing the Blighted Isle in the process. So he's our 6th Phoenix King, and he's named Tethys the Slayer. And he really only lives from, his reign is 1 to 306, and that's IC minus 996 to minus 691. But Tethys was much like Anarion in that he fought with a very bitter and cold hatred for his foe. The Dark Elves had slain his family in one of their many raids, so he kind of exacted his vengeance and cold fury that matched his darker kin. And this is really, again, very similar to Anarion, that kind of fight fire with fire, so to say. And with this came the training of every one of the elven cities. They were required to have mustering fields where their men could train almost painstakingly. And the result was an army that had been likened to the strength and discipline of that of a Narian silver host in the ages long past. And part of what made Tethlis so great as a military mind was that he never committed to any engagement he couldn't bring overwhelming force to, creating victory after victory for the High Elves. And through this attrition, he wore the Dark Elves down, keeping High Elf casualties to a minimum. And they pushed the Dark Elves completely off of the Shadowlands, stormed Tor Anlek, and razed the entire city to the ground, giving them the old Carthage treatment from ancient Rome. Put some salt in that bitch. And shortly after, the greatest armada the Elves had ever known was gathered to retake the Blighted Isle in a massive undertaking known as the Battle of the Waves. And the Elves fought in this bloody battle across the land, turning the sea crimson with their blood. And the High Elves eventually won, butchering the Dark Elves to a man, in an act that made the High Elf nobles afraid that their men would really get a taste for the barbarism that they were inflicting. They were saying like, hey, stop killing everyone. I know Tethlis says to, but don't do it, because we know how the Elves are prone to fall to, their emotional whims, more or less. I mean, let's not beat around the bush as much as I want to say it. The Elves are a very emotional people, and they always kind of fall to that. That's what makes them kind of so susceptible to Slaanesh in a lot of ways. But as Tethlis moved across the plain of bone, he noticed a glint in the dirt. Investigating, he eventually unearthed the dragon armor of Anarion, which he gifted to Aurelian, the great-grandson of Morlion, Anarion's son with the Everqueen. I swear they all have Ian at the end of their name, I-O-N, and that's a doozy to say. But shortly after that, after he kind of comes to the Shrine of Cain where the Widowmaker resided, we see the end of our Phoenix King. And there are two stories. One is that an assassin ambushed him when he was meditating over the sword. The other is that when he went to withdraw the sword, his bodyguard cut him down. And I'm going to assume it was the former, as the High Elves are not prone to hurting their own. It's a pretty unspeakable sin. Well, I mean, like sundering withstanding, of course, but to have a lot of intrigue in court and to do stuff behind others' backs, that's fine. In fact, it's like the spice of life for when it comes to High Elves. But you never go as far as to kill someone, like your own kin. Again, High Elves, Dark Elves aside. But that brings an end to Tethlis and the end to this video. We have about 3 or 4 more kings to go through. We have Belcor Hadris, Aethys, Morvael, Belhathor, and then lastly Finubar is the Seafarer. He's our 6th king here. So, no, I'm sorry, the 11th king. God, I just can't count Roman numerals sometimes. But we'll cover them in another video here to come out in a couple days. This is quite a bit to take in all at once, so I wanted to make sure that this was easily digestible across 2 videos here. But if you do have any questions about some of these kings, or maybe some actions that happened during their reign, let me know. The 8th edition High Elf book does cover pretty much all the major events that happen while each king is kind of in power. Key events in High Elf history, it even says right in the book. You've got Battle of the Isle of Dread, Malekith's betrayal, Nagaryth's rise, Sundering, War of the Beard, blah, 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 blah. Like, all these kind of massive happenings that go on with each one of these rules and these age of rule, as it were, when it comes to the individual kings ruling. But hopefully this gives you a better idea of not only the timeline of the Warhammer world, but of the High Elves as a whole. It kind of feels like when you talk about High Elves, you've got Malekith, or you've got Anarion, then you've got the whole Malekith Sundering situation, then you've got the whole War of the Beard situation, and you kind of get lost in the timeline here. So hopefully this can help put things into perspective for you guys. But as always, thanks so much for watching here today. Don't forget to like, subscribe, check out my Patreon, all that kind of action. But have a good one, and take care. We've made it through our first 6 Phoenix Kings that have been kings during the times of war and of strife. Today we're going to go into the latter portions of kings, and this time it's going to be a lot less direct conflict. Scholars, builders, seamen... seamen are going to be the subject matter today versus the many generals and bastards looking at you, Calidor II, that we dealt with in our last video. So let's get things started here with the Scholar King. Now, Belcor Hadris is our first Wizard King. and he ruled from a nice long rule from 1 to 1190. This is Imperial calendar minus 691 to 499. Belkor Hadris is again the Scholar King. He's our 7th king. And he was already a famed scholar and notable spellcaster from Safari before the council made him the Phoenix King. And he was a very well-loved, respected, and venerated king of the people. And what marks his reign above all the other Phoenix bros is that there was a near to absolute zero conflict during his era. Tethys' bloody trail to the north had really weakened the Dark Elves so much that they were actually afraid to take part in any raids or any attacks on Ulthuan for fear of rousing the army that Tethys had used to wipe the island clean of their twisted kin. And the result of Tethys' war of reclamation was that the majority of Ulthuan lay in ruins, and the Anuli Mountains were unguarded, allowing for manticores and other beasts to maraud through the countryside, looking for fine linens and precious shoes in which the High Elves keep locked away. Because, I mean, what manticore doesn't want to wear nice flip-flops? Thus, Belkor Hadris' first decree was an age of rebirth for the High Elves and of Ulthuan. All of the ruined settlements, destroyed towns, and defenses of the island were repaired, reclaimed and rebuilt as Ulthuan returned to a state of normalcy. And up to this point, we've only seen Phoenix Kings in power for really some 600 years. The longest living was Belshazzar at 1600, which was arguably the height of the High Elves Empire, and with them all elves being united under one banner and all. But Belkor Hadris, brought about a second golden age for the High Elves, ruling for just shy of 1200 years, and he was responsible for the construction of the White Tower of Hoeth in Safari. This grand repository of knowledge became a beacon across the land for elves to share their research, philosophy, and magic knowledge. Gathering grimoires from across the world, all wisdom and knowledge was kept behind the heavily guarded walls and wards of the tower. In a lot of the entries from books and whatnot, they talk about how the tower has these huge sweeping enchantments and all these many runes that block it and guard it with these twisting mazes that appear and illusions that appear, so it's very heavily guarded in and of its own right here. But with the construction also began the legacy of the Jedis of the Warhammer world, the lore masters and sword masters of Hoeth. They gathered at the tower to study swordsmanship, warfare, sorcery, all disciplines that the tower had to offer. And additionally, the lore masters started the Book of Days, a massive tome chronicling the great history of the elf people, stretching back to before Anarion to the present era and onward. And Belkor Hadris was not a fool though, and he knew that war would revisit the shores of Ulthuan as it always does. So rather than allow his nobles and princes to become kind of idle in their time of peace, he charged them with the purification of the island, destroying the many warped beasts from the Anuli Mountains in order to seek personal glory, a higher skill, and peace for the people. Like the sword and wisdom kind of became the moniker of princes and nobles at the time. It's really how you established your worth. Really, Belkor Hadris is an amazing king, not because he didn't have conflict, but because he was able to galvanize the two major facets of the Elven people, the scholarly and the martial. By putting the princes and scholars to work toward the greater good of the High Elves, he established an amazing empire that would carry the elves into the current era as we see them today. And he died peacefully shortly after the construction of the White Tower of Hoeth and was buried as part of its foundation. He still kind of haunts the deep crypts of the tower, helping wayward scholars that are in search of knowledge, or even appearing to Teclis as he toils over some grand problem that escapes him. That's done many times in the books here and there. But the peaceful reign that Belkor Hadris had established was passed on to Aethys of Safari. Aethys the poet, our 8th Phoenix King, who had a nice 623 years of Phoenix Kingdom, which this is IC 499 to 1211. And Aethys is the first king at number 8 to inherit the throne without some sort of kingdom-wide instability or in the wake of warfare. And as a whole, the Dark Elves were considered in rapid decline by the High Elves. Malekith being rumored to have finally died off, the dwarves were content being left alone, and the Empire had just recently arisen, like the Empire of Man is what I say when I mean that. But truth be told, it had started during Belcor Hadris's reign, but the elves weren't now just kind of hearing about it. But this is the era that the elves discovered that they were really a dying race. The number of births was just declining, and there's no real reason for this, nor is there an explanation. One of the more haunting sentences from the lore is, "The great cities began to empty." Now that sounds kind of like benign, but if you think about it here, like I've said many times, the Tyrion and Teclis trilogy talks about how empty Lothern is, like it was built for a civilization that never really lived in it. It kind of just it's eerie to me, and it just unnerves me. I don't like it. It's like having one foot in warm water and one foot in cold water. That's freaky too. But on that note, Lothern was raised from a small fishing village to the great city that it is today, ferrying trade into the great kingdom as the primary trade port of the High Elves. And under Aethys, culture thrived throughout the inner and outer kingdoms. On the back of Belcor Hadris's reign, and now Aethys's reign, the elves hadn't seen conflict in almost 2 millennia. Much of the army and fleets were just disbanded. The funds were used on more which I guess you can call civilized pursuits. And Aethys, being an elven dandy who likes himself a good turn of phrase or two, attracted artists from all walks of life: painters, sculptors, dramatists, writers, everything. A gigantic griffin sculpture 500 feet high was created on top of the Griffin Gate. All these kind of animated portraits, like something straight out of Harry Potter, were made. A lot of just sweeping cultural movements were done. And the mountains of Trace were beautified by artisans and sculptors. If you play Total War Warhammer 2, you can actually see a lot of the many statues and art that was created into the alcoves of the mountainside when you play or when you go up to the mountains of Trace. You can see them along those mountainsides, or actually on the tops of the peaks, going from the inner kingdoms to the outer kingdoms. It's actually kind of a really cool touch. But trade was firmly established with Cathay, as silk, jade, and other spices made their way into Ulthuan, becoming marked commodities of a new sort of intelligentsia class that had arisen within the kingdom. And even the dwarfs were approached to establish trade and return the Phoenix Crown, which they immediately rebuked, but with no insult or conflict that resulted. Complacency had really set in for the High Elves here, though, and as a result, the nobles and princes returned to their intrigue court rather than their martial pursuits. Sword and wisdom no longer becoming the watermark of a worthwhile lord. Now it was thinly veiled insults and silver-tongued remarks. And Illyrian remained true to their kind of martial ways, though. This is that main entryway into the inner kingdoms from Nagarath. Prince Valador of Illyrian ensured that the Griffin Gate got the best arms, armor, and training offered to his men. But even that could not spare him the intrigue court that eventually robbed him of his title, land, and estate for his entire family, all because he punched some noble that was falsely working under the king's orders. Like the guy was stealing from the Griffin Gate's armory. He said, "Oh, I'm under orders of the king." And he punched him and said, "No, you're not." And the king's like, "Yeah, you're right. He wasn't." But the noble still fucked him over in the end. But it was an interesting time because while the kingdom was thriving, there was a certain moral decay, namely of court, the cult of pleasure resurfacing as a larger and larger part of society once more. And the Tower of Hoeth led investigations into the cult's dealings, and before long discovered a plot from the Chancellor of the court to raise the Senate against the Galactic Empire and start a new reign as Darth Palpatine. Oh wait, shit, wrong game. Sorry. So the Chancellor of the Court is really, at that time, he's the closest confidant to the Phoenix King. And the High Master Morvael confronted the Phoenix King with this information, informing him that the Chancellor was an agent of Nagaroth. The result, though, was swift. The Chancellor stabbed a poisoned dagger through Aethys' heart, which is super final as it is. Was the poison that necessary? Hey, we'll just cut his head off, then light it on fire and kick it down a fucking mountain just to be sure. But either way, the elves saw peace for nearly 2,000 years, but their dreams of a diminished enemy would quickly become just that, dreams. Morvael, the impetuous of Ivris, the High Lore Master during Aethys' reign that informed him of the Chancellor's misdeeds, would inherit the throne. This is our 9th king. He lived for 383 years during the imperial calendar of 1121 to 1503. But while he was a scholar in his own right, He had little knowledge of statecraft or warfare, and as thus, his first act was a preemptive strike against Naggaroth, launching an elven fleet, which was massacred almost to a man. And the few survivors spread word that the Dark Elves were not diminished, but in fact had been growing stronger while the Elves grew complacent. So there's a number of implications here, right? First, for however long the Chancellor was in place, he was a direct conduit of communication back to Naggaroth. But this is really no surprise, as much of the lore and fluff describes as this is pretty commonplace. You know, the High Elves thinking that the Dark Elves are none the wiser, while their most trusted nobles princes are actually Dark Elves, whatever. But second, there's a notion that the population of the Elves for a dying race is however many are needed for the plot. That's like a kind of like a repeating sentence that Games Workshop employees would always tell you. Is, hey, how many Elves are there left? He goes, however many are needed for the plot, kid. So we never get numbers or figures, but if the Dark Elves were increasing in strength after a crippling campaign from Tethlas, then their birth rates are invariably up by comparison to the High Elves. So, your greatest enemy are breeding like rabbits, while the rest of y'all are dry humping silk from Cadai. Disgraceful. But this immediately spurred the Dark Elves into action, launching a massive armada that seized the Blight Island and reclaimed Tor Anlec, raising a new fortress in the ruins of the old and besieging the Griffin Gate. And control of the military control of the military as a whole was handed over to Mentheus of Calidor, Morvael's closest friend. And Mentheus helped win the fight over the Griffin Gate, just desperately winning it back for the High Elves. Morvael called in the troop levy system that was set up by the previous Phoenix Kings to add troops to the beleaguered Griffin Gate. In addition, he poured all the money from the coffers of the Phoenix Throne into rebuilding the army and creating a massive and powerful fleet. In addition to that, again, he used the Swordmasters of Hoeth to act as counter-spies, or at least a counter-spy network, rooting out any influential spies granted by the Cult of Pleasure. And for all of this, Morvael was a very high-strung and sensitive individual, and he was constantly worrying about his friends and those that he would be sending to their deaths. And as the years ticked on, the weight of the Phoenix Crown pushed heavily upon the shoulders of the king. And during this time, he relied ever more on the strength derived, I guess you could say, by his closest advisors, especially Mentheus of Calidor, relying on the general's friendship just as much as he did on his general's leadership abilities. Despite all this, the High Elves are embroiled in sporadic warfare throughout the latter century of Morvael's reign. To ensure the trade routes established during Aethys's and Belcadris's reigns were secured, Morvael set up the Fortress of Dawn at the tip of the Southlands, while the Citadel of Dusk was set up on the opposite shores at the tip of Lustria, both kind of safeguarding any ships making their way to Cathay or back. And the culmination of these conflicts happened at Tor Anlec, when Mentheus besieged the great fortress at the head of a large elven host. And Morvael awaited the outcome at the Shrine of Assyrian, plagued by insomnia, nightmares, and worry for the well-being of his kin. And day in and day out, more reports of the casualties made their way to the shrine. Eventually, the forces of Ulthuan won out against their dark brothers, destroying the fortress once more. But the victory came at a high price. Mentheus was slain during the last assault on the final day. His dragon went into a berserk rage, cutting a huge swath through the Dark Elf lines. But once Morvael heard news of this, it was more than he could bear, and he cast himself into the internal flame of Assyrian. His body smoldered on the sacred flame for a whole 12 hours. Even though Morvael was crippled by indecision, he still established a great deal of security for Ulthuan, and that bore, or I guess the fruits of it, bore the current era of peace that his forebears had created him and for him. And we really don't see that kind of ending, that peaceful reign until Finubar. I mean, a lot of this peace is a good thing, because had there been that constant conflict, we would have seen the elves probably depleted to a point that they wouldn't even be in 8th edition. Like, oh, do you guys all remember the High Elves? Yeah, they were fucking cool. Well, because of all this peaceful time, they were able to replenish their ranks to set up the next stage of things. Setting up for Bel-Hathor the Sage, our 10th Phoenix King, who ruled from 1 to 661. This is Imperial Calendar 1503 to 2163. Bel-Hathor, the 10th Phoenix King that we were just talking about, comes at an interesting time. A lot of the intrigue in court that was generated during Aethys' reign was still very present, and with the council decided on whether to appoint a warlike king or a peaceful one, the result was Belhathor. It was split down the middle pretty much. And Belhathor of Safri was expected to be a relative pushover, like when you went to your mom to see if you could have a girls' sleepover, but, you know, no boys, except for Ben and Jerry's. I'm so bad. Anyway, Belhathor was expected to be easily manipulated, but that was not the case. In fact, he was extremely strong of will and resisted all hands seeking to get into the cookie jar. There was a large outcry for an invasion of Nagaron, but Belhathor denied the masses, noticing that a victory could have been won, but it would cost the High Elves too much. And already most of the cities were half empty as it was, and many of the lands, estates, and mansions were abandoned. So instead, he set his eye to the defense of the nation from the east. Human empires had grown rapidly in only 2 centuries, and incursions of Norskins became both more frequent and more vicious, to the point that the High Elf Navy could not contain them and defend against the Dark Elves at the same time. Belhathor convened the lore masters and greatest mages of the time to weave a grand enchantment upon the eastern approach to Ulthuan. Kind of like setting up waystones and runes all over the place. But after 30 years of planning, the magicians enshrouded the island with mazes, illusions, shifting shoals, and mists. And the only way to approach Ulthuan was out of sheer dumb luck, really. And this point really kind of creating an air of mystery and dread about the elf lands to the west. You know, quotations there like, oh, the dreaded elf lands, don't go there. But the men of the Empire, Batonia and Norska, still braved the enchantment, but very few of any consequence really made it through to be considered a threat. And Belhathor had deemed that no man was allowed to set foot on Ulthuan's soil. Finubar, the Prince of Eataine, was granted permission, though, to take ship and learn more of the emergent realms and the outside world, which the High Elves had really been cut off from by their own doing. I mean, they weren't seeking the tutelage of the humans, or for that matter, the dwarfs. They had really kind of had like a closed door policy inadvertently by really kind of focusing fully on Ulthuan and their enemy to the west. But Finubar first sailed to Liangui in Bretonia, and from there he spent 50 years wandering over the old world like an Aryan so long ago. And this is the first time any High Elf has seen the race of men outside of the barbarians that they were thought to be. You know, Norskins are their only real exposure to quote-unquote men up until this point. And as Finubar made his way into the lands of the Empire, he was shocked to discover that the humans had built massive cities with spanning walls and disciplined armies to fight off orcs, you know, crude technology rather than the kind of mud huts that he had expected. And the feud with the dwarfs had seen the High Elves devoid of the Eastern realms for millennia. You know, they're like, well, all right, the stunty legs have that, we're not going to go over there. But he even entreated with the Wood Elves, who regarded Finubar with not much else other than indifference. But again, he was shocked to see how far they had come from their High Elf roots, and that they didn't even resemble High Elves any more than the Dark Elves resembled High Elves. So, upon returning to Ulthuan, Finubar met with Belhathor and told him of the grandeur that had unfolded in the Eastern realms. And Belhathor immediately overrode his initial decree that men were not allowed to set foot on elf soil, and opened up trade and diplomacy to human empires to the east. Really, the goal here was that, and this is Finubar's take on this whole situation, was that these guys are way better off as allies than they are as enemies right now. Because if we have an enemy that is like the humans, and he kind of notes how overly tenacious and full of life and greed they are, it's not going to be a good thing to have a war on 2 fronts here. So Belhathor, I think, really agrees with that wisdom, and that's what he's like, oh, okay, let's let trade coming in. So Lothern exploded once more, you know, swelling with trade and commerce, becoming the largest port and trading city in the world, with Marienburg hot on its heels. Finubar was thrilled to see his homeland of Eataine step into the center stage as Lothern became the seat of true power in Ulthuan. It was always the seat of the Phoenix throne, or court, but this kind of elevates it even further. Belhathor died peacefully, though, in his bed, and Finubar was the obvious choice for successor. Now, although we talked a lot about kind of Finubar in this entry here, I want you guys to really get a sense for how Belhathor
created the Ulthuan that we see in either Total War Warhammer 2 or in 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy. Lothern as a seat of power, the shrouds over Eastern Ulthuan that Grom the Paunch eventually evades through. All of these things help, again, to maintain and secure the strength created from the end of this kind of golden age of the High Elves. This does not, of course, cheat our last and current Phoenix King, Finubar, who is number 11 on our list, and I don't want to say the last. He's the last, but I mean, he's not the last king of the line. You know, there's more kings to come. Well, fuck. So he rules from 1 to the present era. That's Imperial Calendar 2163 to, again, the present era. And Finubar the Seafarer was the first Phoenix King to be directly chosen by his predecessor, Belhathor, and the council honored that request and appointed him Phoenix King. Now, if you think about it, he was really the best man for the job. You know, he was from Lothern, a prince, and a traveled individual who knew the world for what it had become. He was the best choice as he understood the kind of new age that the elves found themselves in, as well as knowing the ins and outs of trade and commerce as a result of being from Lothern. In the early years of Finubar's reign, though, he still took to the open seas, sowing treaties and establishing trade throughout the old world to better establish his kingdom and elfdom as a whole, trusting the dealings of the day-to-day to be run by his accomplished advisors, which, I mean, in all rights, that's a good king right there, right? Like, all right, I'm going to trust the people that I've put in place to run. Sans corruption, but whatever. This, of course, didn't sit well with some elements of the court, namely the elements that were overlooked for the position of Phoenix King in Finubar's stead. So, like High Elves do, they spread a shit ton of intrigue, rumors about the wayward Phoenix King, talking about situations about his manhood, the kind of crap that people say. And this went on until Eltharion arrived, unannounced, at a meeting of the ruling council, kind of kicking the door in and demanding rent money like an absentee landlord. Eltharion reminded the gathered princes of their loyalties, her icy gaze piercing each elf to their core, driving off in her Prius with great miles to the gallon. But since that day, there have been no dissenting voices in the court. Interestingly enough, this is one of the first times we hear of the Everqueen taking a hand in the dealings of the Phoenix King, even less likely to come and defend his honor in his absence. I mean, we don't hear about that at all, if ever, in the lore of any other Phoenix King. That being said, most Phoenix Kings aren't extrapolated much in the lore. Bel Corhadris is expanded a little bit more in the lore because, the White Tower and everything, but Anarion, the first, 4 are pretty big, and then the latter 1 and 2 are kind of huge, but it just kind of, again, puts stuff into kind of frame of reference of how rare this is. So, it sets a pace for Finubar's kind of reign, where in this grand unification and ending of a lot of the High Elf tradition that is more stuffy and archaic kind of comes to pass, and we get a more kind of new age High Elf. And over time, Finubar went on less and less voyages, instead spending more and more time working on the interior of Ulthuan with his trusted advisor, Belianar, the oldest and wisest lore master of Hoeth. You might know him from some of the cutscenes that we see in Total War Warhammer 2 in the High Elf campaign. On the 138th year of Finubar's reign, the Great Chaos Invasion began, starting off the Great War with chaos in the Old World. This then spurred on another invasion from Malekith, that just bastard ass. This was more of a calculated and destructive war that swept aside the many defenses of Ulthuan, used the might of Inkari, the greater demon of Slaanesh, to hunt the elves, and the emergence of the two great twins, Tyrion and Teclis. The twins kind of helped to save the realm, and Tyrion rescued the Everqueen from a burning Averlorn, and the culmination, I guess, was the Great Battle of Finuval Plains, which I've been meaning to do a video on for a long time, but this battle was a massive joining of two hosts, one dark and one light, with major players like Tyrion and Teclis, Morathi and Malekith, Corhei and Ironglaive, and Uri and Poisonblade. I mean, even Finubar kind of turns up at the last minute to say hi, kind of like a Muppet movie. But this whole ordeal is massive because of what it kind of galvanizes in the High Elves. The High Elves won, but it cost them dearly in both great heroes and men. But Finubar saw it fit to establish the loyalty of as many great heroes of the elf people that he could. And that's something to be said here, you know. For no matter how bleak the time seemed, there had never been more great heroes in the elven ranks than in the current era. And you really get this sense of that kind of majesty when we kind of hear about how this whole situation transpires with Malekith invading. This is really covered in earnest in the second and third books of the Tyrion and Teclis trilogy, where they really go into detail about this whole ordeal and really what it meant for Ulthuan. I mean, Ulthuan was pretty much like, okay, a Battle of Finneball Plains is not a success, then we all fall. Because Malekith came in so sweepingly and so destructively that he was weakening the wards around the island. He was trying to bring down the Great Vortex. There's a lot that goes on with that I'd like to do a whole separate video on, because it just really deserves its kind of limelight. But from here, Tyrion helps Finnebár establish a strong kind of military might. Teclis does the same with the Mages of Sapphire, traveling to the Empire to educate and teach the realm of men how to use magic, you know, figuring that if they know magic, they can be a bastion against chaos. And as we close this chapter, I want to read from the 8th edition High Elf book a little paragraph. Now, this isn't meant to stir the old screw end times bandwagon. That's been beaten to a fucking horse, or beaten to a pulp, whatever it is. But I want to instill in you all of the hope we had for an amazing further of the story that we had been promised by these kind of open-ended passages that we're about to read right here. Yet every year brings new opportunities to win glory and fight against evil. There are still mighty elf heroes, courageous warriors, and mages willing to stand against the dark powers, and the mighty dragons, though few in number, are turning restless in their long sleep. In the north, the Witch King stirs once more, and the Widowmaker haunts the dreams of warriors, singing songs of forbidden glory to their desperate souls. Though they have dwindled and are weary, the High Elves still have a great part to play in the world before the final act of their long drama is played out. So, again, it's a very sweeping, over-the-top kind of passage here, but you definitely get this sense that, okay, there's going to be a shit ton more dragons are going to come back. Oh man, what's going to happen with these dark powers? Who's Malekith going to stay in power the whole time? Every single book has got something like this, where this is kind of like open-ended, very romantic, very sweeping passage where you're like, oh man, yeah, I'm glad I'm playing these guys, the good guys. Every book has got that. That's why there's such intense loyalty to every single faction in this game if you play the tabletop. But the dwarfs, while wrong, are very huge fans of their race. Same thing with greenskins, lizardmen, chaos, no one likes the vampires, empire, you know, everything like that has got this kind of innate kind of fervor attached to following in the footsteps, but an innate fervor attached to being a fan of that race. And that's why High Elves are kind of so near and dear to me. But with that, our line of kings comes to a close, and thus does the history of the elves. I suppose we'll continue with our end times video on the elven race to kind of put the button on the elven history as a whole, but that will be a clusterfuck in and of itself. Hopefully you guys got a great idea now of not just the Phoenix Kings, but the individual eras and epochs of the High Elf civilization. This video kind of acts almost as a retelling of the Book of Days, giving you guys details on the entire elf race from beginning to current era. But as always, guys, thanks so much for watching. Got plenty more goodies planned for you, but have a good one and take care. Patreon, subscribe, comment, like it, all that action. But have a good one, guys. Bye.
As we draw 2019 to a close, we look back on all the great DLC that has come our way, from the Prophet and the Warlock all the way to the most recent Shadow and the Blade. Dark Elves, Lizardmen, Skaven, all of them have had pretty awesome additions to their rosters and campaigns, but there is one Warhammer 2 faction that has not been touched since the Queen of the Crown, the High Elves, my personal favorite of all the Warhammer races. Mainly because I wake up in the morning and drink tea while talking about the bygone days of colonial imperialism, but also because who doesn't like awesome phallic hats? Today we're going to talk about my speculation for the first big DLC of 2020, the Prince and the Paunch, or maybe the Warden and the Wa. I haven't really decided. Those are my working titles for now, and even though I'm sure they will evolve throughout this video as I think of better names, I think they're a good place to start. The focus of this DLC will be on the High Elves, being led by Eltharion the Grim, and Greenskins led by Grom the Paunch. And we're going to talk about why I think these two are the big choices for the next DLC on the horizon. Strictly speaking, High Elves are just next in line when it comes to DLCs. We've seen the Lizardmen showcased twice, back to back, and both the Dark Elves and Skaven given additional DLC content. The High Elves have only been touched once, no pun intended, with the addition of Eltharion and Eltharion. When we look at the previous DLC for Warhammer 2, we know that we're getting a Game 2 race, bare minimum. Now, the second race is either a Warhammer 2 or Warhammer 1 race, as the Hunter and the Beast brought the Empire to the Vortex campaign, as well as the Shadow and the Blade, giving us Bretonnia via the FLC. Looking at some of the comments that CA has made regarding the Greenskins, I think that they are a very strong contender for this second DLC slot. Having remarked that old world updates will be a consistent part of DLC patches, we can be sure to see a massive overhaul to another Game 1 race with this DLC. This is further substantiated by the claim that the Shadow and the Blade purposely skipped over old world updates in lieu of some quality of life updates to the game, namely the vastly improved end turn times for both Vortex and Mortal Empires. The only races that have not gotten their update are Wood Elves, Beastmen, Greenskins, and Warriors of Chaos. I truly believe that Warriors of Chaos will be tied into a Game 3 lean-in or just the pre-order bonus, something of the sort. So I'm going to exclude them from this list, leaving us with the aforementioned 3. Another remark came out of CA informing us that Greenskins will get an early 2020 update, making them the frontrunner in my mind. So, this is why my speculation for the next DLC is High Elves and Greenskins. And I could be totally wrong on this, but I wanted you to be able to follow along with my chain of thought on this before we dive into each race. Now, the way I'm going to structure this video is very similar to the video that I did on Throt and Thoric. One, we'll discuss one faction at a time, going through possible legendary lords that could be added, so on and so forth. Two, then touch on the units that might accompany said lords, as well as my ideas for how they could be implemented into the game. 3, talk about any new proposed faction mechanics that would play into the selected lords units, overhauls, reworks, anything like that. And then 4, lastly, the starting location for that faction. Just a quick disclaimer here before we move into the speculation, this is not a lore video. I have covered these guys in their own respective lore videos that I'll link in the corresponding sections, so I apologize if I kind of skim over some of the units quickly without diving deep on the rich lore behind them. But let's take this massive hype train out of the station with the Greenskins. So using the blueprint from our previous speculation video, let's talk a bit about the proposed name for the faction coming in a DLC like this. Now, this plays heavily into my idea about renaming all the Greenskin factions, and we've seen a taste of this with the last Festag patch dubbed Potion of Speed. Creative Assembly remarked that Empire, Greenskins, Dwarfs, all those generic race-based faction names stems from an old naming mechanic from Game 1. This has obviously changed in Game 2, where every faction is named after their respective legendary lord's starting position, or a faction name that kind of pays homage to that lord. And that kind of leads, or the lore that leads them at least. So on that, I'd like to see all of the Greenskins factions renamed again to their respective WA. At the very least, their respective tribe, which would actually be a bit of a challenge for, say, Grimgor Ironhide. But I know they just got a rename, as Grimgor the Black to, or Grimgor to Black Crag, but I think it's a bit too simple in my mind. I'd love to see Grom the Paunch's faction named simply WA Grom, and that's the way they were marked on the grander Warhammer world, as they refer to each major Greenskin incursion across the old world. You've got Wa Grom, Wa Gorbad, Wa Skarsnik. Each one of these has its own kind of, it's almost like its own crusade attached to it. And I think that that would play very well into kind of creating a lot more character for each one of these. It'd also be very easy to find them on like a custom battle or an Empire, or I'm sorry, a co-op campaign list, because they'd be at the end alphabetically. So with that though, you can see all of my proposed units, lords, heroes, everything for the Greenskins. Taking a look at Wa Grom, the proposed faction name for Grom the Paunch, you can see he would be the legendary lord that would lead this. An FLC Lord option would be Gorbad Ironclaw, and we're not going to dive too deep on him. It's just a kind of a quick name drop right there. I have done a lore video on him as well, but he has a lot of really awesome lore behind him. You know, he is the one of the first real big WAs for the Greenskins. He was the one that took out Solon. There's a lot of really cool lore behind him, and while he is kind of a generic seeming Lord, he would be one that would be very support oriented or buffing of troops oriented, and he has a really badass model. But taking a look then into the heroes and generic legendary lords, again guys, this is just a real quick summary before we dive into each one, what their mechanics would look like, so on and so forth. This is just kind of that high level overview. So our generic legendary lord would be an Orc Great Shaman. We don't have anything like that on the legendary lord list, only a Goblin Great Shaman, not an Orc. Then furthering into that, into the hero section, we would have an Orc Big Boss. Now jumping into the units, so the way I've broken this down is I always provide around 6 or so units, and we more often than not are not going to see 6 units added in a DLC. So the way I've kind of themed this is the first 3 that we're going to go through are the most likely to come in the DLC, either because they're missing from the army book as is, or they just play a lot of play into a lot of the weaknesses of the current armies as is. And those first 3 are the Goblin Spear Chukka, simply put, it's just a bolt thrower, a Snotling Pump Wagon, which I think would be pretty fun, then a Feral Wyvern. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Now there's 3 other things here that I think play into the current, I guess you could say, DLC meta, quote unquote, of how things have been released in the past 2-3 DLCs. A Rogue Idol of Gork and or Mork, Colossal Squigs, then Hill Goblins. Hill Goblins might be a little more likely along with the previous 3, but I think Hill Goblins would be a lot of fun, and they're very different from your normal kind of goblin. Then our last one, our bonus kind of unit that would be not necessarily added as part of a DLC, but added as part of the FLC patch portion of this DLC, would be Troll and Black Orc variants. Because we've talked this through to the ground, and I think it really is worth bringing up in a speculation video that goes into the Greenskins, what might be coming with them, so on and so forth. So again, this is a very high level of everything that I'm proposing with a WA Grom faction. Let's jump into our lords, then our heroes, then our units. Starting off, of course, with the big boy himself, Grom the Paunch, the real thickens here. So he is evidently, obviously, a goblin war boss. Now, in the lore, the way that he kind of got so big is he ate an entire plate of raw troll meat, and this kind of mutated him, and he has a voracious appetite, and he gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So the way I would kind of see this represented in Total War is that he is a goblin war boss, but with a better stat line, representing that bigger girth of him, just the big old thickens that he is. Now, in addition to that, he would start on his Goblin Wolf Chariot. Now, we don't have a precedent of lords starting with mounts until Rapunzel was added. With Rapunzel, she immediately starts on her horse. So, why not have Grom the Paunch start on his Goblin Wolf Chariot? I think that for the proposed starting locations for Grom here, it does make a lot of sense because he will have the deck stacked against him pretty hard. That's going to play very well into his campaign effects. He's going to obviously be giving bonuses to goblins, goblin chariots, wolf riders, recruitment ranks for goblin heroes, bonuses to fighting elves, leadership and melee attack centric at least. In the tabletop, he had a rule called Eats Elves for Breakfast, in which case the Greenskins, which had an innate fear towards elves, were no longer subject to it. So it was kind of a cool way to break that rule. Since we don't have that, I think that a great way to translate that would be Grom's WA as a specific unique skill line. This would give him bonuses against elves, similar to how Rapunzel gives bonuses against undead. And just how Rapunzel gives bonus to all undead, I think would be the same thing for Grom. I think he's going to be dealing with high elves, dark elves, maybe even wood elves with any kind of smattering in between, depending on where he's at, mortal empires or vortex. And I think to Grom the Paunch, elves are elves, pointy ears are pointy ears. He doesn't care. He's going to fight them harder, better, faster, whatever the Kanye West song is. But with those mechanics in mind, I think he's going to have 2 quest items, or he would have 2 quest items. One, Lucky Banner. This is straight out of the book here. It's a pretty easy translation, but I would say this would be his first quest item, and it grants a ward save to Grom, leadership benefits, and recruitment bonuses for goblin units in campaign, maybe as a fun little passive. And the second one would be Axe of Grom, a second quest item. Now this would grant magic attacks, increased weapon strength, and melee attack. Also give bonuses, or give bonus weapon strength and melee attack for his army when fighting elves. The lore directly states that this axe is so infused with Wa energy that it really empowers Grom. And I think that that would be a real cool way to do it, is that not only is he going to help out himself in fighting elves, the Axe of Grom will help out his army. Because like I said, he's probably going to have that dex stacked against him very heavily based off of the two kind of starting locations, 2-3 starting locations I have in mind. So we'll kind of go over those when we get there. But this kind of sums up our legendary lord with Grom the Paunch. And before we move over to our heroes section and our generic legendary lords, I just want to give a massive shout out to Weapon Master 470 for creating another custom banner for us here. Now this one is for Grom the Paunch and his actual faction that was in the lore, at least, the Broken Axe tribe. So this could be the faction Wa Grom or the faction Broken Axe tribe, either one. But I think that this would at least be the symbol we would see in game if Grom the Paunch were to be added. All right, so our generic legendary lore that would be added with Grom, I'm saying would be a Orc Great Shaman, just a generic Wurzog. There's nothing special about this guy that really merits a whole ton of conversation here. It mainly is going to be bringing the big Wa to the Lord section, outside of the legendary lords, of course. Also, it would grant you some fun mount options. I think Orc Boar makes a lot of sense. Orc Boar Chariot also, and I think it'd be fun to also place these on a Wyvern. I think it just kind of makes sense for what we see with some of the other characters in the Greenskins roster. Which brings us over to our generic hero, and again, a very simple one here, the Orc Big Boss. This would be your hero level Orc War Boss. War Boss, of course, being the Lord. Now, I think that the way this has to be done is kind of a high defensive stat, Guardian type character. We get this a lot with the kind of warrior class hero we get from all of the other factions for the most part. Taking a look at the Master, the Noble, the Paladin, all of them kind of have this very bodyguard-like mentality to them. And I think that the Big Boss can also play into that, especially if the mount options for it match the Great Shaman. And if you kind of think of the overall narrative of Grom the Paunch is so big that even orcs listen to him, and an Orc Big Boss would be a really cool kind of right hand or right tusk. I don't know what orcs say, they're disgusting. To Grom the Paunch, in that he would be able to ride an Orc Boar, so he can ride alongside Grom the Paunch. An Orc Boar Chariot, so he can definitely ride alongside Grom the Paunch. Or a Wyvern, he can fly over Grom the Paunch. So those three options for mounts, I think, bring a lot of fun and character to the generic hero class of an Orc Big Boss. And our first proposed unit would be the Goblin Spearchucker. This is missing directly from the 8th edition army book. And this is very simple here. I think it would be a goblin-centric, anti-large AP bolt thrower unit. I don't think that it would have different firing modes like we have with the Repeater or the Eagle Claw bolt thrower. I just think it would be strictly an anti-large, straight shot bolt thrower. I think that the big caveat here is that it would be it would have a higher rate of fire than your normal bolt thrower, but just be less accurate. And typically, if you're taking a look at from a at least a competitive standpoint, you use bolt throwers often to snipe out artillery pieces. So it can be kind of an interesting mechanic here because you want that high rate of fire just churning into units. And if you think about Grom the Paunch firing into a ton of high elves, it makes a lot of sense because these things are just going to dish out tons of AP anti-large shots, which might not be the most accurate, but at least they'll kind of hit home more often than not, hopefully. Our next unit is another missing unit from the army book, the Snotling Pump Wagon. So this is a bit different of a chariot. It's a chariot that has an explosion effect. And the way this worked in tabletop was that as you ram into things, you have your impact hits, and you can even upgrade those impact hits to do more. I think it has to be a bit different though when we're talking about Total War Warhammer. So for one, it would have anti-infantry, as to be expected, but rather than detonating like, say, a bloated corpse, it has a bound ability called Exploding Spores that does high AP damage that inflicts poison. That's the way I kind of, or at least think how a Snotling Pump Wagon could be done, with a 60-second recast that either can only burn down, or I guess it can only knock down time on that if you're out of combat or if you're in combat. I haven't decided which makes the most sense. I think that forcing a chariot thing or a chariot unit like this to stay in combat can be a little dangerous. You have that with the Black Coach, and it's kind of deadly. Even though the Black Coach does get stronger as it stays in combat, it doesn't have the best stats for persistent combat. And in my mind, the Snotling Pump Wagon, it's got to speed up as it gets closer to the target on the charge, kind of like what we get with the Bloated Corpse, but I think just a little bit more tweaked. And on top of that, since it has such a wide-ranging blasting effect that it can continuously use, maybe it has like a 2 or 3 charge limit on it, it would need to have something to counteract that. So a slow melee or a low melee defense or armor as a result. And if that's the case, I think that the recast on Exploding Spores recharging in combat, it just kind of, it's too much in addition to the low melee defense and armor. So I'd say Exploding Spores can recycle as long as it's not in combat, and then when it is in combat again, it can just blow up and just do a ton of AP damage. And the reason I'm saying a lot of AP damage has to kind of come out from these units is I'm saying these are relatively low-tech units. The Goblin Spearchucker, in my mind, would be the very first siege engine you can get access to for the Greenskins. And the Snotling Pump Wagon in the same kind of scope might be a tier 2 chariot because it does have such a damning effect, but I think that there has to be a way for Grom the Paunch to field semi-elite units to combat a lot of the high elf elite units, or at least strong high elf units that they'll get right out the gate. Moving into our third unit here, clear and simple on this one, just a simple Feral Wyvern. Just give me that Wyvern without a mount, give it some AP, poison attacks, and have it cause terror. Maybe even have a little bit lower leadership like we typically see with any feral iteration of any beast. But I just think that that is something that the Greenskins need. The Greenskins have always been a quote-unquote monster faction, and they don't really have a lot of monsters to bring to the table. So I think the Feral Wyvern is a good first step. Now, I know I said the first 3 units are probably ones that are most likely to make it into the game if a DLC like this were to land, but I think this one still has a lot of staying power. Hill Goblins, or sometimes called Great Goblins, are bigger, meaner, nasty skulkers. Essentially, I kind of look at them as an early tech upgrade for Great Axe Infantry. When you kind of take a look at Red-Crested Skinks, you kind of get access to this Great Axe Infantry, which gives you AP damage and Frenzy early in the tech tree for Lizardmen, rather than having to wait all the way to Temple Guard, which gives you AP anti-large halberd units. So the way I kind of look at it is, Red-Crested Skinks are to Temple Guard as Hill Goblins are to Black Orcs. And maybe the Hill Goblins actually do bring some anti-large to the table, AP and anti-large, to help counter a lot of the larger monsters, or at least a lot of the larger things you're going to deal with against the High Elves. If you think about the early portions of a Greenskin campaign, you only have access to Goblin Spearmen right out the gate. You have to start going towards Big Uns, you have to start going towards any of the cavalry with spears to threaten large things. I mean, yeah, you're going to get your spear chuckas, but I still think there kind of has to be something in a Goblin-esque roster for Grom so that he can combat against Silverhelms, Dragon Princes, all the many dragons, all of the phoenixes that he's going to deal with in droves in a campaign centered around fighting High Elves. So now that we're talking about stuff that's likely, let's dip into the Monstrous Arcanum, or at least things that are just very, very out there, but I still think are Greenskin related and would make a lot of sense. So our first one is the Rogue Idol, or the Rogue Idol of Gork or Mork, whichever you want to classify it as. So think of this thing almost as like a Hero Titan, but greenskins and made of rock, basically. So slow moving, high defense, and I even think you could give it a bound spell, Vindictive Glare or the Gaze of Mork, whichever you want to kind of theme it across. And I think one of the biggest things though is that this thing has to have a high charge, a high charge bonus, I'm sorry. In the Monstrous Arcanum, it kind of had something similar to that. And every time it got into combat, you would essentially lose control of it. So give it a high charge bonus, have it have Rampage. So the second it gets into combat, it immediately rampages, which again, that is a hindering portion of this thing. But I think that since it'll be so defensive and it'll have such strong bound abilities, that making it Rampage with a high charge bonus gives it a little bit more to it. And I think that on top of it, if you give it an aura that buffs up melee attack and weapon strength to units around it, it will kind of help justify why it's rampaged as a means to kind of balance it out. You can't control where this thing goes to stack up a ton of your units. Your units have to follow it on its rampage through the enemy. And I think that that's kind of a fun one because it brings a very large, very defensive unit to the roster that High Elves would have to knock down or destroy before they can really get into the rest of the Greenskin army. And it kind of acts as this big prow to kind of bulldoze through a High Elf army in a very fun, different way than we've seen with Greenskins in any iteration that I can think of. Moving into another unit from the Monstrous Arcanum, we got the Colossal Squigs. Now this is playing off of the large creatures we've seen added to the game lately. Give it the ability to, I guess you could say, something similar to Vampire's Hunger, where it regenerates when it's in combat because it's eating its foes, have it cause terror, give it a decent amount of armor, not too much, because again, this thing is just big, scaly skinned, and make it quite fast. I think that would be the big kind of differentiator, I guess you could say, when you take a look at, say, a Dread Saurian compared to a Colossal Squig. Yeah, the Colossal Squig, pound for pound, isn't going to be doing as much damage, but it can move around so quickly because it's leaping with each and every jump. And maybe that, in turn, gives it a really good charge bonus, perhaps even a bound ability where it can jump up and slam down on its ass. That is me just spitballing. That is not, I swear, that's not in a book anywhere, but I could see it having something like that. And Squigs are a very bouncy little creature. You don't just see them kind of walking like a normal biped. So I think that there has to be something that plays upon that leap that they are, that's just kind of a part of their gait. And maybe it's just, again, a faster speed, a bound ability, whatever it is. But I think that it's a great way to bring larger creatures into the Greenskin rosters, just like the Rogue Idol, right? I think that's what's so important about the Greenskins, is that they are treated like a monstrous faction. They're supposed to have access to all these big beasts. And what do you really get? I mean, you get giants and Arachnarok spiders, but I want there to be a little bit more here. And that's why I think Colossal Squigs and Rogue Idols make a lot of sense. Now, our last unit is, again, a bit of a bonus here. It's not an actual set unit, and we're going to expand on this towards the end when I talk about the overhaul for the Greenskins as a whole. But I think that the variant, or something that we need added to the Greenskins, would be more on an FLC basis, and it would be Troll and Black Orc variants. I think we desperately need a variety to the top tier infantry of the Greenskins, as well as Trolls. So many variants of both in the tabletop that I think it's kind of cheating them not to have it. The Black Orcs have an ability called Arm to the Teeth, so you really don't get that sense of that because they just have great axes in this game. So spears, choppas, shields, more variety onto the Black Orcs I think is going to be key. In addition to that, Trolls, make rock trolls, river trolls, mountain trolls, all different variants so that you get, again, trolls that have different quote-unquote use cases, situations that you want them to thrive in. Maybe, okay, the river troll is going to give you access to a venomous breath attack similar to Throg. Or a rock troll is going to be very defensive, not a lot of damage, but it can hold the line a lot better and maybe even encourage things. Stuff that really kind of gives you a sense of character to the trolls rather than just kind of simply just fat stomachs charging at them and just rubbing their greasy bellies on things, which is just vile in its own right. Like, I bet you a troll smells like lard. Spoiled lard. I'm not even happy with what I've just said. So let's move on now to some of the other things like the campaign mechanics and the starting location, for the love of God. So now that we've gone into the units, lore, it's all that action, let's talk a little bit about faction mechanics, vortex objectives, updates, all that kind of action. And I think the one overarching faction mechanic, or at least I'd say the vortex objective for Grom the Paunch, is going to be the Ulthuan Waystones. And that is something that has to do heavily with the lore of this character as he made his way through Ivris. And in that he kind of was destroying these Waystones, and as we know, the Waystones are what empower the Great Vortex in the center of Ulthuan, the Isle of the Dead. So, in a way, they will be doing what they can for the Vortex campaign in a direct opposition to the other races. But what I think it's the way that Grom has to be, it's got to be a heavy focus on gathering Waystone fragments to help summon the magic needed to break the Waystones that both ward and protect Ulthuan, which we talked about. And you can't just, smash them with a rock. There's a ritual that's needed. There's a massive amount of power that needs to go through with it. If you read the Tyrion and Teclis trilogy, it talks about, okay, of course, a greater demon can do it, but he has a lot of power at his disposal. So I'm thinking maybe 4 Waystones across Ulthuan. And maybe they're not just Waystones. Maybe Waystones are the currency, and these are Waystone... major Waystones, or a Waystone Citadel or Keep, something like that. But these 4 Waystones across Ulthuan you need to destroy, each one with a harder and harder Warden, quote-unquote, force to deal with.
Although Eltharion is the only recorded warden that I know of in the High Elf lore, there's nothing to say that there are not other ones, or there were not other ones at any one time. So I'd say the Warden of Ivris, Eltharion, plays an obvious kind of role in this whole naming mechanic for the forces I've given for these 4 waystones. Also, I think it'd be very interesting is as you deal with these waystones, you deal with harder and harder, like, you know, like a High Elf defense force, basically that it's sent against you. Some sort of like High Elf militia of some sort. But basically, you kind of get these I guess separate factions that spawn based off of the total waystones gathered or waystones destroyed, one or the other. And kind of similar to what we get with the Vortex campaign for the major 4 races, right? Where they need to throw, or the Vortex campaign's mechanic to throw Chaos, Norscan armies at you nonstop, Skaven, depending on if you're playing Lizardmen or not, so on and so forth. So I think that the Ulthuan waystone mechanic can, in a lot of ways, lend to a similar, I guess, approach to the grander Vortex campaign by just having High Elf or maybe even Dark Elf factions attack you. Like Dark Elves are trying to uproot you from Ulthuan because they're trying to claim it for themselves. And High Elves are trying to stop you because they know the Waystones will destabilize the Great Vortex. So maybe that's how they add a little variety to the latter portions of the Waystone, I guess, conquest, I guess you could say, is that Dark Elves get involved. You could say Skaven, but Skaven being on Ulthuan doesn't make a whole ton of sense as like a random army that pops up out of nowhere. Like I could understand the motivation there. Chaos could make some sense, or Norscan at least. Norscan raiders from the north. They realize, okay, with the Waystones being destroyed, the mists that cover Ulthuan are a little bit less intense, and they can now make a little bit more cogent raids into the center of Ulthuan itself. So maybe that Norscans are a part of this as well, but I think it can't just be simply High Elves. It does have to have some variety in there. Oops, sorry. Has to have some variety in there. And I think that a fun way to do that would be just kind of adding some Dark Elves, maybe even Norscan, so on and so forth. But I think the destruction of Waystones permanently lowers the relations with High Elves near the end of this whole campaign. All the High Elves are going to be declaring war on you, especially as you go through those latter 2 Waystones. And I think it culminates then with one giant fight at Ivris. Maybe Ivris is, of course, the big faction you take out, but I still think that there has to be like maybe one last bastion of High Elf hope in Ivris. Even if you've taken it, that they just, maybe there's some sort of narrative that they can create, or maybe Ivris itself is relatively impregnable unless you have a very advanced force that you can really take it. But I'd say that that's got to be the final battle for Grom, is fighting against Eltharion and other High Elf legendary lords at Ivris. And I think that it has to be a very, it's got to be different than what the Ivris or the Eltharion version of this mechanic is going to be, which we'll talk about in his section. But I think it's got to be an overwhelming army attacking against a very advanced siege that's not just simply, here's a wall, break the wall, get through the wall. I think it's got to be something along the lines of the High Elf gates and the new Empire keeps that guard the passes into the old world. I think it needs to be something like that. I say a lot of I thinks. I'm making it up, so we'll see how it goes. The other thing here, and this is the Greenskins overhaul that I kind of hinted about, and I don't want to go into too much detail on this because I did an entire video dedicated to it, but there was one, if there was one single thing that I could request for the Greenskins, outside of their obvious faction mechanic getting a change since the WA system is buggy and clunky, it'd be the roster cleanup. And I think that this is too late in the quote-unquote game to request, but I'd love to see that, or loved if you just recruited orc boys, black orcs, savage orcs, etc. Just the base unit. One thing that I want to just kind of bring up real quick, if you've never looked at the 8th edition army book for the Greenskins, I think it's actually called 8th edition Orcs and Goblins, and as you look through it, you will see savage orcs, you will see orc boys, you will see goblins, you will see night goblins, you see all these different iterations of almost every single lord, every single hero, every single core choice. It's just the way that book is structured. You have all these different bases of orcs and goblins, in an orc boy, in a savage orc, in a black orc, in a goblin, and then the different iterations thus of night goblins, so on and so forth. So I think what would be a better way to do this is if you recruited a base unit, orc boy, black orc, savage orc, so on and so forth, then the UI would show that the unit has what would look like a level if it were a lord or a hero. You then jump into a skill tree of sorts where you select the loadout of the unit from a list of pre-generated options. So for instance, you recruit orc boys, and orc boys can have bows, 2 choppas, choppa and a shield, or spear and shield. And you click it and it locks out the other ones, and it's the only option for that character. You can't recycle it. If you want other ones, you just have to remake it and choose it again. This way it reduces all the roster bloat, which I think is hard for newer players to deal with, and you have a much cleaner and easier option for each branch of Greenskin. I think it's just a way easier way to deal with it. You could even say that the skill trees themselves are barred by certain buildings they need to be produced, or researches, whatever it needs to be, that maybe, okay, you can't make orc boys with bows unless you build this building, so on and so forth. And it's a faction-wide effect. I think that would maybe be make the most sense. Or maybe you cannot train that if they're not in a certain province, something of that sort. But you could even extend this to the multiplayer roster, in that you just basically select that unit, and then you go through its abilities, and you choose the ability or the item, I guess you could say, for its loadout, and it locks out the rest of them. I just think that that's the biggest issue with the Greenskin, is it's very hard to really follow the vast amount of units they have access to, and cleaning that up, I think, is a pretty good idea. Now, that's not to say that there are not a bevy of other things that need to happen to the Greenskins to bring them up to speed to some of the other Total War Warhammer 2 races. Well, let's jump into now the starting locations for what we have. And we'll start with the Vortex map, the first one here. So Sardineth in northern Ivris, or the southern Badlands above Cetra, both are very challenging starting locations because you're surrounded by enemies on all sides. But I think that's got to be the overall feeling of Grom, is that it is a little bit more challenging. You are stacked against you out the gate, but you have a lot of mechanics, new units that'll help get you, I guess, steamrolling. So Sardineth puts you up against High Elves, Norskins, and Vampire Coast. Sardineth itself are already a set of ruins, so you wouldn't be displacing any other units, or I'm sorry, any other factions in the game. You'd be smack dab right there in between Kothic to the north of you, Ivris to the south, and then to the northeast you have Albion with all the Norskins. Now, of course, you do also have Araness Assault Spite as the Vampire Coast from Sartosa down to the southeast, and there's a lot of different options, I think, with Sardineth. Now, outside of that, if we just move a little bit south, the southern Badlands in Galbaraz, this gives you Savage Orcs to deal with the Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, and Bretonnians as your next possible targets, or at least enemies. But maybe that there can be something here where the Greenskins have a natural affinity to allying with the Tomb Kings, which I'd be very surprised about, but there is a Greenskins unique building already in the game that would help jumpstart his economy in Galbaraz. So I think that kind of really adds a little credence to this starting location, because we know that from the lore here, that the Southlands was pretty much the staging point for the massive army of Grom as it moved its way north through all of the old world and so on and so forth, and before pushing off west into Ulthuan. Now, of course, we don't have access to that level of map. We do on the Mortal Empires, but on the Vortex map, I think that not making them start directly on Ulthuan is not a bad idea, but I think that making them just in Southern Badlands so they can go right into Ulthuan is good, because if their mechanics are very heavily driven towards Ulthuan, then again, you're going to want to get quick access to that. That makes a lot of sense for the Vortex campaign. Now, for the Mortal Empires campaign, we've got two big options as well. Lightwater or the Southern Badlands again. And this one is a bit trickier, and it's really dependent on the faction mechanics for Grom that we were talking about just a second ago. If we're again going with that very heavy Ulthuan-centric faction mechanic, Southern Badlands makes a bit more sense. Replace the top knots at Galbaraz and just have them have an easy springboard into Ulthuan. Blightwater is a bit more lore-centric, as Grom came out from the Misty Mountains east of the World's Edge Mountains. You know, he'd have a lot of natural opponents and other greenskins like the Red Fangs, Karak Azul, and also the Silver Pinnacle, and not to mention Malice, Krokgar, and Snikch to his back on the other end of the mountains. Now, another good option, this is a little bit more of a wild card, is Massive Orcal, giving quick access to Ulthuan, but a lot of Bretonnians to wade through. This would also help the Bretonnian campaign in dealing with orc incursions, because it would give them an orc incursion to deal with right out the gate that's a little bit, I guess, legendary lore driven. It could spice up both of those campaigns in that Massive Orc Hall is a really challenging starting location for Grom, and it makes it for a very fun and hard location to push off into Ulthuan for. Additionally, for Bretonnia, now you have to deal with a massive orc presence in Massive Orc Hall. No pun intended. Damn it, I realized it as I was saying it. But as a whole, I think that these starting locations make a lot of sense for Grom, because there are starting locations that are not too crowded, especially on the Mortal Empires map. Not too many lords are right around here, as opposed to a lot of the newer places that we've had lords. And I think it makes for a lot of sense for an easy access into Ulthuan. Blightwater is, again, a little bit more of a challenging start, but it does kind of follow that overall narrative of a Wa Grom pulling from the Misty Mountains all the way into Ulthuan. And I think it's pretty fun. I think that's what people want in a Mortal Empires campaign. They want that grand epic tale that spans across multiple continents. And this would definitely be one that would do it for you. So this is going to wrap up our greenskin section. Let's jump into some high elves, though, and go into those lords, those units, those mechanics, and all the kind of fun I have planned for you in the best I save for last, obviously. And here we have our lovely little one-pager here for the high elves. So taking a look at our legendary lord options, we've got Eltharion the Grim. Obviously, this is going to color the name of the faction here, and I think you could just go get away with Ivris. Another option I had was Wardens of Ivris, or Wardens of Ulthuan, something of that sort, but you could just simply name him Ivris and it would be just fine. I think it depends too upon where he would start. If he starts in Ivris, then just name him the faction Ivris. But if you're making him start somewhere else in the Southland, stuff like that, Wardens of Ivris or some sort of name that kind of hints towards that would make a lot of sense. So here we have the High Elves of Ivris. Now again, Eltharion the Grim is going to be that legendary lord. Now the FLC lord options could be Sea Lord Aislinn, which we talked about before in the video prior to this, or it could be the mighty Prince Imric. I think that the fan favorite is Prince Imric over Sea Lord Aislinn. Sea Lord Aislinn was mainly me just talking about a fun, creative, and different lord than what we typically talk about with the High Elves. Prince Imric, in my opinion, though, he's a little bit too easy, right? All of his items are already in the game. You can make a lord and name him Imric, and it is Prince Imric, because the dragon horn is in there, the armor of Venarian, I think is his armor. We have the dragon armor of Venarian, what's on Tyrion. But there was also like an armor of Calidor or of Venarian, I think that's on Imric. But it also has a star lance. I mean, he has all the things that you can just kind of pop onto him and have him be the exact same character. So Imric, I think, is a little too easy in my opinion. But moving now here to the generic lords and heroes, we have the Archmage. Pretty easy one here. I think that this has to add some additional stuff that we'll go about in his section, but then also a Dragon Mage, which I'm excited to talk to you guys about. Now for units, again, following the same kind of pattern that we did before, the first three I think are going to be the most likely, followed by the last three being a little bit more of like a long shot, but I think a fun addition nonetheless. White Lion Chariot, we all know I love this one, and I've wanted it in there for ages. War Lions of Trace, which you could call Feral White Lions, but I don't think that fits the High Elf motif, and we'll talk about that then in that section. The Lothern Skycutter, which is going to be so fun. I think it would be amazing if they add this to the game. Now, the three more unique ones we have with the Merworm, which we have seen a little hint of, right, when we take a look at the Vampire Coast campaign. Sea Company, which brings swords to the table, and then the Arcane Phoenix, which is a really fun combination of the Frostheart and the Flamespire, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. Now that we've talked a little bit about these units, these lords, let's dive in on Eltharion and go through some of the mechanics I have in mind for him. Alright, Eltharion the Grim, I think, is easily my favorite character in the High Elves as far as legendary lords from the book. Anarion is probably my favorite High Elf period, but Eltharion the Grim is a badass. He has access to so many things. He is the hybrid lord, and I don't take that word lightly. He has access to magic, he is a badass combatant, he has a griffin, and he has a longbow. So I don't know if Creative Assembly will give him a longbow. That might be just too much to have on one character, and I think that from Creative Assembly standpoint, when it comes to making these lords, they kind of have to take a look at this and say, okay, what makes the most sense for a narrative that people can follow? Okay, if he's a badass fighter and he's an archer and he's a mage, why the hell would I want to play any other character? So I think that maybe not having the longbow added to Eltharion the Grim
is a way to kind of curb him and make him a little more in line with the other hybrid lords that we have across Total War Warhammer 2. I'm not sure, but kind of a stew on that. I'd love to get your opinion, guys, what you think. Do you think that him having a longbow and just having access to 160 range, 300 weapon strength longbow makes a lot of sense, or is it just kind of not really fit in with the Lord? I think from a tabletop perspective, it's awesome. It's great to just have a nice little, strong little shot that he can do every so often. But I think from a Total War perspective, it just doesn't really fit how these characters move around the battlefield and how they do things. I think that his bow shots will go off once or twice, then he'll be in combat, or he'll just be casting spells. So let me know again what you think about him having access to his longbow. But for mount options, I could see him on foot to start off, then on Ithilmar barded horse, a chariot, and then at the end, Stormwing, his personal griffin. And the campaign effects for Eltharion can really play heavily into some of the mechanics that are not in this game. Fear of Elves is a greenskin mechanic that is a part of their codex or their army book. So why doesn't Eltharion the Grim cause fear to greenskins as part of his faction mechanic? It plays heavily into the fact that he would be fighting a lot of greenskins. That's kind of something that he's always done. He journeyed into the Southlands to go exact vengeance upon the greenskins. So I think that plays very well into an Eltharion the Grim campaign mechanic. And I think as far as units, he would focus mainly on Lothern Skycutters, Silver Helms, and Chariot bonuses. Just something that kind of leans more towards a cavalry-centric army. When we take a look at someone like Tyrion, right? Tyrion's got access to a lot of benefits for base militia. Alariel gives benefits to a lot of the tree spirits. Ulthuan is all about those shadow warriors. I think it'd be cool if Eltharion the Grim really gave a good nod and a good bonus to some of those characters that we get that are, or I'm sorry, some of those units that are more, cavalry based. Silver Helms, Chariots, Lothern Skycutter we'll talk about in a little bit. Because then if they added Imric, then you could just give him bonuses for Dragon Princes. Open shut case. But the nice thing though about Eltharion is he's got 3 big cool items. The Fang Sword of Eltharion, your first quest item I would say. Magic attacks, weapon strength, melee attack bonuses, maybe even a passive rank bonus to princes as they're recruited. Something that kind of gives him more credence to his title of Warden of Ivris. Now, on that note, the second quest item would be the Helm of Ivris. Physical resist and armor, maybe even a public order bonus. And the reason I'm saying first, second, and third is I'm looking at it as a scale of power. The Fang Sword of Eltharion, I think that's kind of, it needs to happen. That first one, that the weapons are usually something that you get first, right? The helm, kind of just a nice little second touch. But that third one, the Talisman of Hoeth, the third quest item, I think is crucial. Because again, we talked about him being a hybrid lord. And the reason he's a hybrid lord is the Talisman of Hoeth. It makes him a level 2 wizard in the tabletop and gives him access to a school of magic to choose from. So the way I envision this is that the third quest item is going to be a little bit more advanced in the campaign. Let's just say, turn 50 or level 15. It then spawns a quest that that's how you quest items, that you get them as a quest. And at the end of it, the Talisman of Hoeth will grant you access to an entire school of magic, just like we get with Luther Harkin. Luther Harkin gets access to the Lore of Depths, and it's all rank 1, right? He doesn't get any high-level ranks out of all those things, but he gets access to all of them immediately. That's the way I think the Talisman of Hoeth has to work. And it can be one of 2 ways. High magic, or a custom magic kit. Well, I guess you could add a third one in there and say that you can choose the Lore of Magic for the Talisman of Hoeth, and then it locks him into that. That might be kind of difficult to program, though, so I'm not sure how that really works from a creative assembly side. But I think that, at the very least, the Talisman of Hoeth would give Eltharion the Grim access to high magic. And the entire school itself, the entire lore itself, I'm sorry. School of Magic, this isn't Harry Potter. But that's why I think Eltharion the Grim is going to be so fun. You bring griffins to the table. It's finally a mount option now for princes and for nobles, that they can really kind of sink their teeth deep in on a lot of combat that they, I think, miss out on on a Great Eagle. Great Eagle is not a really awesome combatant compared to a dragon. And the Griffin, in my mind, is that stopgap in between them. I mean, hell, the Empire have access to Griffins, and we see how they can really kind of contend some of the larger beasts that they can, that other factions can field. That sums up our legendary lords. Let's jump into our generic one. And my big pick for the generic Lord is the Archmage. And I think this is something that's been a long time coming. The majority of people that played 8th edition High Elves, especially in the competitive realm, really went with Archmages. Archmages were very, very strong. I used one, and I would use a noble alongside him. I did have builds where I chose princes with a Lore Master of Hoeth sometimes. But for the most part, an Archmage was an amazing caster. And I think that's something that we really need in Total War Warhammer 2 is that Lord level caster that is not techless. So what I'm saying for the Archmage is that it would give access to death, fire, and beast magic. I think that those are the last 3 that we're missing. And fire magic has to come. And we're going to talk about that with our generic hero in the Dragon Mage. But I think fire magic has to be added to the High Elves. And I think in addition to that, the only other 2 missing are death and beasts. Let's just square it off, get them added, put them in. I think if there was only one other lore that could be added with fire, it'd be death magic, just because I think death magic is a strong magic to use against greenskins, which already suffer from a lot of leadership issues. Fate of Buna is an amazing spell. Purple Sun of Xerius, you have a bunch of awesome things with death magic that I think would be a very fun addition and kind of fits the dark and grim, I guess you could say, motif or decoration of Ivris. Ivris is very grim. Eltharion the Grim is aptly named for the kingdom he comes from. Ivris is not a fun, cool land. It is very, very, very dark and bleak. So I think, not like Nagarythe, but still quite different actually, a little more sad. But I think that adding death magic to the game with Archmage is a great way to kind of spice up that magic that apparently the High Elves have access to all 8 lores of magic, but not in Total War Warhammer. So I'd love to see those added to the game. Now our generic hero option is pretty easy, the Dragon Mage. Now, this was a hero unit from the 8th edition that rides a Sun Dragon and has access to fire magic. And it has to be on a dragon. So I'd say that this is more of a higher tier hero, but with a higher value obviously because you're getting a Sun Dragon out of it. It's not something you can summon up in the very first initial tier 3, tier 4 buildings. It might be required of a tier 5 building that maybe requires you to have the base building for dragons as well as the max tier for all of the mages in order to even get one of these guys out. Because then you have access again to fire magic and to sun dragons. And this is why I say that the Archmage has to have fire magic if the Dragon Mage does. You're not going to just add fire magic and not give it to the Archmage, who can cast more spells than a Dragon Mage. And Dragon Mages have this very interesting lore behind them, wherein they are a little bit more hot-headed, and that's why they are using the lore of magic or fire magic, because it kind of pays a lot of respects to the way that they personally approach warfare. They're not very hands-off, they're very hands-on, hence being on a Sun Dragon, looking to just bring some fury right to the foe. I think the Dragon Mage is a really cool addition to the game. More so than I think the Anointed of Assyrian, which is a pretty easy kind of hero unit, which is just basically a Phoenix Guard spruced up. But I think the Dragon Mage adds a lot more fun to the game. Well, let's move into some of those units, because I think that's the one thing that people most look forward to in a DLC is new fun units. The first one, of course, being the White Lion Chariot. Now, this is, I think, different than what we get with the other elf, that includes Dark Elves, chariot units. I don't think there's going to be any range on this guy. Give him a high charge bonus, high armor, missile resist, and give him a melee AP anti-infantry style chariot that's just going to just bulldoze through something. You kind of want something more akin to the Gorebeast chariot. Maybe a little bit slower than the Ithilmar chariot, but I want this thing to really have a high punch and push through things hard and heavy. Causes fear maybe because it has white lions, war lions attached to the front of it that are rending and ripping their way through foes. And I think that this is a chariot that needs to, or maybe not needs to, but I think that it can get away with being in combat a little bit longer than your standard chariot. It has these war lions pulling it. Why not have it have a little bit more staying power, either more melee defense or again that higher armor that allows it to kind of stay in combat a little bit longer than your normal chariot, which can get mulched up pretty quick if you don't pull it in and out of combat after a beat or two. I think the White Lion Chariot is one that people have been wanting for a long time, and it's a way to really kind of capitalize on the chariot option for the High Elves, which I think is completely lacking, especially compared to the new Dark Elf Scourge Runner Chariot, which is just aces all around. I mean, that thing is so strong and was recently showcased in that top 5 Dark Elf video I did.
our top 5 Dark Elf units. But the White Lion Chariot, I think, is one that needs to be added to the game if nothing else on this list is added. Playing off of the White Lion Chariot, though, are the other option here for the War Lions of Trace. Now, I would say that this could be just called Feral White Lions, but I don't think that plays very well into the way the High Elves kind of pursue war, or at least the martial mastery that they kind of go about things. They're not going to just throw a bunch of white lions and like uncage them and say, hey, have at it, go ahead and rip their throats out and let's see how it goes. Once you get a taste for human blood, don't kill me. I mean, I just don't think that's the way white lions would be. So instead, I see these being war lions of trace and having them have higher leadership than what we typically see with a feral unit. That's always kind of been the trade-off, right? If you have a feral X, Carnosaur, Stegodon, I know it's not that, not feral harpies, a feral wyvern, a feral manticore, it always has a low leadership, right? Because there's nothing really behind it. I think the War Lions of Trace would be an actual trained unit that does have a good substantial leadership, and it does kind of cater to the whims of its masters a little bit better. So I look at this as kind of a smaller pack of anti-infantry skirmisher cav. 36 unit size, same size as, say, Norscan Ice Wolves. You could maybe give them magic attacks in the same way that Norscan Ice Wolves have Frostbite, something to kind of give them a little bit more punch, or maybe even in lieu of magic attacks, just AP, because they're fucking lions. So I think the War Lions of Trace would be a really, really fun addition to the roster. Our next unit is one that I think is another big shoo-in because it is also missing from the 8th edition Warhammer Army book in the Lothern Skycutter. Now this thing is very awesome. I look at it as a mobile artillery platform. I kind of wrestled with this in my brain. Is it a unit of 3 or is it a single entity? I think that a single entity makes the most sense for this thing because it's essentially a bolt thrower on the move. I would say it has fire whilst moving, vanguard, a 360 firing arc, because basically this bolt thrower is on a pivot and it can kind of move around as it so wishes. At the same time, though, it's going to have a shorter range than a normal bolt thrower. The bolt thrower on the Skycutter was not an Eagle Claw bolt thrower, it was a smaller version thus of. So I think that that's how you kind of balance it out. It's a shorter range bolt thrower on a single entity flying artillery platform, which is really cool, really thematic, and very different. We don't have anything like this aside from the gyrocopter and bomber from the dwarfs. And a way you could also do this as well is have one that is a Lothern Skycutter, let's just say a bolt thrower that's more anti-infantry, and you have a different one that's more anti-large. So that way you don't have the ability to flex into both situations, kind of helping to curve them back a little bit in their power creep. You don't want this thing to be, okay, well, it's flying, vanguard, fire whilst moving, got a 355 million range. Like, it kind of has to have some downsides, and maybe that's the downside. It can't switch its modes. You have to just choose a whole different Skycutter if you want it to be anti-large. The 4th unit on our list is a little underwhelming, but I think it's something that could make a lot of sense for the High Elves, and that's the C Company. I look at them as just simply sword infantry, silver shields, low armor clone to the spearmen. Nothing crazy here. It's just the opposite of what you get with, say, the bleak swords. And it's just because we don't have them in a roster for the High Elves, and I always found that as a weak point in the High Elf roster in tabletop and in Total War Warhammer. And the C Company, I think, is a really great way to kind of fill that in, because in this game, yeah, the spearmen can really hold the line. They can do just fine. But I think that not having those sword infantry, or that sword infantry, is actually kind of a bit of an Achilles heel for the lower tier 1 versions of the High Elves. Obviously, you're going to want to swap them out for Swordmasters of Hoeth in a campaign where you can just spam tons of them. But I think that it takes a little time to get to it. And as a result, I think the C Company kind of shores up the offensive capabilities of the beginning portions of a High Elf campaign in a pretty fun way. You could even make these guys the Regiment Renown version of Mistwalkers of Ivris, which doesn't say that they're swordsmen, but still, you could have a lot of fun with that. You could even do another Regiment Renown in an Ivris theme. Since we've talked about so much Trace stuff, I feel like since we're on Eltharion, we should talk about some Ivris things. Another good one would be just kind of a Griffin Rider regiment. And that could simply be a Regiment of Renown Silverhelms. That is a smaller unit count, but riding Griffins. Much like we get with the, what's the name of them? Not the Heralds of the Wind. Dark Heralds? The Dark Riders that are riding Dark Pegasi.
So that's the kind of that's where my brain is on that, is why not give a similar thing to the High Elves, where it's the silver helms on top of these griffins. I think it'd be a really great way to kind of tie in Ibris, tie in the Sea Company into all of that. All right, let's talk about some big boys. Let's talk about that Mer Worm. And I know a lot of you guys have wanted this since it came out in Vampire Coast, and a lot of people have said it would make a lot of sense if this came with like a Sea Lord Aislinn pack or something of the sort. But Merworm, I look at it as this large Dreadsaurian style creature. Give it poison attacks, high missile resistance, and an enfeebling cold aura similar to the Frostheart Phoenix, but maybe not Winds of Magic bound. In the Monstrous Arcanum, there were 3 different versions of the Merworm, like a Paggle Worm and so on and so forth. I'm saying just take all their abilities and roll it into one onto the Merworm. Poison attacks, I think it was called the Astral Cloak or Abyssal Cloak, which is give it basically missile resistance more or less, and the other one which gave it a kind of cold, enfeebling aura around it. Wrap it all up, put it on a package, make it the Merworm, and have that thing just stalk the land and attack things in its big, huge tail, just swatting them down. I see this thing as a very large creature on the battlefield. And again, I think playing into a lot of these large creatures that we get from the Monstrous Arcanum is a great way to push Total War Warhammer into a whole different realm that the tabletop could never really touch, because of just the way that Forge World worked and the way that Monstrous Arcana worked and things coming out at different times, all sorts of weird shit. You don't have those constraints in a computer game. But I think that jumping into this stuff really makes a lot of sense. All right, our 6th unit, our last one here. And this one is a total wild card, but I think a really fun and really unique. The Arcane Phoenix. So this is a Phoenix, again, for the Monstrous Arcanum, and it brings a lot of cool mechanics to the Phoenix quote-unquote class of beast. And I think that the Phoenixes are a really awesome portion of the High Elf roster. I had 2 in my army on tabletop. I love using them in the High Elf campaign. Not so great in multiplayer, but still, I love them as a whole. So what they really do is they bring the durability of the Frostheart with bound abilities like the Flamespire Phoenix to the table. They kind of smash it together. And they have one called Ember Storm. And the way that this works is essentially in tabletop, you draw a line and you do damage in a line. So the way I look at this is a bound wind style ability that locks the Phoenix into a set movement path, but drops Flamespire Phoenix bombs in that path. Take a look at the Skaven Plague Furnace and how it has Pestilent Breath as a bound ability that shoots out from the actual model itself, and any radius around it, but it has to be from the model's base. That's how Ember Storm works in my mind. You have a wind spell that starts at the base of the Phoenix, and it can go in any direction around the Phoenix, but it has to start at its base. And when you do it, the Phoenix then launches in that direction, dropping Flamespire Phoenix bombs in a path. I think it's a really cool way to kind of add a very diverse and different approach to the Ember Storm ability that isn't just simply a wind spell that you just drop down and it does damage. I think it's different too because the Flamespire Phoenix bomb ability is strong, but it can be very tedious because it's not bound to a hotkey. You have to click it itself, and it has recycle time. So this allows you to carpet bomb basically in a path without having to manually press your way through it. The other ability they've got is Plumage of Flame, which is an aura that reduces melee attack and increases missile defense. At least that's how I compute it from the Monstrous Arcanum. And then they also have Fiery Rebirth. And what makes this all so interesting to me is that the Arcane Phoenix is considered like the right hand of Assyrian. They are the, I guess, patron animal of Assyrian. They're most associated with him. And anytime there's a drastic shift in the winds of magic, Arcane Phoenixes can be seen throughout Ulthuan. Not like in rampant numbers like fucking bunnies, but still, they do make appearances when there's a drastic shift in the winds of magic. And what better display of a drastic shift of winds of magic than the Vortex campaign itself, which is about destabilizing the vortex in the center of Ulthuan, which would make a huge cascade of winds of magic throughout the entirety of the world. Makes a lot of sense for them to come in from a lore perspective if you think of it that way. So our last ability here would be, in my mind, stacking buffs, similar to what you get with the Black Coach, because they've got Cleansing Flames, Omen of Hope, Omen of Sacrifice, and the Blessings of Assyrian. And these are all different abilities that you can choose, and I think that that's a little boring when it comes to this character or this unit. I think a great way to kind of do this is, again, just like we get with Black Coach or the Frenzy ability from Norska, or the Fury ability of Norsco, sorry. I think that this makes a lot of sense because it's fun, it's different, and it's a great way to keep Phoenixes in the fight. So as they stay in combat, Cleansing Flame kicks off. All right, that's a boost to your weapon strength. An Omen of Hope, which gives the Arcane Phoenix encourage. So it's going to encourage everything that it's around. Then its next thing, Omen of Sacrifice. Okay, now the Arcane Phoenix has Frenzy. And the last one, Blessings of Assyrian, is going to grant him a ward save. So as this thing is staying in combat, it's going to get weapon strength, then encourage, then frenzy, then eventually a ward save to help out its durability. And I think that at the end of it, of course, obviously, if it dies, it has a chance to come back with Fiery Rebirth, jumping back onto all these benefits. I think the Arcane Phoenix is a total wild card, and I do not think it actually would get added to the game. But I think that it would be such an awesome creature to put into the High Elf roster because it has so many different and unique ways of combining the Frostheart and Flamespire Phoenix. That way you kind of have these two awesome Phoenix characters put into one in a really cool way. And maybe it's bound to a quest or a certain thing or a right even that you can only get one at a time or something like that because it's so strong, so on and so forth. There's a lot of ways to balance this thing out. But I think at the end of the day, it's a very fun, unique unit for the High Elves. So now that we've gone through the units of the High Elves, let's talk about the faction mechanics and vortex objectives for a proposed Ivris faction with Eltharion the Grim. And basing them on the Ulthuan Waystones is probably a pretty good bet. Similar to the Greenskins, Eltharion would be geared towards rebuilding and holding the Waystones, while, of course, the Greenskins are geared towards destroying them. So what if this were to happen in 3 stages? So stage 1, retake High Elf lands. Stacking bonuses for turns, holding the province of Ivris with constant orc attacks. That would be a really interesting mechanic here, is rather than dealing with the actual Vortex campaign, you deal with constant orc incursions onto your territory. And if you're holding Ivris, you basically get more bonuses for the amount of, let's just say, intervals of turns. So, okay, if you're holding it for 10 to 20 turns, this is your bonus. 20 to 30, so on and so forth. So as long as you hold the whole entire province of Ivris, and for as long as you do, you will get stacking bonuses. And if they do take any of those, okay, then that whole thing resets. You lose your bonuses, you're back down to stage 1 or to square 1. But after a certain point, let's just say you have accrued enough, or you've rebuilt enough Waystones using Waystone fragments. I haven't really thought out that part as well, like how you get to these individual stages. But what if then stage 2 is pursuing a war against the Greenskins? You get a lot of faction bonuses that give you melee attack, weapon strength, whatever, or fear to the Greenskins, again playing off of Eltharion the Grim's fear mechanic. Just a way that you are pursuing this against the Greenskins. You're pushing now down into the Badlands, or I'm sorry, the Northern Badlands. Or it's the Northern Southlands, but the province is the Southern Badlands. You're pushing into that and attacking the Greenskins, trying to destroy a certain amount, or try to reap a certain tally. And again, you're dealing with increased orc incursions, or you're dealing with orc armies that are starting to pour up into Ulthuan, so you have to destroy them on your way down. And the final stage would be a massive Wa defense against Ivris. And my concept for this is that you have one army that you basically have to weather the board for a certain period of time. Let's just say 15 minutes. And every 5 minutes you get a small reinforcement that comes in. Oh, reinforcements have come in from Kothic. A contingent of Swordmasters of Hoeth and a mage have come in from Hoeth. You maybe get little tiny bonuses depending on your relations with other factions while you, pursue your war against the Greenskins. So it's a way to kind of get involved with the other factions of Ulthuan without taking over Ulthuan, which has just become so much the centerpiece for every single High Elf campaign. And while you can do that, I think that that's just not as big of a focus for my speculation, at least. It might be that if Creative Assembly puts Eltharion the Grim into the game, they just say, okay, well, he is on the Vortex campaign, he has to retake Ulthuan like everyone else does. Sure, fine. I'm just playing with some fun, different ways to go about this that, quite honestly, might not make any goddamn sense. But I think it's a different way to look at this campaign than it is your typical get some Waystone fragments, stabilize the portal, everything's good. So That's my kind of take on the Ulthuan Waystone portion of this. Now, I think that a special or specific right could be accessible for Eltharion, and that's the right of Ladriel. And Ladriel is Lady of the Mists, the goddess of the mists, and has a lot to do with Ivris. So this, in my mind, gives attrition to anyone in any of the provinces owned by Ivris, Vanguard deployment style kind of right for Ivris. We get this plenty of times. We get this in the Vampire Coast, we get this in the Tomb Kings. Plenty of factions have a right just like this. And I think it makes a lot of sense if you're defending Ivris and you're trying to put attrition onto all these orc incursions. Right of Ladriel, boom, they deal with attrition, and you get a lot of Vanguard deployment to really jump out of the mists and attack these things. That's part of Ivris's defensive tactics, is using the mists to their advantage to spring up and surprise and ambush their foes. That's how I really kind of envision that. Now, before we jump into the starting locations, which is going to be pretty quick, I want to go into probably what is the biggest chunk of the High Elf portion, and that is the Intrigue and Court rework. It needs to be just completely overhauled from the ground up. I'm sorry. It has a really cool principle, and it plays very heavily into the way the High Elves kind of deal with their court system in the Phoenix Court, and I really like it. I think that my initial thought for this was that why not give the High Elves a Phoenix Court and have it very similar to the Empire's court system. In fact, you could just port it over, and you can appoint princes of the respective kingdoms. You could do that. There's like a 1 or 2-3 sentence thesis on a real quick little two sentence summary on something you could do that's quick and easy and throw away. But I think a different way to do the Intrigue and Court system is that it needs that total overhaul. And I think that the best way to do it is to take a lot of the cool features we got with the Clan Eshin mission system. You can even break Intrigue and Court between two types of missions, internal and external. And it goes without saying certain campaign dilemmas would be external or internal focus with corresponding either gold or influence costs to complete. But internal missions are geared towards using influence to increase public order, trade influence, recruitment cost reduction, local recruitment capacity increase, reduce construction costs, etc. Essentially using your influence to further expand or reinforce your realms. Top tiers of internal missions can spawn maybe High Elf Militia Forces. That's a full 20 stack that you can control for 10 turns that spawns at your faction leader. Perhaps. I don't know. I'm kind of spitballing here. But external missions are geared towards hindering or boosting everyone else. The biggest problem with this is that Warhammer 2 suffers from a rather weak diplomacy system. So Intrigue and Court would circumvent that by outright breaking the rules of the existing diplomacy system. So you can use intrigue to either force two factions into war or peace outright. No, like, okay, well, I'm going to increase their favor or get them mad at each other. No. You can just outright create a proxy war, more or less. It's kind of like what you get with Cao Cao in Three Kingdoms. But imagine having the ability to also declare war on factions without it affecting your reliability, regardless of treaties. So if you have a non-aggression pact, you just get a war going them. I mean, the elves are always finding a lot of reasons for their actions abroad, oftentimes claiming some sort of multi-century old claim to a location to serve their own benefits. We see that happening in the lore all over the place. So it makes a lot of sense that they could just do this. Like, oh, yeah, we might have a trade agreement and a military alliance, but I'm going to use 100 influence and declare war on you. This can then expand out to spying on enemies to see their territory, using intrigue to open up settlement gates, a la some of the other Total War games and how the agents can pop open the gates before a siege. I think bringing that back would be so huge. Force diplomatic actions like trading, like force it. Like, yeah, you might have, maybe the threshold is as long as they are neutral or above, like 0 or above, you can force a trading partnership with another faction, which then of course gives you sight into that faction because of the high elf mechanic of sight on trading partners. But certain modifiers would have to be considered, but overall the goal would be to break the diplomacy system by using your intrigue to countermand certain scenarios. And I think that that's what would make Intrigue and Court useful. I mean, right now it's kind of just I'm trying to boost this guy to a point where I can confederate with him because he's another high elf. I think making Intrigue and Court something that can actually benefit you or absolutely help you kind of create a wall between your big opponent and yourself by having that opponent fight someone else, I think is a really awesome way to kind of have High Elves pulling the strings. Remember, High Elves believe very heavily in intrigue and court. That is a line directly from the book, is intrigue and court. And they don't believe in the direct kind of lethal or martial action that the Dark Elves take. They're all about pulling the strings, about being manipulative, deceitful, whatever it takes to kind of get things accomplished, but as long as it doesn't result in actual physical violence to other elves. So it's a very interesting kind of line that they toe when it comes to the intrigue and court system that I think really needs to be pushed into the game by, again, like breaking that diplomacy system. All right, now for our last portion on the High Elves before we close out this section and bring our video to a close is the starting location. And honestly, this can be very easily done with just simply Ivris and the Vortex campaign. I think there's room enough for one final High Elf Lord on the eastern outer ring of Ulthuan. It makes the most sense as Eltharion was the Warden of Ivris and came to the defense of Tor Ivris as it was besieged by Grom the Paunch. My initial thought when I first kind of conceptualized doing this video 2-3 months ago was that Eltharion the Grim would start in the Elven Ruins where Sutenberg is, right to the east of Ark in the Black. Well, now with Clan Eshin starting there, well, they've kind of split it. Sutenberg is now in those Elven Ruins and in Sutenberg proper, and Eshin is smack dab in between them. So it doesn't make any sense to put Eltharion the Grim there, which I am very sad to say. Eltharion the Grim has a big expedition into the Southlands and the Badlands. Very much like Prince Imric. Prince Imric does the same thing. There are he does little Southlands trouncing about. So I thought it would be such an amazing shoo-in that the Elven Ruins is eventually just replaced with the Wardens of Ivris, or the Expedition of Ivris, or Eltharion's Wet and Wild Adventure, whatever the hell the name of the faction is going to be, if it is added. So I think that not being a viable option kind of shot my idea in the foot of him starting in the Southlands. Now I don't really have many good ideas for where he could start. He could start opposite Clan Eshin on that little peninsula right there, but then he's right up against Lizardmen. Which could make sense, right? That could be a really fun start for them. But I think that as a whole, depending on the campaign mechanics and the narrative of this campaign, having him just start in Ivris just makes the most sense. And you can extend that out into the Mortal Empires as well. Having him start in Ivris, again, makes the most sense. He could start in the Southlands on Mortal Empires, since there are so many options between the Southlands and the Badlands. You could have him start, well, where we were saying that... mighty Grom the Paunch could start, right? You could put him in Galbaraz if you so wish on the Mortal Empires map if Grom is in Blightwater, but it just kind of depends on how these mechanics will influence the Lord, because that's what I think truly dictates where their starting position is going to be. But overall, I think the High Elves have so many unique and different things that can be added to the game, and I'm really excited for what would possibly come with another High Elf DLC. You guys know that the High Elves are my favorite race, hands down. And I've really kind of spitball with you guys with 3 things that I think are big, huge, needed additions in the White Lion Chariot, Lothern Skycutter, and the War Lions of Trace. I think they just kind of make a lot of sense. The Murworm, the Sea Company, the Arcane Phoenix, those are things that I've always thought would be amazing in a High Elf roster. And I really wanted to bring them up in this video here to kind of help you guys kind of join my brain soup on this one, to have a little fun with me on this, because we don't know if or what we would get in a DLC like this. And I think that Creative Assembly has shown us that they can really break the mold and do whatever the hell they want when it comes to a DLC or an FLC. I mean, who would have ever thought Rapunzel? Who would have ever thought of Dread Saurian? Sotek and I were talking about this. Lore Master Sotek and I were talking about that. We never ever would have guessed either of those units in this game, period. So I think that things being dead, which they have said is not a hindrance, and things that are in the Monstrous Arcanum are all just viable options to any roster. And I was really excited to kind of share this one with you guys, because I think it has a lot of from my own heart type of experience as far as tabletop and things I've always kind of had as a personal wish list. And with that, that brings this video to a close here today, guys. Hopefully you had fun going through my speculation for what a High Elf and Greenskin DLC would look like. How Eltharion the Grim or Grom the Paunch could be added into the game. Maybe this will be the Prince and the Paunch. Maybe this will be the Grim
and the Grom, or the Warden and the Wa, or whatever kind of alliteration and consonants Creative Assembly wants to go with for this one. But I'm really excited for whatever we get in 2020. Again, we do know that Greenskin update is coming in early 2020, and hopefully it is right alongside the High Elves, which have not had a DLC since the Queen of the Crone. But I'd love to hear what you guys think about some Greenskin or High Elf mechanics, units, legendary lords, starting locations, all that fun stuff that we covered in this video. Go ahead and let me know in the comments below what you would really love to see in a DLC like this, or a DLC of your own making. Maybe it's the High Elves and someone else entirely. High Elves and Vampire Counts. Maybe it's, please God, no, don't say Vampire Counts. Maybe it's the Greenskins and the Warriors of Chaos, and it's Grimgore just completely headbutting Archaon in the dick. Who knows what it's going to be? But as always, guys, I want to thank you so much for joining me on this this little romp here today. Have a good one, and take care.
Finally getting down to it, the Elf Pantheon. To a lot of the other races of the old world, the elves have a pretty different pantheon. What makes it differently is that their gods, for the most part, weren't at one point large figureheads in their society. Dwarf ancestor gods, Grungi, Grimnir, Valaya, were all at one time actual dwarfs. Or Sigmar was a human tribesman that actually helped fight off a massive horde of greenskins and chaos, and really helped unite the clans, unite the tribesmen of Empire to create the Empire. He was the first emperor. But the elves have a more spiritual pantheon, and that's not to say that the humans and dwarves don't, as they have a bevy of other gods and aspects, but the elf pantheon is definitely regarded with far more mysticism, even though some aspects are shared with across pantheons. Like Cain in the elf pantheon is also Cain in the human pantheon. And there's a lot of people that say Cain is also like corn. Or there's Kuranos, which is a lot like Tal in the human pantheon. So there's a lot of similarities, or I mean, even Lilith, who's the Lady of the Lake, but we'll get to those. But the elvish pantheon is referred to as the pantheonic mandala. Mandala, or M-A-N-D-A-L-A, however you want to say that. And it is a wheel with the elf's respective patron god in the center. The inner circle is then reserved for gods that the elf favors, with the outermost are for the gods that are disapproved. So in the example here of the High Elves, we have Aislinn in the very center, the inner ring being the Cadai, the ones that mostly fall in line with the High Elves' beliefs and moral system. And the outermost ring is reserved for the Cytharai, or Kytharai, whichever one you want to pronounce that. It's C-Y-T-H-A-R-A-I. Or really, there's just the gods that are generally disapproved of. And we can see from each of these pantheonic mandalas that the High Elves, Dark Elves, and Wood Elves, that there's a different god in the center. The High Elves are Aislinn, the Dark Elves have Cain, the Wood Elves have both Kyrnos and Aisha. So we've spoken a little now about the Cadai and the Cytharai, but who are they? What do those words really even mean? Well, the Cadai are the gods that dwell in the heavens alongside Aislinn, and these represent rather kind of benevolent and amiable traits of the High Elves, such as crafting, hunting, farming, motherhood, the typical fare of gods. And these large temples, priesthoods, and shrines are dedicated to the Cadai throughout all of Elfdom, and Elfdom in this case being mainly Ulthuan. Even lands in the Empire that the elves inhabit have small shrines, especially in Marienburg, where a lot of sea elves landed over time, and Marienburg being kind of like a boiling pot of a lot of different cultures, the sea elves landing in there. But these are the gods that the High and the Wood Elves predominantly worship. Dark Elves, though, not so much. The Cytharai, on the other hand, rule over Mirai, M-I-R-A-I, or the Underworld. The Wood Elves and High Elves tend to pick and choose only choice ones from this list, rather than the entire group. Small shrines here and there, maybe a few individual worshippers, but it isn't necessarily encouraged, and in fact, it's either illegal or greatly frowned upon, depending on who you're worshipping from this realm. The Dark Elves, though, those S&M bastards worship all of the Cytharai, loud and proud. So just like the High Elves and Wood Elves worship the Cadai, they practice that same level of overtness, especially to Cain, their patron god. So there are some exceptions that exist, though. Ulthuan is heavily worshipped above all by the mariners of both races, the Blackguard Corsairs, Lothern Seaguard, Ivris, and Gothic mariners, etc. Morai Heg
falls in between both worlds. So she is a bit of a neutral god, as much as you can have in the elf pantheon. So as we were saying, the dwarf gods and Sigmar actually walk the world. With the elf pantheon, it's not that way. Mainly it's more of a hearsay, legends, and myth, especially with the Lady of the Mists, who appears more as an apparition than the actual terrestrial entity. Then you have these exceptions even more so to that rule with Ariel or with Orion, who are living incarnations of Aisha and Karnos respectively. And they have a really cool story behind them that I'll reserve for when we get there. So for this video, I want to touch in on the Cadai. And in the next video, we'll go over the Scythari. And now that you have this essential background, though, we can talk more with that kind of frame and reference in place. So let's dive right in on the Cadai. Starting, of course, with Assyrian, the creator. And this is the oldest and greatest of all of the elf gods, and lord of the Cadai as well as the heavens. So quite the Game of Thrones series of titles there, you know. Assyrian, the creator. Lord of the heavens, all these things. But each god has their own rune, which really represents them in the pantheonic mandala, which will be displayed with each god as we go through this video here. But no mortal has ever really seen Assyrian. In the Tyrion and Teclis novels, he's represented as kind of an immense presence that kind of pushes against Teclis as he draws power from the Well of Assyrian and the Shrine of Assyrian. And as a result, all the depictions of him are this masked elf in Ulthuan. And as the patron god of the High Elves, his symbology can be found all over the continent, especially on their banner in Total War Warhammer 2 for Eataine, the home of Lothern and the Shrine of Assyrian. The symbol of a flaming phoenix, the Eye of Assyrian, or a flaming flaming pyramid. These are all of what we see as the symbology behind Assyrian. They can be seen everywhere. And at the actual Shrine of Assyrian on the Isle of Flame and the Sea of Dreams on Ulthuan, the Phoenix King is ordained by passing through Assyrian's sacred flame. And this, of course, is the same shrine that we get the Phoenix Guard from. That flame kind of depicts whether or not the prince becomes the Phoenix King. In Malekith's case, it burns him from head to toe, encasing him in the Warhammer equivalent of Darth Vader's suit. I've only just begun. But as you can see, there is a heavy emphasis on Assyrian. He is one of the biggest gods of the Pantheon, with him being the ruler of it, so he rightfully has quite a bit of say across elfdom. And the High Elf Monarch, the Phoenix King, even is named after Assyrian. He has that same title, the Phoenix King. And he's often depicted as this very regal being, resplendent in these beautiful clothes, you know, kind of cloaks of lustrous white feathers, bearing a scepter and wearing a mask, as we've said, which is actually half white and half black, kind of showing his ability to take the center ground and stance on things. So he's Big Daddy, though, you know. So when the other elves have a dispute, he usually adjudicates or issues the final say on what goes down. And Assyrian is married to Lilith, who we'll jump into shortly, but we'll jump into another very important goddess, the daughter of Assyrian, and that's Aisha the Mother. And just like Big Daddy Assyrian, Aisha is portrayed as this immensely beautiful elf maiden with golden locks of hair, full of life and energy, essentially what all of us pictured our wives would be like while growing up, only then to find the love of Warhammer keeping us warm through the cold, cold nights. I mean, wait, what? Moving on, her symbol is that of an eye, and hers to be exact, and it's shedding a single tear for her mortal children, the elves. It's called the all-seeing eye, and she is considered to be the mother of the elven race, and these tears are part of Assyrian's kind of decree of saying that elves may not live forever, but they can be pretty damn old. And this plays into the reign that then births new life for Ulthuan and all of elfdom. You know, these tears kind of fall down onto the mortal realm. And we see her blessing being bestowed upon lands such as Averlorn, which never really even gets to see, you know, the touch of winter, as it says in the book. And this is why people call it the land of eternal summer. It is considered the most idyllic paradise in Ulthuan, which we've talked about while going through those elf kingdoms in that Elf Kingdom video. And she is the patron goddess of
the harvest, bounty, and fertility, growth in any way, shape, or form, either from the land or from the people. And she taught the elves agriculture, horticulture, and actually how to tend the land. And this expands out further with the wood elves, with their skills fine-tuned with communicating with the forest spirits of Athel Loren or the forest dragons, everything. And farmers and wood elves in general will pray to Aisha for a bountiful harvest, forest growth, etc., etc. And as a result, she is one of the two prime deities, the other being her husband Kuranos, who we're going to go to in a second. But I want to get into one big point of contention between the high and wood elves. So the high elves look at the Ever Queen, the high elf monarchy having the twin thrones of Ulthuan, the Phoenix King under Assyrian, basically not the incarnation, but kind of the voice of Assyrian in the elf or in the mortal world, and then the Ever Queen through Aisha. And the high elves look at her as the incarnation and most beloved of Aisha, while the wood elves look at Ariel to be the one that holds that honor. And this both keeps the nations on end, but also binds them. They know that the connection to the two through the world roots is still there and strong, but neither's ability to really concede to the other, them being fucking elves and whatnot, keeps them as kind of two separate nations. Well, a number of other facets, but still, that's pretty huge. That huge, spiritual presence, since the wood elves rely so heavily on their connection to Aisha and Kuranos through Orion and Ariel. Anyway, let's move on here to her husband, Kuranos the Hunter. So if Aisha is the mother of the elves, then Kuranos is the father of the elf race, and also very highly venerated, right? He goes by a lot of different names: the God of the Hunt, Lord of Beasts, Spirit of the Untouched Wilderness, Lord of the Wild Places, Father of Elves. The list goes on, really. And most of the elf deities are portrayed as either overly merciful, like Aisha, or prone to fits of vengeful wrath, like Kuranos. And his laws are really considered absolute as a result, and no one really dares push on those laws. The mighty God of the Hunt is not a nice man, and like a lot of our mythologies, Kuranos can take on the form of any beast he so wishes, really, and is mainly portrayed as this kind of 10-foot tall humanoid with a stag head and horns, half man, half stag. But as you can guess, his role over the forest is pretty absolute, and this is extremely evident in Athel Loren. Kuranos employs a pretty simple rule that no hunter hunts more than they absolutely need, and only kill animals for necessity or that are ravening beasts or trying to kill them. So any breakage of these laws would see the wrath of Kuranos brought down on the transgressors. So picture this kind of massive creature loping through the wilderness. Kuranos' sounds his great horn to the braying of his many hounds to signal the beginning of the great hunt, because it talks a lot about the hounds of Kuranos, and we even see that as an ability under Orion. So, like Aisha, though, like Aisha has an incarnate in Ariel or the Ever Queen, we have the King of Athel Loren, Orion, as we just mentioned, the Mel Gibson himself, leading the Wood Elves as Kuranos' incarnate. So the Elf Kingdom of Eltharion as well primarily worships Kuranos outside of Athel Loren. That's not the only place that elves worship Kuranos, with their shrine and priesthood being dedicated to the Lord of Beasts, just like it would be in Athel Loren. So we talked about some of these gods sharing similarities with the Old World's pantheon, and Kuranos really shares a lot of similarities with Tal, who we'll go over in that respective video with the human pantheon, but I want to stick to the elves for now. So now that we've got that covered, the wild master of the woods, we can cut into a more reserved god, that is Hoeth, the Lord of Wisdom. So while important, Hoeth does not have the same kind of following as the previous three gods that we've discussed. Hoeth is the patron god of knowledge, wisdom, magic, and other scholarly pursuits. So before the elf SATs, all of the aspiring elf lore masters pray to Hoeth for guidance through tough problems. But they meditate really on the many quandaries of the world and on magical enchantments. That's kind of Hoeth's playground as it is. And many of the great rituals that the elves partake in are at first started with an utterance of prayer to Hoeth. In fact, the White Tower of Hoeth, his namesake, is really the only place that Hoeth is venerated, though. I mean, he doesn't have the priesthoods and followers
of the other gods, even though he's deeply important to an entire caste of the Elven society. That society not being particularly secular or anything of the sort, really. They're just as religious as anyone else in the elf world. And he is often depicted as an elderly elf in the robes of a lore master, and very simple depiction of an immensely intelligent god. So it's kind of a nice almost irony to it. And the White Tower itself is then protected by, and this is a unit that we're going to see in Total War Warhammer 2, is the Swordmasters of Hoeth. And these guys, their faith in Hoeth is ultimately very different than the conventional lore master of Hoeth. The aspiring lore masters who approach the White Tower to become the masters of high magic pray for guidance and knowledge. The Swordmasters, on the other hand, meditate and think upon Hoeth, almost like high elf Jedis, right? Almost like kind of like samurai. They use this focus to help hone their sword arm and martial prowess. So either way, it was Hoeth who gifted the elves with the knowledge that they have to this day, and that knowledge extends outside of the world of the arcane and into some other pursuits, and some of those other pursuits are looked over by some other gods. Those other pursuits kind of lending over to Vol, the Maker. And Vol is the great elven god of smiths, armorers, artisans, craftsmanship, and essentially really just working with your damn hands. In fact, Glade Guards only craft their own arrows with the prayers of Vol in mind as they craft their arrowheads, inscribing each one with the tears of Vol in Elvish written on it, on each single one of them. The elves are, very histrionic people. But Vol's past is riddled with a lot of rivalry and bitterness. During the War of the Gods, the ancient War of the Gods, Vol challenged Cain to single combat. Well, that turned out about as well as you can imagine for a god solely dedicated to blood, murder, and combat. So Cain won and blinded and crippled Vol and bound him into his service. And this really in no way lessened his crafting abilities, but he now does so in kind of this reverent silence is what it talks about, his shame kind of damning him to silence. And he crafts the very armor and weapons of the hosts of heaven, as well as instilling this in elfdom. I mean, Cain then commands Vol to create the 8 rings of Cain. And bear with me here, this can kind of get a little bit confusing in the same way that most mythologies can, but try and hang tight here. So creates the 8 rings of Cain to bind the winds of magic, to which Hecate, the goddess of dark magic, who we'll get into, was pretty bitter about, as she's the one who creates the winds of magic. So they conspire with Astarte, the goddess of pleasure, and she is convinced by Vol and Hecate to seduce Cain and get the rings. And she fails, but in the ensuing struggle, the rings fall to the mortal realm, and the Ring of Fury is the only one that's really kind of recovered by the mortals and in the hands of the High Elves itself. It is actually a magic item in one of the army books for the High Elves, so it's kind of a nice little way for the lore to tie into some of their own enchanted items. But why does that always happen? Do the gods have a bunch of precipices that lead right to the mortal realm? Oh god damn it, that was my one good shoe again. Anyway, I digress. Vol is also the guy who is responsible for making the Widowmaker, and the sword that Anarion draws from the Blighted Isle, the dreaded sword of Cain that drew from Anarion and actually changed his whole entire outlook. He became more of a bitter and darker and colder elf at that point. But it is said that the flames of Draugr, the father of dragons, were used to help temper the metal that made up that blade. And Vol is then depicted almost like Hephaestus from Greek mythology, a crippled and blind blacksmith of skill without peer. That's kind of Hephaestus' claim to fame. But Vol's primary shrines are all called the Vol's Anvil. And we see one of them during the flyover video that starts on top of what looks like a volcano. And there's one in Clarkharan and another one in Torgovan in Athol Loran. So since we're on the subject of Torgovan, we'll have to talk about Lord Daith. And he is really seen as possibly being the mortal representation, I guess you could say. It's not necessarily an incarnate, but it doesn't describe him as an incarnate in the book, but
He's multiple millennia old and said to be the smith of the very armor of an Aryan. So he's 4 some millennia old, I think it was. So it's insanely old, even for an elf. You know, he's probably amongst one of the first elf colonists to land in the old world. So that's pretty damn old. But that kind of ties up Vol here, and we'll jump into a little bit different of a god, and one who is, although he has a Cadai, he kind of has a little bit more of a darker string in him, and that is Loic, the Shadow Dancer, and the patron god of trickery, music, and revelry. Like I said, though, he does have a dark side, and he's also the god of shadows, vengeance, and dark deeds. So Loic's primary function is both distracting and tricking the chaos god Slaanesh. So when elves die, Slaanesh kind of hunts for their souls and devours them before they can actually even reach the elven afterlife. And in the afterlife, though, they become slaves regardless. But better a slave in the elven afterlife than a tasty morsel for Slaanesh's palate. So Loic does not do this all the time. So it's not like he's just cavorting to and fro, distracting Slaanesh so that the elves can get to the afterlife. This drains him with each kind of endeavor, each foray into distracting Slaanesh. But once he can really summon up the strength to do so, he beguiles and tricks Slaanesh, allowing souls to enter that said afterlife. And he often appears as a dancing elf boy, dancing across the night sky. And he, being the patron of revelry, really brings life and laughter to the elf pantheon. So there's this cool saying in the book that says, let me see here, the heavens would grow dull and cold, but the stars of the night sky would no longer have reason to remain wakeful. So as part of his darker side, though, the Shadow Warriors of Nagarath worship him chiefly in Ulthuan, pledging their vengeance in his name with each exacting kill upon their dark kin. And there's actually a nifty little blurb in the Wood Elf Army books that discuss the Shadow Dancers, who are obviously dedicated to Loic. You know, it's in their damn name. But the dragons in the Warhammer world are sentient, intelligent, and quite clever beings. They're not silent beasts. They do not converse with they do converse with the living. They if they deem them worthy, though, you know, because they're very prideful beasts. So them being dragons are quite haughty. So dragons like to give a bit of a bow to Loic, though, for saving elf souls from Slaanesh. They also like to think he learned this from Draupnir, you know, the aforementioned father of dragons. So dragons being dragons, they always kind of have to have that final, but we did it. Shadow Dancers, on the other hand, say it was the opposite. Say it was that Loic taught Draupnir how to be kind of clever and wily. So the two tend to get in these kind of battles of the wits, which is a fun little blurb I was talking about from the Wood Elf Army book. So with Aislinn Lore in mind, let's finish off the Cadai with the last two goddesses, starting with the wife of Assyrian, Lilith the Maiden. So here we have the true Lady of the Lake. This is the same one that Bretonnians worship and admire. Lilith is the goddess of dreams, prophecy, and fortune. And she is portrayed like her daughter as a beautiful elf maiden with these white angelic wings that sprout from her back. And she's atop this celestial steed named Cindermane, known as it trots clippity-clop across the night sky. But the elf seers pray to her to give them visions of the future, but what she is really most known for are her blessings of Lilith, to the elves at least. She makes Bretonnia kind of her mortal realm, and she imparts some of her power and some of her fervor into the Bretonnians, and that's how you get Grail Knights, and that's how you get damsels and prophetesses. That's how they get they kind of channel their magic from her. Well, not directly from it, it's from the winds of magic itself, but she imbues them with a little bit of her stuff. But the blessings of Lilith, these are the three gifts given to the elves with special powers, more or less. You've got the Star Crown, which is a crown that grants the bearer visions of all time and places that the gods themselves can see. So anything the gods can see, the bearer of this can see as well. And it was unfortunately shattered during the Sundering. So it was lost many millennia ago. And the amulet of Sunfire was sort of like the light of Evenstar in Lord of the Rings, you know, a light in the dark places when all other lights have gone out. The book describes it as bringing hope to those in despair and fury to evil creatures.
So we don't really, I think the Amulet of Sunfire was lost by, it's during Morvain, I believe his name is, the Phoenix King Morvain, from someone who, the wearer of it was lost during a freak storm, and the ship was lost itself at sea, so the amulet with it. But the last item here, the Moon Staff of Lilith, and this staff now resides in the use of Teclis and is actually filled with a great deal of Lilith's own power. In the tabletop, this aids Teclis in casting spells with his power dice, so I'm looking forward to the translation in Total War Warhammer 2 on how that'll work. Maybe it's a Winds of Magic regen, who knows. But in the lore, Teclis uses the Moonstaff of Lilith to kind of imbue his body, his ravaged body, with strength to kind of keep going. Teclis is kind of sickly in the earlier portions of his lore until he learns alchemy and learns more magic to fill his body with some vitality and some strength. But let's button things up here with the last goddess and deity of the Cadai, Ladriel, the Lady of the Mists. And this is the patron goddess and protector of all things hidden or lost. And this would, of course, include travelers in the wilderness. But there's not really a ton on Ladriel, and it's kind of sad because we're kind of ending on a lower note. But a lot of the portions of elf society that find themselves on ships tend to worship her chiefly. So you're looking at Lothern or Ivris or even Kothic maybe. But where elves tend to go on grand adventures, there's a lot of shrines to Ladriel. And she's depicted as this veiled elf maiden. And as a result, she kind of has the mythology that she's actually the most beautiful of all elf goddesses because, hey, we haven't seen her, so she must be the most beautiful. There's also another kind of portion to that myth that says, hey, yeah, no, she's beautiful, but it's not her, it's someone else. It's a different person in a different guise, or a different elf deity at least. But that really covers all the gods and goddesses of the Cadai, the heavens of the elf pantheon. And in the next video, we'll be covering the Scytharai and the gods in there and which elves chiefly worship them, just like we kind of did here, guys. So there's quite a few of those, more so than the Cadai. So we will probably break that into 2 videos. But hopefully this will start to flesh out a lot of the elf pantheon for you guys and give you an idea of how worship actually works in the elf society. It's not a monotheistic culture, and it's extremely polytheistic, and it's like the Greeks, Romans, Norse, and Egyptian pantheons with gods dedicated to certain acts or actions. And with that, we kind of get these elves that favor her more so than others. Like, you've got the Shadow Dancers of Loek, or you've got the Phoenix Guard, who are going to chiefly look at Assyrian for guidance and for prayers. So it's very interesting to see how each one of these influences and guides portions of the elf society, and even some of their units that we're going to see in Total War Warhammer 2. The Lord Swordmasters of Hoeth, all going through Hoeth. It doesn't necessarily directly say this, but it would make sense to me that Kyrnos would find some sort of guidance with the White Lions, and it does with the Illyrian Reavers because they all hail from Illyrian. So there's always some aspect of their pantheon imbued into their units, and that is true with the High Elves as well as it will be for the Dark Elves when we talk about Scytharai. But thanks for watching here today, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this. We got quite a bit covered here, but there's going to be even more to cover with the next portion of the Pantheon, as well as the Dwarf Pantheon, the Empire Pantheon. We'll go into Hashut, the Chaos Dwarf God. We've got plenty more planned for you guys. But thanks for watching. Have a good one. Take care. With Total War Warhammer 2 coming to a very evident future release here in about 2 months, I wanted to talk a little bit about Ulthuan. We've already kind of gone over Naggaroth. We've gone through the different quote-unquote factions of Naggaroth and the different provinces and what they're all like, but I wanted to give that same treatment to Ulthuan since we've actually already seen it from the flyover, from that campaign flyover that was released, I believe it was earlier this month. We'll go through, just like we did for Naggaroth, we'll go through the entire map of Ulthuan. We'll touch on each and every one of these kingdoms. I'm going to go through as much content as I can from the campaign flyover. It is kind of a little it's not necessarily very full like I'd want it to be. Like the part that shows Averlorn is just a small little blanket on the map, so it's not really not very appealing. But I'll get as much from that video as I can and put it into this, so you guys can see exactly from that video where we are on the map, and we'll follow along the map just like we did for Naggaroth. But
we'll go over Ulthuan as a whole here first. And Ulthuan is really a nation of 10 kingdoms. It's the home of all of elfdom. And when I say all of elfdom, I'm talking about no wood elves, no high elves, no dark elves. It's all of the elves came from Ulthuan. Wood elves left Ulthuan as part of, they were the high elves at the time. They had left as a, not an expeditionary force, but they kind of colonized Bretonnia. All of Bretonnia was colonized by the elves. And during the War of the Beard and the Sundering as a whole, the Aislinn was eventually what became of the Wood Elves and what was left of the elves in the old world. They all kind of came back over to these shores during the Sundering and during the War of the Beard. And the Dark Elves, of course, you have them leaving Nagarath and moving north into what is considered, quote-unquote, the New World, into Nagaroth. So elfdom, though, the High Elves as a whole, all of elves come from Ulthuan. And each province, just like in Nagaroth and the Dark Elves, has its own culture, its units, its way of waging war, etc., etc. And it's really kind of every province has got its own character to it, right? So as you can see here, it's a circular island, and the access to the center of the island is actually only through the Straits of Lothern, and that's the very first thing that we see in that flyover campaign, in the video of the flyover campaign. It starts going from the Val's Anvil. It goes up Dragonet Cove, Calidor's Repose, up to the Shimmer Sword, over to the Straits of Lothern. And that's when we see Lothern itself positioned in between the two gates there. And we'll get into that as we jump into Eataine here next. But to the east of Ulthuan, you've got the Shifting Isles. And really, you can just think of them as the Bermuda Triangle, to be totally honest. It's basically this shrouded, misty area with ever-shifting levels of currents and ever-shifting height and altitude of actual water. So when people go into them, they're more than likely are going to run up on some shoals, or there will be a tempest that'll just rip the boat asunder, just like the Bermuda Triangle. Just kind of that same old lore and myth behind it is filled within the Shifting Isles. The northwest, though, of the nation itself is primarily underwater from the Sundering, and we'll get into that with Nagarath. But during the Sundering, there was a large cataclysm of magics and spells and wrongdoings and right doings by the High Elves and Dark Elves in conjunction that really submerged a good portion of Ulthuan itself too. In fact, we'll hear about it too at Tirnoch and Eltharion. A lot of them were submerged during the Sundering, but we'll talk about that again in a little bit in the future here. And Ulthuan really is the home of the dragons. The majority of the dragons now in the world are within the Dragonspine Mountains in Calidor, and they are kind of at rest. They do their long hibernation, and it really talks about how the High Elves had to do this kind of song and dance to wake them up. It's very interesting. They really don't go into what exactly goes on, but they talk about how, okay, this is a multi-year process, and to raise the dragons takes a long time, and very few dragons actually wake. Sometimes they just go and go meh and keep sleeping. So you've got the home of dragons in Calidor, and that's why High Elves have the best dragons at their disposal in the Star Dragon. That's the strongest dragon in the entire game. And Ulthuan itself is kind of ruled by a dual monarchy. The king being the Phoenix King. In the current era, it's going to be Finubar. I don't want to talk about the end times, but you got the very first Phoenix King in Anarion, which we've talked quite a bit about. And then the Queen, or the Everqueen as it is the Everqueen of Averlorn. And the Everqueen can really be seen as the first monarch of Ulthuan and of the High Elves. The Phoenix King only came about with Anarion. He's the very first one to come about, and the elves have been around for centuries at that point. And the only reason it kind of came about was as a result of all of these demon wars and the Great Cataclysm, I believe it is, kind of puts him into that position. But the Everqueen heir, like the Everqueen, is kind of appointed by the oldest daughter of the existing Everqueen. And the king, the Phoenix King, is appointed by noble families. So it's a lot of intrigue and them being elves, And we're going to see that intrigue in Total War Warhammer 2. They've already said that the High Elves are going to have this sort of intrigue where they can get other factions to attack other factions in a really cool kind of dynamic change and shift that we haven't seen in Total War Warhammer 1. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out. But again, you've already got that level of intrigue. The Phoenix King is appointed by the noble families, so it's an election process. And so even before the current Phoenix King is dead, the family is already kind of plotting and trying to see how they can get the next king into that role. We've talked about the Dark Elves being a lot of murder and a lot of nefarious actions to kind of action that intrigue. With the High Elves, it's less that. It's not necessarily murder. It's more about, hey, let's do these favors. Let's buy these people off. Let's do that and this. It's more of like a political intrigue and less of like an outright, hey, I'm going to go slaughter and murder all these people to get my rule through fear. But the Phoenix King is then anointed in the Shrine of Assyrian. And the Shrine of Assyrian is what burned Malekith from head to toe. It's what turned him into Darth Malekith, if you want to think of it that way. The flames of Assyrian, the Phoenix King is basically imbued with all of these enchantments from the mages, from the White Tower of Hoeth, and then walks through the Shrine of Assyrian. And if he's deemed worthy, he'll pass through without being burned at all. And he'll actually be imbued with almost like an incarnation of Assyrian. There is a piece of Assyrian within the Phoenix King. And in a lot of the High Elf lore books, and like especially the trilogy by William King, the Tyrion Teclis trilogy, talks about how after passing through the flames, you can almost just kind of feel an otherworldly presence when you're around the Phoenix King, this kind of very benevolent but very, very furious force behind him. So it's a very kind of cool dynamic. And the Phoenix King has sort of gradually turned from a warrior in Anarion to an extreme diplomat in Finubar. Finubar was the seafarer. He has all this great acclaim when it comes to spreading out across the globe. He's one of the very first Phoenix Kings to have left Ulthuan and gone to every single every single continent in the Warhammer world. And that's kind of his claim to fame, in that he wants to bring a lot of the former alliances, the High Elves, back into the fold. He wants to kind of create this world where the elves are exchanging their knowledge, because he knows the elves can't last the storm alone. They need the help of the men in all their various shapes and forms, Bretonnians, Empire, Kislev, so on and so forth. Need the aid of the dwarves, begrudgingly so. But Finubar is that kind of current king now, where he is that more of a diplomat role. But the 10 kingdoms, again, we're just, like I said, we're going to follow the map and in a circle. I'm going to go over what is an inner kingdom and what is an outer kingdom. The inner kingdoms, obviously, are the kingdoms that are closest to the inner sea. The outer kingdoms are the ones that are closest to, like the Drake Isles, all the ocean around Ulthuan. But I'll mention them as I go along. We'll explain, hey, this is an inner kingdom, this is an outer, so on and so forth. But we'll start off with Eataine, which is the actual part of the capital of Ulthuan. And it's the region that Lothern itself is within. It's considered, the hinterland. And it being, of course, the very first stop on our grand tour of Ulthuan. Please keep your hands inside the boat and don't drink the pond water. It's every single one of these you're going to see. As we go through this map, you're going to see shrines. Shrine of Lilith, Shrine of Adora, Val's Anvil, Shrine of Assyrian. There are dotted across the entirety of Ulthuan the shrines to the various gods of the elf pantheon. And we will go into those elf gods because they're very confusing. If I had to tell you about Cain, who is the god of murder, blood, war, and all this action, it would sound exactly like Khorne. So there's a lot of things that people kind of think that that one god is another god. It's even that I think it's Lilith is expected to be like the curer, the healer, and I'm sorry, it's Aisha. It's Isha, Isha, and how if you heard the Nurgle video, and a lot of you guys pointed it out already, actually, is that little Pox Fulcrum, the little demon that kind of cures Nurgle's rots, is actually Aisha. So you have a lot of carryover from all the other races in all of the current elf pantheon, but getting ahead of myself there. So Lothern is the capital of the nation and of Eataine itself, and it's ruled over by the Phoenix King, Finubar. This is where the Phoenix Court is set up, and it's guarded by the Lothern Sea Guard. So this is where we see the Lothern Sea Guard. The Eataine this is their I don't want to say birth, but I guess this is where they're all from. Their land, sea, and coast guard, really, of this land. And it's, like I said, it's the home of the Phoenix Court, and this was set up by Calidor the Conqueror, which is, I believe, the second Phoenix King. In the actual High Elf book, it goes you through chronologically every single Phoenix King, and it's really, really cool. But he set it up here in Eotain, and it's sort of just been there ever since. There's no rule that it has to be in Eotain and in Lothern, but it's just kind of been there ever since. And this is, of course, also the home of the Phoenix Guard at the Temple of Phoenix, at the Temple of the Phoenix Kings, which is in the Isle of Flame here, just slightly to the north. And of course, we've talked about the Phoenix King and how they're all very silent because they already know their own death. They've taken a vow of silence. But they're not the direct bodyguard of the Phoenix King himself, which is interesting. Those are the White Lions, but the Phoenix Guard are no less important. They're extremely not popular. You know, they go around with Letterman jackets going, "Hey, McAllister." No, they're extremely important and relevant to not only the Phoenix Court, but they're also extremely important to and they're symbolic to the High Elves as a whole. But the home of the Phoenix Guard has, of course, the largest library in Eotain as well, so a large repository of knowledge. A lot of mages would go here to learn and study and grow their already vast knowledge from the Tower of Hoeth. And we've talked about this before, but Lothern and Eotain itself, and this is a very repeating motif that we're going to see, is a very empty city. A lot of the great wars have drained the High Elves of their populace, and on top of it, they have a lot of reproductive issues. And I'm not saying that they have like erectile dysfunction. I'm just saying for some reason, elves don't populate at the rate that, say, humans do, or dwarves do, or fucking heaven forbid, Skaven. I mean, what the hell's a Skaven? But still, elves don't populate that quickly. They live very long, but they may have one offspring, maybe two. It's in fact a rarity that Tyrion and Teclis, which are twins, were born together. Like that's just not very common in the elf world. But the inhabitants of Eotain are actually looked down by the rest of the elf families and of the various other factions. They're really kind of looked at as money grubbing merchants. You know, they're not really looked at as very good mages or very good warriors. You know, whereas where if you're from Safri, oh, you're expected to be a great mage, or if you're from Calador, or if you're from not Kothic, but if you're from Trace, you're just considered maybe a great warrior. So Eotain doesn't have a very good claim to fame martially, but aside from, of course, the Phoenix Guard. So a lot of the other elf kingdoms kind of look down at those inhabitants. And a lot of that is because of the fact that Lothern itself is got a foreign quarter, and that foreign quarter is filled with humans, with dwarves, with everyone. And so a lot of elves are very, you know, xenophobic, so they look down on that. And if you're a noble of Eotain, they're like, oh, okay, well, you hang out with the common folk. We're over here in Calador sipping our wine from like gold dragon skulls. So they just kind of look down on that general overall behavior. But Lothern itself, since it is direct access into the Inner Sea, which is thus the entirety of the High Elf Kingdom, it has a very elaborate defense. And you can kind of see in the flyover here, you've got the Glittering Tower, which is at the very tip, the southernmost tip of the Straits of Lothern. That's the very first thing you're going to see when entering Lothern, or entering the Inner Sea. And it's funny, the High Elves have like an obsession with towers. Like everything is a tower in the High Elf world. Even outside of this, there's like the Tower of Dawn, the Tower of Dusk, and the two southern portions, like the southern tip of Lustria and the southern tip of the Southlands. So they just love their fucking towers. But on top of it, though, you've got the Emerald and then the Sapphire Gate, and they lead to the interior of Ulthuan. So you've seen here that Lothern is kind of positioned between those two gates. The first one being Emerald, the last one being Sapphire. Each one adorned with its namesake's its namesake's gems all over it. That's what it's kind of described as, like these larger than life sapphires that kind of deck the walls of the elaborate gates that lead to the interior of Ulthuan. So that's Eotain, which is your first inner kingdom here. We're going to jump over to another inner kingdom in Safari, which is, as everyone really kind of knows, you know, everyone that's cool knows, is really the land of mages. And it's filled with all these eccentric mage nobles with crazy castles and mansions. Like one of them's filled with a bunch of exotic plants. Another is maybe just a flying mansion. It really kind of depends. Whereas things are a little bit more normal in the lands outside of Safari. Definitely the mage nobles that rule over this. I keep wanting to say faction, but this province are a little more eccentric. They have a little bit more going on with them. And you can see here from this quick little, the quick actual pet map of Ulthuan, we've seen the White Tower of Hoeth there. We've seen a Circle of Night, and again, more Towers of the Winds, Port Elistor, all these things. And in the Eataine description, I forgot to kind of mention that as you go into the Inner Sea, it's not just, oh, here's this peaceful Inner Sea. No, there's all of the elf fleet is there. Trading ships, sloops of war, all of these things that are kind of intimidating. But in Safri, of course, you've got the heart of Safri, which we've just talked about, the White Tower of Hoeth. And these little symbols that kind of look like torches that we've seen on the map, those little gold symbols, they represent the shrines to certain gods. Well, the Tower of Hoeth is not just simply a repository for knowledge and everything. It's also a shrine to the god of wisdom, who is Hoeth. And it is considered, again, the greatest repository of magical knowledge in the entire world. So it's run by the lore masters, and which is what we've really talked about, are the centuries-old mages that know all of the lores of magic. They know high magic. They know the lore of fire, the lore of death, lore of shadows. They know all this. And in the tabletop, actually, if you bring a lore master, they know the signature spell of every single lore. So they can be a really, really strong asset because they're a little bit more melee-centric. They're just like the greatswords of Hoeth, basically as a lore choice with magic. So they're really strong. I've always enjoyed taking them with my greatswords and getting a lot of damage put out by the lore masters. But the Tower of Hoeth was constructed by Bel Corhadris, the Scholar King. He was one of the Phoenix Kings that was very heavily interested in, you guessed it, magecraft, and in that knowledge, and in all those books and whatnot. And it has a very magical significance to the Great Vortex as well. The White Tower of Hoeth adds strength to the vortex that comes out of that Isle of the Dead in the very center of the Inner Sea, in the center of Ulthuan. Kind of helps empower it a little bit more. And the actual tower itself is surrounded by these glyphs, spells, enchantments that they hide and protect the White Tower. In fact, like in the Tyrion and Teclis book, and I talk about that a lot because those books really, really go through what each city or each province is really like, because they cover it in so many different ways. But the library itself is, of course, like I was saying, it is hidden, and they talk about how intricate all those are. So you could be completely walking by the Tower of Hoeth and not even know it because of the enchantments that are put onto it to protect it. And it even talks about how the library within the tower is constantly shifting and moving, and presents itself to the mage that really seeks what they're looking for. So it talks about how Teclis is kind of going through the tower, and he eventually finds himself in this inner sanctum that is like very rare or very hard to find, and he ends up kind of communing with Calador, who is within the Great Vortex at the time. So the library almost has this kind of Harry Potter mechanic to it, with like the moving stairs and everything like that, and only certain things reveal themselves to mages. So it's not necessarily you go in one direction, you're always going to get to where you need to get. It's kind of, it does what it wants with you. But Teclis, of course, he takes up a lot of station in the Tower of Hoeth, and we learn about that a lot in those books. But that kind of squares off the Safri here, and we'll get to the very first Outer Kingdom in Ivris. And I mean, it's got its own little title here, Isle of Mists, and it's the one that's closest to the Shifting Isles, which we've already kind of talked about, is like the Bermuda Triangle, right off to the east from it. And we've already talked again how Ulthuan itself is protected by illusions and enchantments, and this prevents people coming from the old world to actually see Ulthuan. They can't see it if they're just kind of shipping across the land. It's not something you just stumble upon. You have to kind of be invited in, and that's how you find yourself in Lothian, in the foreign quarter, and you're allowed to stay within Ulthuan. But you can't just go ahead and go, hey, we're going to go on a raiding party to Ulthuan from the east. It's not like that. It's not that easy. Of course, in the north, it's a little bit more turbulent. The Dark Elves have kind of broken through and reduced those wards and those illusions, those enchantments. So they do get invasions from the north, from the Dark Elves, from Norscan tribes, all manners of beasties and such from the north. But Ivris itself has got one real big kind of power city. Its largest and biggest city is called Tor Ivris, and it's really the only city in the province, to be totally honest. But it's still, very large and in charge as far as cities go, and like more or less kind of like the capital of the province, but it is still, again, relatively abandoned, just like Lothern, and it's considered a really bleak and foreboding land. A lot of the people from Ivris are very morose, very dark, almost kind of like the same people you would see from the Greyjoys in Game of Thrones, where, you know, you pay the iron price, and they're all very grim, very dark. Kind of the same thing from Ivris, because they're kind of always on that forefront. They have some of the best sailors, because they're always being put out into the ocean, because they're right fucking there. But again, that repeating motif of abandoned cities. So that was our first Outer Kingdom with Ivris. We'll get to another Outer Kingdom here with Kothic. Kothic is kind of similar to Ivris as well, in that it's another cold coastal region of Ulthuan, but it's got even hardier sea folk. I mean, sailors, mariners, travelers, some of the best all come from Kothic itself. It's got very dangerous shores. You know, there's krakens, there's megalodons, there's behemoths and black leviathans right off the coast there, and so they're always kind of exposed to that very turbulent lifestyle of the open seas. In fact, like the black leviathan almost kind of looks like a lanternfish, this giant big ass lanternfish that basically sits underneath boats with its mouth open, and then as soon as boats kind of come over it, it just goes up, swallows it, and goes right back down. So essentially, Kothic has the finest sailors in the world. Now, every single faction boasts some sort of finest of something, so maybe this means that they're the finest sailors by navigatory means or something like that. You know, you could argue that Tilia has got some of the best sailors in the world because they can navigate from Tilia to the New World and are like kind of pirate and swashbuckly. So it really is kind of, take that sentence with a grain of salt, but you know, these are elves, and elves kind of hone their craft over centuries and centuries and centuries. So it wouldn't be very hard to believe that truly some of the finest sailors would come from Kothic. And this is where you get all your sky ships, your catamarans, your giant flying fish, all sorts of means of transportation kind of fill the airs and seas of Kothic. And the citizens themselves are pretty well traveled. You know, they see the world as a whole rather than just Ulthuan, the bigger picture, and that they're very treasured for that perspective. They're some of the very few elves in Ulthuan that can really kind of separate themselves from the kind of arrogant, selfish image that most high elves have. They kind of have that ability to say, hey, you know, here's what's happening in the grander picture, which is very important, especially for the Phoenix King to have on his court. But no other mariner in the high elf world, at least, has as much sea experience as someone from Kothic. And as a result, though, of the way Kothic is, you know, it's very cold, coastal region, a lot of the sundering resulted in a lot of flooding for Kothic. So a lot of it is kind of a subterranean culture. They have these elaborate and beautiful mansions and castles that are lit by elf magics and the such. When you talk about dwarf holds and carracks, you hear about, like, if they're kind of dingy, they're dark, lit by candlelight and stuff like that. Not like that with the mansions of Kothic. They're all extremely lit as if they were on the outside. So you get this very interesting dynamic here, and what you would expect from a subterranean culture to be dark and grim, instead is very lit and beautiful and elaborate and very artistic in the same way that most high elves are. An interesting thing with this is when you have a subterranean culture, especially like the dwarves, they have a lot of run-ins with skavens and goblins, especially the latter. With high elves, there's no skaven or goblins. They don't invade because Ulthuan is suspended by waves of magic. There's not actually like roots into the mountains that things could kind of scurry and burrow up with. We will never see skaven on Ulthuan from a starting point of Total War Warhammer 2, period. They can get there, probably. There's probably ways to do it, but you're not going to like start up a game and randomly have like an invasion of rats burst through the Anuli Mountains. Just doesn't work like that. If they did, that'd break some lore, but I'd still be okay with it, because who the fuck likes Skaven? I'll kill him anyway. But they talk about how those mansions, though, are kind of like, some are very beautiful, some are very elaborate, but some are very haunted and scary and terrifying, and no one goes to them because the Sundering flooded the Eastern Ocean into Kothic, and it flooded some of these mansions all the way through, so people don't traverse them because they're haunted with the spirits of these bloated,
corpses and waterlogged elves that are dead from the Sundering. So they just completely abandoned those mansions, which I found was a really kind of, just like everything in the High Elf world, there's always some sort of haunting like gotcha about it. Like, yes, this land is beautiful and vast and large, but everyone dies. Like, holy shit. And that's very true, I guess, here with Gothic. But that kind of, let's bring it back more towards the inner here, get out of the outer realms, and come back to another inner realm with Avalorn. And this is really the oldest of all of the elf realms. You know, I talked about how the Everqueen was the very first real monarch of the elves. Well, this would kind of lend to believe why Avalorn is the oldest of all of them. And it's the seat of the Everqueen, as we've described. The Phoenix King is in Lothern. The Everqueen is in Avalorn. And it's got these large, sprawling forests, and it's seated at the base of the Anuli Mountains. And because of kind of magic and everything that fills Avalorn, you've got all of these ancient beings, and so it's one of the oldest locations in Warhammer as a whole. One of the oldest locations still intact in Warhammer as a whole, because you can say stuff like Neferata, the place where all the vampires are, is pretty fucking old too, but it's destroyed. Avalorn is pretty much untouched from birth to now. It has had incursions here and there, but for the most part, you've got ancient parts of Avalorn, just like in Athelloren, that are still inhabited with beings of chaos, because you can't necessarily chart all of this enchanted woods, because things shift and change, and there's all sorts of kind of maniacal spirits and mischievous spirits that kind of deck the halls of Avalorn, just like in Athelloren. And Avalorn and Athelloren are very parallel. The Everqueen and Orion and basically the female basically the Everqueen of the Wood Elves, I can't think of her name right now. They all share a very similar heritage and a very similar origin, and that what kind of unites the High Elves and the Wood Elves together, even despite their very vast differences currently. They still have this unifying force in the Everqueen, in Orion, it starts with an A and it's just escaping me right now, but they get this unification between this, and it's Avalorn itself is this very idyllic paradise, right? It's this beautiful, beautiful forest land with right on these lovely shores, filled with chaos spawn somewhere deep in the forest. So don't go crazy going all over the place. But the Everqueen here is, of course, part of the twin thrones of Ulthuan, as it's called, and really, like I've said, the original monarch, and the chosen of the Earth Mother, as it's called. And the court of Avalorn is what's basically like an Ulthuan carnival. It goes from province to province with the Everqueen and her personal guard, as well as this repertoire of like revel makers and all sorts of crazy things, putting on these shows and doing all sorts of festivals and everything, and that travels the entirety of the province every couple of years here. And that really kind of hones in Avalorn. We hear a lot about Avalorn, especially in the Tyrion Teclis novels, because Tyrion really falls in love with the Everqueen when he goes to Avalorn. He sees her for the first time, and it's very typical for the Everqueen and the Phoenix King to have a symbolic marriage, but they also fuck outside of it. They have this adulterous, like, oh, the Everqueen has multiple suitors, so it's not completely unheard of. So it's not completely taboo that Tyrion is just like jonesing, just thirsting all hard on that Everqueen. But that wraps up Avalorn here. We'll take another jump over to the Outer Kingdom, and one of my favorite ones outside of Caledor in Trace. That might in part be because I love the White Lions of Trace so much, but it's the northernmost region next to Nagarythe itself, and it was formerly a very peaceful, not embroiled in constant conflict area. I mean, it has these great, again, sprawling trees, these lovely meadows, all this great stuff pre-Sundering that talks about Trace being relatively idyllic, and that is a very common symptom of a lot of the High Elf realms, so I apologize if I say that about almost all of them, because the Sundering really did a number to Ulthuan in a lot of different ways. It maybe didn't like turn into this destroyed, blasted wasteland, but it definitely submerged some portions of it, completely washed away others, split apart and asunder other portions of it. So the Sundering definitely had a very strong effect on the geography of Ulthuan as a whole. But Trace is just corrupted by a lot of dark magic because of its proximity to the Blighted Isle, to the Shrine of Cain, and also to the Dark Elves. They raid a lot through Trace. As a result, though, because again, Trace guards the primary land pathway into Ulthuan for the Dark Elves. So you've got these kind of like hit and run specialists laying ambushes for Dark Elves. Like basically the book talks about how some Dark Elves go to Trace to do raids and don't ever make it back and no one ever knows what happens to them. But of course the Tracians do. They slayed them in the night. There's forests in this mountainous region, and it acts kind of as a natural cover for these high elves. But the Tracian warriors themselves are told to, at a certain point, a certain level, they kind of say, hey, you have to kill or train a white lion, and then an actual beast white lion, and that allows you to earn your status as a white lion. And the white lions are who become eventually the bodyguard of the Phoenix King when the Phoenix King is ambushed in Trace. The white lions kind of come to his aid long ago, and this kind of cements the relationship between the white lion and the Phoenix King as that bodyguard relationship. But we've already seen these in the Total War Warhammer 2 trailers a little bit. They're going to be your great axe infantry with AP. They're going to have their cloak, which is going to infer some bonuses. Some defense against archery and some fire resistance as well. So I'm really stoked to play with the White Lions. They're some of my favorite units in the High Elf army because they're just so fucking cool and ornamental. And the fact that like, oh yeah, I have to kill or train a lion so I can be a badass. Can do. If you got a chance to play the Warhammer Online MMO, then you know that playing as a white lion allowed you to actually have a white lion of Trace as a pet, which was so awesome because as you reach certain tiers, the white lion got more ornate looking and it was more adorned with this armor and this really cool like braids in its mane and everything. It just was so fucking cool. The white lion of Trace was one of my favorite classes in that game. But we'll jump, since we've already kind of mentioned it, we'll jump over to another Outer Kingdom, kind of making like a straight line across. We've kind of gone up across, and we're going to go down again. But right now we're at Nagaraith here, and that's really the other northern region, the Shadowlands. And we've talked a lot about Nagaraith as far as it being kind of the ancestral home of the Dark Elves. And this is where it's the home of Eltharion. This is where the very first Phoenix Court was in Nagaraith, and many of the battles against demons kind of corrupted the land, and it's dark and it's very desolate, very similar to Trace, but that's more corrupted by dark magic and less of kind of the fallout of multiple wars with demons that Nagaraith was. Because this is where Eltharion's elves became rather bloodthirsty and ruthless. We hear about in the lore how Eltharion used to be this very benevolent, very kind of kind and great ruler up until his wife was killed in Averlorn, or so he suspected, by a demon invasion. And this kind of turned his heart pretty black. He pulled the Sword of Cain from the Shrine of Cain in the Blighted Isle, and that started to take parts of him. Like all the good things were kind of rotted away, and all that left was this kind of bitterness and this darkness and this bloodthirstiness as a result of being imbued with the fury of the elf god Cain, Kayla Mensha Cain, there we go, who I've talked about is like the god of blood, the god of murder, the god of war, of fighting, everything, combat. And so it kind of fits that he would take on that persona, and that's how he ended up marrying Marathai, and that's what begat Malekith, this just corrupted little shit, who eventually just becomes, the Eternity King in the Age of Sigmar. But what's left of the land is really treated with mistrust and fear. It's really uninhabited for the most part, almost entirely actually, except for, Anlek is in ruins, which is pretty much which was this ancient fortress that was really the seat of power of Nagaraith. And that's kind of the Shadow Warriors of Nagaraith, where we get these hit and run specialists, there's similar, the high elf equivalent of Shades. Lithanar leads them, and it kind of has these hit and run tactics all throughout Nagaraith, attacking anyone that would go to raid. And it's a target of many Dark Elf invasions and attacks looking to recapture, of course, their ancestral home. So many times do the High Elves find themselves in prolonged battles at Nagaraith, just because they're thinking, oh, okay, we'll get to Nagaraith first, and then we'll invade through the Phoenix Gate, the Dragon Gate, the Unicorn Gate, all these gates that kind of dot the northwestern portion of
Ulthuan, and those gates are used predominantly, and we see them during the fly through, predominantly used to keep the Dark Elves at bay. So that kind of rounds out almost all of the Outer Kingdoms. We've got one more here, but we're going to jump back into the inner portion of Ulthuan in Eltharion. Eltharion itself, though, is kind of like the Rohan of Ulthuan. It's rolling hills, beautiful meadows, clear skies, all these great things. Again, you could say it's very idyllic. And it's the home of the Illyrian Reavers and their fast, swift horses, the Illyrian horses themselves. And it's an enchanted land with kind of ever-spanning steppes. It's almost kind of like a cross between Rohan and ancient Mongolian. So the horsemasters of Eltharion do everything with their mounts, really. They're kind of at constant unity with them, and that's where we get all of these amazing horsemen that are able to shoot from horseback to kind of these amazing fast hit and run tactics, all because of their command of their horses and their trust with their horses. Horses are highly regarded and protected in the Illyrian society. In fact, like infractions against horses suffer fates worse than death, like to be dragged by a horse all throughout Eltharion. So it's kind of crazy because they're very wild and proud people, and they're quick-tempered, and they have huge egos. They're very honor bound too. Again, kind of playing into a lot of those ancient tropes. They're again skilled riders with a lot of flourishes, like stampeding at full pace, jumping on the ground, then jumping over the saddle, and back onto their saddle and shooting, like stuff like that. But it's one of the few inner kingdoms that is constantly harassed by Dark Elves. In fact, when they cross the Anuli Mountains, and that's where you've got the Dragon Gate, the Unicorn Gate, the Griffin Gate, the Eagle Gate, the Phoenix Gate, all these gates pretty much lead almost directly into Eltharion. And if they get through Nagarath or Trace, they're going to hit through Eltharion first. So the Illyrian Reavers kind of patrol the lands. Look for Dark Elves looking to steal black horses of wild herds for their black riders, which are essentially the Dark Elf equivalent of the Illyrian Reavers. If you haven't really kind of noticed, in Nagarath we've got less kingdoms, right? I think we got like 6 or 7. I can't remember the total amount. And we have most of their special units have origins there, but we don't hear about where the Dark Riders are from. The Shades don't really have a very specific place. The Assassins kind of have 1 or 2 areas that kind of calls to them. Same thing with the Beastmasters. But with the High Elf lands, you know exactly where everything's from. The Sisters of Averlorn are from Averlorn. The White Lions of Trace, well, you guessed it, from Trace. Shadow Warriors, Nagarath. The Illyrian Reavers, fuck man, they're from Eltharion. And even when you have Kothic where you would see a lot of your I can't remember, the Sea Cutters, or where you'd see the captains that come from that as well. And even with the Phoenix Guard and the Lothern Sea Guard all coming from Lothern. So you've got a very special home for every single unit in the High Elf army in Ulthuan itself. And we've talked about that. We've explained why those units come from there and why that land kind of specializes in that. But getting ahead of myself, as always, we'll jump on over to the last Outer Kingdom in Tiranoc. This is really the westernmost Outer Kingdom. So the land that's really closest to the New World. And when I say New World, I'm talking about Lustria in this case, because, well, I guess you could really argue that Calidor and Eotain are all kind of close to it, but it's the westernmost portion of Ulthuan. I'll just go with that rather than me trying to make an ass of myself talking about geography. But it's really the fairest of all the lands before the Sundering. Snow, plains, gold-topped towers, chariots running wild. The Tiranoc chariots come from Tiranoc. And during the Sundering, though, magic really on, again, both sides, which we've talked about, just devastated the continent. It submerged most of Tiranoc and flooded the cities. And so Tiranoc kind of became Ulthuan's Atlantis, more or less. The former glory really kind of subsiding beneath the waves and in the bleak coast. In the fallow marsh, in the wheeled march, all of these portions around Tiranoc just kind of consume its beautiful cities beforehand. But as a result, though, they're kind of slowly restoring themselves, but they're really super bitter about it at the same time. That's why Tiranoc chariots themselves always kind of sally out to attack Dark Elf raiding parties as they kind of harass the coastline. They're always kind of right on top of them, putting that pressure immediately so they can't get a foothold or a beachhead into Tiranoc. And with Tirnoch, you have another land of amazing riders. Not quite like Illyrian, of course, but you do again have riders that are experienced with a lot of different forms of combat. So you've got there's usually a spearman on top of a Tirnoch chariot as well as a archer. So they are that kind of diverse unit. And with the Tirnoch chariot, we will see in Total War Warhammer, they're going to be more of a ranged type approach, less heavy chariot. I hope they do eventually add the White Lion chariot, because that would be kind of, I don't want to say equivalent to a Gore Beast chariot, but something that would be more of an AP kind of up in the face anti-infantry chariot. So I would love to see that, because the thought of 2 White Lions dragging a chariot to the battlefield is also just quite fucking cool. Because we haven't had a chariot that's quite like that, because the Gore Beast just kind of looks like this slothing big toe that's just kind of just pulling this giant ass steel cabinet across the battlefield. The White Lion's a little bit more regal looking and a little bit more terrifying in my mind. But that is the last Outer Kingdom with Tirnoch, and we're going to get into the actual very last kingdom and conclude our little journey around Ulthuan with Calidor, which is, of course, my favorite region of Ulthuan. It's one of the most thinly populated of the elf nations, because the majority of Calidor is a mountain range. In fact, if you see the map on here, you can see Avathar, you can see Torsthai, you can see Stonesick Plateau, the Summer Song, the Shrine of Ordoroth, which we've talked about. But because of that, it's also one of the mightiest of the nations. And again, my personal favorite. And since it's located in and around the Dragonspine Mountains, you've got a lot of not subterranean per se, but this is where the dragons are. They're all within these caves and lofty mountain getaways all throughout Calidor, all throughout the Dragonspine Mountains. And it's named after Calidor Dragon Tamer, and he's the gentleman, of course, who, I always say gentleman, he's the mage who concocted the spell for the Great Vortex. Him and the strongest mages of the time created the Great Vortex from the Isle of the Dead. Him being basically the techless, I guess a good way of putting it is Calidor Dragon Tamer is to techless as Anarion is to Tyrion. So Calidor was the magical kind of aid, assistant, and other side of Anarion. And even though they didn't agree with a lot of things, they did not agree with creating the Great Vortex. Calidor said, here's what we got to do. And Anarion said, nay, I shall sally forth and kill as many as we can. Well, we have to use our armies. We can't throw this into a giant gambit. Gambit at the center of the gamble at the center of the Ulthuan in the Isle of the Dead. And Calidor Dragon Tamer said, Nadog, and went and just did it on his own. And it forced Anarion's hand. He had to come to the aid of Calidor Dragon Tamer, because Calidor Dragon Tamer had committed already all the dragons and all of the mages he could to this endeavor. So it forced Anarion to kind of come to his aid, and allowed Anarion to slay 4 greater demons of the various gods, one being, of course, Enkari, who vows to hunt and eat and kill and devour the souls of all of Anarion's ancestors. And we see actually in the Tyrion Teclis books how Enkari actually breaks free from the Great Vortex on his own through sheer force of will, and kind of regathers his strength to run amok through Ulthuan, killing off Anarion's ancestors and trying to hunt down Tyrion and Teclis. And there's actually this really cool last stand of the Shrine of Aislinn where Tyrion is fighting Enkari and uses the Shrine of Aislinn to kind of imbue himself with power. And it talks about how he felt like he was in this deep ocean, and there was a large presence about him, and the slightest touch overwhelmed him with power and vision and everything. So it's really kind of cool the way they talk about how Aislinn is this overbearing presence to the elves, but also this kind of enigmatic but yet maybe benevolent force for them. So I kind of got a bit of a tirade there, but it's important to know how important Calidor Dragon Tamer is to the entirety of the High Elf timeline. But of course, he tamed dragons using these enchanted harnesses from Val's Anvil, and which is Val's Anvil being the fiercest volcano of Ulthuan. So the tail of the mountains themselves, which we see in the flyover, the Shrine of Vol, and that's what we're seeing in that cinematic. It's got a narrow drawbridge of true steel that kind of goes across this liquid hot magma bridge right up to the shrine, and this is what allowed Calidor to give rise to the Dragon Princes, soaring through the skies with these magical beasts, kind of terrifying. You don't need a lot of those things when you're on dragons, but they're not large in number, but of course large in destructive capabilities. And there's a lot of times where the dragons are kind of used to break the back of an enemy or used to reinforce an enemy. Even during the Battle of Finuval Plains, we hear about his name's not Aislinn, but the Dogs of War. High Elf Noble Lord, how he basically takes his dragons and defies Finubar, goes and attacks a Dark Elf raiding party that would have sacked Calidor, then comes back to the Finuval Plains, and Calidor's all pissed and says, "Nah, I banish ye. Good to be hither." So from Calidor, you've got this very haughty and arrogant people, because they're riding dragons, for fuck's sake. They don't really give much shit about anything because they think they can kill anything. So that's what gives birth to the Dragon Princes in their actual uniform on these highly adorned Illyrian, just elf steeds with this barding that looks like dragon mail, makes them look like dragons. They themselves are very arrogant, but they're also very haughty, and they are for the defense and protection of elfdom. Like it talks about in the books, like, yes, they're very haughty and arrogant, but at any time they'll do what they can to protect Ulthuan. So they kind of ride off that former glory that they've kind of manifested as dragon riders. And it's funny because the eventual hibernation of dragons reduces their might, as I kind of talk about. But there's this part where it talks about with Calidor the Conqueror, they're the only nation that doesn't dip their banner to acknowledge the Phoenix King before a fight. All the other nations do this. And it kind of talks about how, like, oh yeah, well, because of Calidor the Conqueror, we didn't have to do it because the great sacrifice that we all made for him, and he said we didn't have to do it. And it's just kind of been this thing that's like, well, no one really said that, but okay, we're just not gonna, you're gonna have your way, Dragon Princes. But we've talked about the Vol's Anvil, and we've talked about the Shrine of Vol. And within it is the Order of Vol, and these are priests that forge the ancient and powerful weapons of the High Elf Society. And initiation really includes blinding themselves, so they gain, they drop their sight and they gain otherworldly sight. They gain magic sight. They can see the winds of magic kind of coalesce and move throughout Ulthuan, and they use that to create all these powerful weapons and all enchantments that a lot of the nobles and princes use for their armory. But that kind of concludes here Calidor, as well as the entirety of Ulthuan. As we've seen, Ulthuan kind of shares similarities with Nagaroth, special units from each location, just like the Dark Elves. But maybe this is going to be, because we've already seen from the flyover that these all have different factions. So maybe we're going to see kind of a Bretonnia Confederate mechanic, where it's important to try and gobble up all of the other High Elf factions into one super faction, just like we see with Wood Elves too. We got to try and gobble them up so we get their amber. I hope there's not an amber mechanic, for the love of fuck. But with the Phoenix King, I hope we kind of get something where we get a mission throwback, like we used to get in previous Total Wars, right? So with the Pope in medieval Total War, or the Senate in Rome Total War 1 and 2, missions that kind of guide the overall objectives of Ulthuan. Maybe a mission says, hey, ally with Calidor, or aid Calidor, or maybe cause intrigue to trigger a fight between the Norskins and the Dark Elves. I would love to see a driving mechanic from the Phoenix King to kind of reinforce how High Elves are all separate in the same way that Dark Elves are, but they all hail to the Phoenix King, but not in the same way that Dark Elves are, because the Phoenix King is more of a direct ruler, whereas in Dark Elf Society, Malekith is not the direct ruler by grace, it's more by fear. So I'm very interested to see if they add that in. But with Teclis to the far south, maybe it makes for a possible easy alliance with Lizardmen. Maybe High Elves and Lizardmen are natural allies, when Dark Elves and Skaven might be more natural allies. I'm not sure. Maybe Dark Elves can ally easier with Norskins to the north, or Beastmen to the west of them. I'm not sure how that will really pan out, because in a lot of the books, the Dark Elves use Norskins. Like Morathai goes and essentially just goes and has sex with tons of chieftains, and they all kind of flock to her banner and stuff like that. So it wouldn't be totally unheard of for that to be kind of an easy pull-off. But with a lot of Norskin raids we're going to be seeing from the south because there's a lot of Norskin tribes up there as well. So it may be hard for Old World to reach Ulthuan as well. You know, we've talked about the Shifting Isles and how it kind of puts up a kind of a shield. So maybe it is going to be something that's not as easily approachable as we've seen in other games where, and you know, like in Total War, any game other with an actual navy, you can just kind of float up to the island. Maybe you can't do that here because of the Shifting Isles kind of lore mechanic. But I'm excited. I've got a hard boner on clearly on Ulthuan. It's a very passionate portion of the lore for me. The High Elf books I've read almost every year since I was like 10 or 11. I mean, the new ones come out, I read it. It's one of the biggest and best armies to me. I love their lore so much. And I'll be doing a video on the War of the Beard because it's one of my favorite points of Warhammer history as well. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video here today, and it gave you a really good idea of what we will hopefully be seeing out of these individual worlds or lands. You know, it's always so easy to see them from a campaign map zoomed out, and to see a name like Calidor, to see a name like Everse, and not really understand what is the lore significance behind it. Like Stirland over in the Empire. I'm sure that a lot of you didn't know that Stirland's home of where the halflings are. So it's, maybe it's Stirland. Is it Stirland? I think it's Stirland. It's a place really close to Temple Drakenhof, wherever the hell. That's where the halflings are. So it's like, you don't get to know these things. And if you look at the achievements, it's actually an achievement to take the place where the halflings are. And did I say half-elves? I meant halflings. Take what the halflings are, and you get an achievement for it. So it's important to kind of get an idea for what makes Ulthuan, what makes it enchanting, and what makes it so haunting at the same time. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this here today. We'll have some more lore goodies. We got maybe another podcast coming up with the Great Lore Master of Sotek planned here. Got some other goodies here for next week with the launch of the Norska campaign. As I've said before, I will be doing a stream that entire day. I'll be starting off with Wulfric and then eventually going to Throg, and I will be giving the DLC away to those of you that will be watching. I'll probably do a subscriber cockfight every so often, and whoever wins the cockfight will get the DLC, something like that. I haven't really fleshed out the details too much, but thanks for watching here today, guys. If you have any other questions or anything you'd like to talk about with the High Elves that you know from your past experience or anything like that, please just feel free to comment. I love to talk to people at High Elves all day, all long. Or if you have any more questions, again, just comment away. If I don't answer you, I know a lot of you in the community will definitely rally to and help that individual out, because you guys have been pretty great so far in supplying a lot of answers to people, or even adding on to mine. So it's always really huge to get as much information out as possible. But thanks for watching here today, guys. Have a good one and take care. Hey guys, so today we're going to talk a bit more about the gates that were revealed in the video that we saw yesterday. I know that we've seen the flyover of Ulthuan and we've seen some of these gates, but we didn't really kind of know exactly how they'd play out. So in this video, we're going to talk a little bit more about those. So Ulthuan is protected from the north by these grand fortresses built by Calidor the Conqueror. Calidor is the second Phoenix King, and the follower to Calidor II we hear of during the War of the Beard. Sometimes Phoenix Kings take up names just like monarchs of our history, so Calidor's name is actually Imric. That's how he was born. And that's not to be confused with the Imric in the current High Elf Lord roster of 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th edition, so on and so forth. But Calidor gives birth, well, he doesn't give the birth, holy god, but Calidor has two sons, Calidor II and Imaldric, and we find out that Imaldric also dies during the War of the Beard. But really he's what held together Ulthuan during the Sundering. He's this courageous leader that leads the High Elves through many battles of that time, and he constructed the many gates, or better, fortresses that dot the northern landscape of Ulthuan. And these gates hold their dark brethren at bay. And Calidor has a very sort of epic and sad end, kind of tragic at the same time. He's already heralded as this amazing king in the eyes of the High Elves. He gets to the Blighted Isle, the same place that Anarion pulls the Sword of Cain. He approaches the blade and is tempted by it and simply just says no. And Calidor, at this time, again, he's leading all these raids. He's taking the Blighted Isles. It's changed hands a number of times. So he is, again, very heralded with the High Elves. That they needed this guy to kind of be their rock, their bastion. So Caldor leads these raids, and the same one that he actually captures the Blighted Isle and says no to the Sword of Cain, Curb, the Sword of Cain, as you could say, is the same one he gets separated from the main High Elf fleet by a freak storm. And the armor books really talk about how it's him fighting for hours on end trying to fend off the Dark Elves that fall upon his ship. And in the end, they get the upper hand, the Dark Elves, and rather than giving himself over to the Witch King, a victory that, again, the High Elves really couldn't afford so early in this game, in this Sundering and post-Sundering world, because the Dark Elves have retreated to Nagaroth at this time, and the High Elves can't afford to lose again so quickly. So he jumps into the sea, armor on and all. And the book outright says that this is a bad end to a great king. So we're going to talk about the many great gates created by Caldor after seeing that first video that came out on Friday about the Eagle Gate. So these gates are all set in the mountains, barring the outer kingdoms from the inner kingdoms, should any of them fall to the Dark Elves. But they're also positioned at the pathways that lead to the inner kingdoms directly, presenting choke points to defend against. So it's a really great tactical advantage to have these, because the only way into those inner kingdoms, outside of outright scaling mountains, is these pathways, is these gates. So there are 5 gates we'll be talking about: Griffin, Eagle, Unicorn, Phoenix, and finally the Dragon Gate. So let's get started. And we'll go in sort of a loose chronological order, as we don't really know the exact order of the construction of these gates. But what we do know is that the Griffin Gate is indeed the oldest of the 5 great gates of Ulthuan. It is located in the westernmost mountains, I'm sorry, not the westernmost, but in the western mountains of Ulthuan, on the westernmost edge of Eltharion. Most of these gates border Eltharion for the most part, with the Eagle Gate being a slight exception we'll get into soon. But Eltharion is the first inner kingdom opposite Nagarythe, so it has been attacked the most of any inner kingdom, with, I believe, Trace and Nagarythe sharing the honor on the outer kingdom side of things. Trace being obviously the first target, and Nagarythe being the first target, especially with the old fortress of Anlek right there. So furthermore, the Griffin Gate has seen the most sieges of any of the great gates of Ulthuan, having been beset by attackers hundreds of times in the past couple thousands of years. It's even considered a more or less an unlucky gate to serve at. But the real gem of the gate is the beautiful view that presents itself every morning. as you really kind of look out over the ramparts, as you look out across the fields of Eltharion and the swept up lands of Caldor, and across the Sea of Dusk, you can see Ulthuan in the same kind of gleaming gold light that the High Elves at the Empire's height must have had, and not Empire of the old one, but the High Elves Empire. And unique to the Griffin Gate is the garrison of Shadow Warriors, and their ability to kind of sight the lines for the Eagle Claw bolt throwers makes them extremely accurate. And really no other gate has a unit of Shadow Warriors, as they spend a lot of their time kind of prowling the lands of Nagarythe, looking for hood rats and dark elves to assail and hit and run tactics for both of those things. But needless to say, the Griffin Gate has yet to really fall to any besiegers. And what I'm wondering here with Total War Warhammer 2 is, will we see some unique mechanics with that? With obviously we're not going to see Shadow Warriors in the game just yet, but maybe each one of these gates will have some unit benefit as befitting that gate's lore. So clearly no Shadow Warriors, obviously, but maybe possibly some veteran bolt throwers, or maybe bolt throwers with higher accuracy or higher fire rate, or maybe they're better at anti-infantry. So maybe something that gives them a bonus per gate, or some sort of thing that kind of gives a nod to the lore. Because the Griffin, all the gates don't go into a ton of detail in the actual High Elf Army book. They go into a lot of detail in the Uniforms and Heraldry book that I bought and I love, because it basically gives you a lot of different ways to paint High Elves, and you're going to see a lot of pictures throughout this video from that book. So you see exactly what these individual gates' heraldry look like. Some of them brought the uniforms of their respective realms that they came from, but some of them have specific uniforms specific to that gate. There's always some sort of banner or some sort of iconography that befits the gate that they're protecting. We'll actually then just kind of move on to the next one at this point with the Eagle Gate. And this is the gate that is now most familiar with everyone probably after seeing the newest first look video, and we'll get some footage of that in here so we can really drive home the location and grandeur of this place. And I'm very, very excited for these gates. I think they're going to be really awesome looking. But it's positioned at the mountain pass connecting Nagaraith in the south of Nagaraith to the rest of the Inner Kingdom. It's the absolute westernmost gate, in between both Illyrian and Caledor on the inside and Tiranoc and Nagaraith on the outside. As we can see here, it is the leftmost, westernmost gate here. But since these gates are attacked so frequently, they are manned by a constant garrison, and we've heard of this from the actual roster list. We know that there's going to be garrison-specific units for these gates that never can leave the gate. And there is really no simple garrison that there to hold the gate, like I was saying. They're fully manned by an elven host, really ready to repel any attackers at a moment's notice. And as such, it's one of the places in Ulthuan that maybe an aspiring noble or a warrior can really see a lot of constant action. And this kind of helps bring them up the ranks of either the military or the tumultuous elven nobility, as we hear so much about from the mechanics that are soon to be released in Total War Warhammer 2 with the High Elves. And this does come at a price, though, as the gates, as I was saying, are under constant siege, constant action and whatnot, by Dark Elves and also beasts out of the Anuli Mountains, which is something to really note here. You might not be dealing with a horde of Dark Elves from the mountains, but a few wild monstrous creatures are going to mess up anyone's day. But maybe here with the Eagle Gate, since it is under constant siege, we'll maybe see more veteran units here, something like that. Or maybe they have more veteran infantry or something to kind of give a nod to the fact that the Eagle Gate is under attack almost the most of any of these gates. But that's something to consider as a possible mechanic for the Eagle Gate. The Unicorn Gate, though, on the other hand, is placed a bit differently than the other gates. For one, it's right in the middle of the 5 gates, with the Eagle and Griffin to the left, Phoenix and Dragon to the right. And the biggest feature of the Unicorn Gate is not necessarily the gate itself, but the mountain pass it protects. So as you can see from the map here, it's in the middle of the longest stretch of mountain running from Nagaraith to Illyrian, meaning that this trail is both long and treacherous. And this has led to the Unicorn Gate being the least assaulted of any of the great gates, for it's naturally protected by wailing calls of cockatrices and the horrid shrieks of harpies haunting the ravines, passes, and mountaintops. So as a result, the Unicorn Gate, rather than defending against Dark Elves, fights off a lot of the many beasts that so naturally stalk its pathways and foothills. So this allows for a more elite archer garrison with plenty of target practice in the local beasts that prowl the outskirts of the fortress. And for these beasts to get close would, ultimately spell some doom. So that's why the archers are going to be plucking at them nonstop. So maybe this means there's going to be a higher archer density at the Unicorn Gate, or maybe better archers via veteran status, or perhaps even they'll have a benefit or bonus to fighting against beasts in the off chance that the Dark Elf hosts bring us a lot of beasts. Cold ones, hydras, harpies, or some beastmen that are all roving around that do maybe go to Ulthuan. It gives a bonus to fighting beastmen. So there's plenty of ways to add a lot of flavor to these gates to make them, rather than just strong points in the High Elf realm, to actually giving them perks to the gates themselves, so making it so it's a little bit scarier to besiege them. But the defenders of the Unicorn Gate are primarily drawn from Illyrian, and that sharing in the same kind of heraldry of that land, as well as training the very archers that we've just talked about, that come from the ranks of the Reavers, already exceptional bowmen as it is. So some gates, though, do not fare as unscathed as the Griffin or Unicorn Gates. Like the other 3, which have weathered the storm without much of an issue, the Phoenix Gate is named quite appropriately, as befitting its long and torrid history. This is the only gate to really have fallen and been rebuilt multiple times, much like the flames of the Phoenix being reborn from its ashes. And part of the saying of the High Elves is that to kind of say, like, if these walls are toppled, then we shall simply build them higher and grander than before. And that's really the crux of the Phoenix Gate, right? And that's elfdom in a nutshell too. The gate's walls are said to really sort of extend above the clouds of the Anuli Mountains, and which you can imagine is pretty damn high. And as a result, not many elves are really quick to spend some time at that fortress that's destined to fall once again. So I mean, I couldn't even imagine waylaying a wall that damn high, and I assume they're factoring in the height of the mountain itself, in addition to the gate already being tall. So, you know, fancy imagery of elves and whatnot. But the Phoenix Gate, as befitting its name, draws a lot of its warriors then from Eataine, the home of the Phoenix King, and thus the great Phoenix Shrine with the Phoenix Guard. But from there, the fortress is really ever populated with some of the best and afforded all expenses when it comes to provisioning proper bolt thrower emplacements, fitted with some of the best bolt throwers in the land, actually. So the archers as well, they hail from typically Calidor or Avalorn, you know, decked out in the reds of Calidor, the greens of Avalorn, and they carry the blessing of Assyrian upon their arrows to kind of give them a little bit of a oomph. But so again, a gate that has been destroyed but by no means diminished in its grandeur, as the stubbornness of elves simply says, okay, higher? Yeah, cool. But maybe with the Phoenix Gate, we'll see another mechanic pertaining to Eagle Claw bolt throwers, either in quantity amount or something of the sort. And maybe if you have these as a high elf faction, if you get these gates, because you clearly don't start with the gates. If you're looking at the map, you start with Eataine, which is not the gates themselves. And maybe as you get them through some sort of diplomacy, it may be, okay, maybe the Phoenix Gate lowers your overall cost of upkeep for the Eagle Claw bolt thrower. Maybe there's some mechanic they're going to add like that. That wouldn't be too crazy and too game breaking, but I think it'd be pretty cool and flavorful for the Phoenix Gate. But last, but by no means the least of the great gates of Ulthuan is the Great Dragon Gate. And this gate falls between the Phoenix and the Unicorn Gate, and is pretty important in the grand scheme of things in my mind. So with the constant war, raids, and other misdeeds of the Drugi, whatever you want to call them, Calidor the Conqueror effectively turned the Dragon Gate into his war capital. I mean, there's no real reason for him to stay in Lothern down in Eataine if he's constantly having to fight against these massive hosts of Dark Elves coming in from Nagarath. Thus, this is the largest and really the most grandiose of all of the gates of Ulthuan. Parapets decked with effigies of dragons, banners from all over the nation adorned with the snarling grimace of the fiery lizards themselves, draped and flapped in the breeze across the grand landscape that is the Dragon Gate. But a palace was actually set into the fortress walls itself, giving a court for Calidor to rule from, as well as many estates crafted in the walls as well, being created for visiting nobles looking to treat with the second Phoenix King, stuff like that. So the real draw here, though, was the military might of the Dragon Gate. Calidor was no fool. He wasn't stupid. You know, he knew that the Dark Elves were a bloodthirsty lot, willing to really test their martial ability, read arrogance, against the most threatening of targets. I mean, anything. They'll throw it all to the wind as long as it's for Cain. But the garrison was huge. The books say that the garrison is twice the size of two of the largest gates put together, making for a gigantic glittering host of high elves. That's what it's called in the books, as the glittering host. But as a result, 6 whole Dark Elf armies besiege the Dragon Gate over time, each one breaking upon the walls as water on rock, just like the rest. And part of the tragedy of the elves, and I mean, we're talking about all this their history here, it's so rich and vibrant and full of martial, arcane, and majestic epicness. And the other side of that coin, and again, being the tragedy, is the state of things now. The Dragon Gate's garrison is now a shadow of its former self, with much of the elves of this world having died in the many conflicts up to this point. You know, we've talked about the Sundering having been before that point of the gate creation, where we've talked about the demon incursions, we've talked about the War of the Beard. So this has really drained the elf nation, and it is by no means any less defended than any other gate, but time has really taken its toll on not just the Dragon Gate, but Ulthuan as a whole. And it should really come at no surprise that the Dragon Gate is garrisoned by a predominantly Calidorian-based army, with their noble dragon princes kind of awaiting the next opponent to sally forth from the gates and deal out the Creator's fury toward. And the Creator is Assyrian, the main god that the High Elves worship, Cain being the one the Dark Elves worship, and Kuranos being the one the Wood Elves predominantly worship. There's obviously the whole elf pantheon of, I believe it's like, I think it's like 20 or 12 gods, I can't remember off the top of my head. But
we'll go into that in the next big lore video coming up here. I'm going to divide it into the two, basically the ones that live in heaven, basically the ones that live in hell, more or less. But I would see this as a mechanic standpoint is maybe we'll see some benefits to dragon princes, or maybe dragon princes can be recruited with a higher rank, just like some other buildings we've seen in the game. So okay, you own the Dragon Gate, now you get a +2 veteran rank on all your dragon princes you recruit. Or maybe again it reduces their overall upkeep, or again maybe just a veteran unit of dragon princes control the Dragon Gate. Or as I'm saying this, my brain's riffing off a million possible things, but maybe you get access to a Regiments of Renown dragon prince from controlling the Dragon Gate. So there's a lot of ways they can really make these gates very, very flavorful and very lore oriented by just simply kind of going with what's really just already written in the books. But that does really sum up the great gates of Ulthuan and the grand fortresses that have stood sentinel over the northern entryways into the Ulthuan for centuries. You know, they're preventing beasts and dark elf alike from gaining any real purchase in the land of the High Elves. And what will this mean for Total War Warhammer 2? Will we have specific siege mechanics or requirements met to even get there? You know, will there be heavy attrition leading up to the gates, like maybe you're trying to besiege the Unicorn Gate and it's attrition all the way up to the front of the gate? Maybe some gates are easier to get to, so less attrition if we're going off the attrition mechanic, but more defenders. So the the Eagle Gate, which we've already seen, is pretty much like smack dab right there on the seawall. Maybe that's got no attrition, you walk right up to it, but there's a shit ton more defenders. But maybe the defenders will benefit from these lore characteristics. Who's really to say? This is a lot of speculation, but I, for one, am very excited to play as the High Elves and defend these gates. So, or as well as the Dark Elves to besiege these gates. I'll be doing all of that on launch day as I stream both the High Elf and the Dark Elf campaigns to just get a real good feel for things. But this is just a few weeks away, a few precious weeks. I couldn't come any quicker. But that kind of concludes the Great Gates of Ulthuan here today, guys. If you have any questions or anything that you know from the lore, from maybe previous editions or stuff that I left out, please feel free to comment. Always love to hear your feedback on these things. But thanks for watching. Have a good one and take care.
So in doing this, I've found out that I actually have 9 hours of High Elf lore videos. So this was the conclusion of part 1. Part 2 will be coming out shortly after, but hopefully you enjoyed this romp down the compilation of older videos I've made. If you have any notes, say like, hey, you know what, I like these videos, but maybe do this or that, go ahead and let me know in the comment section below. I've created these as a means of helping me deal with burnout so that I've got some videos to put onto the channel while I take some time off and kind of recalibrate so I can come back with a better, clearer, more creative mind. But as always, guys, again, thank you so much. You've heard this throughout this video so many times, but thank you so much for watching. Have a good one and take care.